Jennifer, I believe we're still waiting for 2 or 3 alders. Is that correct? And that looks like everyone. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'll call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, September 1st, 2020. I will ask that staff mute themselves, please, as I unmute everyone and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Alders Lemmer,
Here.
Martin,
Here.
Moreland,
Here.
Prestigiacomo,
Here.
Rummel,
Present.
Skidmore,
Here.
thank you. Tierney,
Here.
Verveer,
Here.
Vice President Abbas,
Present.
Alburis,
Here.
Balday,
Yes.
Bidar,
Present.
President Carter,
Present. Thank you.
thank you. Evers,
Here.
Foster,
Here.
Furman,
Present.
Harrington McKinney,
Present.
Heck,
Here.
Hennick,
Present.
thank you. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you.
Alder Campbell is also here.
I am so sorry, Alder Campbell.
All right. I'm going to remute you all. And I will start by wishing Alder Balday an upcoming happy birthday, because we may all be too tired at the end to give him a proper cheer for his birthday. And then I will turn it over to President Carter for suspension of the rules.
Thank you. Suspensions of the rules, 2.04, order of business, 2.05, introduction of business, 2.24, ordinances, and 2.25, resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing no objection, those rules are suspended. Is there any objection to taking up item number 2 before item number 1 so that our honoree can get to her class on time? Seeing no objection, we will take up item number 2, which is an honoring resolution congratulating Ocean Bootler for being chosen as winner for Wisconsin in the 12th annual Doodle for Google competition. And I will turn this to Alder Bidar.
Move adoption.
President Carter?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Bidar?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my pleasure to read this resolution congratulating Ocean Buter for being chosen as winner for Wisconsin in the 12th annual Doodle for Google competition. Whereas the annual Doodle for Google competition is open to students in kindergarten through 12th grade across the United States to design a Google Doodle, and whereas Ocean Buter, a talented student at Velma Hamilton Middle School, entered the competition in the 6th to 7th grade group, and whereas Ocean's written response to the context theme of I show kindness by was, I show kindness by returning the favor to animals who lend us their home and earth. Soon I'll be hitting my 4th year mark of becoming vegetarian. My drawing aims to portray the beautiful relationships with animals we could have. I hope my doodle will shout a wake up to the world that animals deserve a happy life just like us. And whereas Ocean's doodle was selected from thousands of entries received this year, making her one of the 54 state and territory winners across the country and putting her in the running to become one of the 5 national finalists, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the Common Council of Madison, Wisconsin congratulate Ocean Buter on being chosen as winner for Wisconsin in the 12th annual Doodle for Google competition.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be recognized here, and it's been such a fun experience to be a Google winner. Thank you, Council, for the resolution.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ocean, and congratulations. I don't know if you can see the screen, but you're getting a virtual round of applause right now.
Thank you.
Awesome job, Ocean.
Thank you.
We also have a registration in support from Benny Ramirez Gomez, not wishing to speak. And if you didn't know, that was Brian and Ocean Buter in support and speaking to us. So congratulations again, Ocean. And is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 2. And thank you, Alder Badar. We will now return to item number 1, which is also an honoring resolution honoring the organizations that offered their spaces to serve as polling places for the August 11th, 2020 partisan primary. President Carter?
Yes, Alder Hennick will be reading that. Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Alder Hennick.
Yes, this is an honoring resolution that honoring organizations that offered their spaces to serve as polling places for the August 11th, 2020 partisan primary. Whereas the novel type of coronavirus has spread over 100 countries, infected millions worldwide, over 5 million in the United States alone, and has a current death toll in the United States of over 170,000. And whereas the appearance of the new coronavirus, COVID-19, has uprooted the idea and practice of business as usual. And whereas COVID-19 has complicated public and private operational practices throughout the country, and whereas it has placed strains on employees, volunteers, customers, and clients from all walks of life. And whereas the response to COVID-19 has been a patchwork of complementary and competing guidelines from county, state, and federal authorities. And whereas the City of Madison's 86 polling places for the 2020 partisan primary run the gamut from churches to schools, from fire stations to grocery stores, from bowling alleys to community centers. And whereas the City of Madison's 89 polling places for the 2020 partisan primary, missed one line. Whereas managers and staff of all of these locations responded to the city's offices' urgent needs to be polling places thoughtfully and compassionately. And whereas the managers and staff of all 86 venues across the City of Madison replied to the clerk's request to be a polling place with the resounding yes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Madison recognizes, thanks, and elevates every venue that served as a polling place for the August 11th partisan primary as examples of civic and community pride and true examples of democracy in action. In recognition, Alyssa Ashman Library, American Family Insurance Applied Learning Center, Asbury United Methodist Church, Attic Angels Association, Badger Rock Neighborhood Center, Bethany United Methodist Church, Blackhawk Middle School, Blessed Sacrament Church, Catholic Church, Boys and Girls Club of Dane County, Bridge Lake Point, Winona Neighborhood Center, Catholic Multicultural Center, Chavez Elementary School, City Church, Covenant Presbyterian Church, Eagle Heights Community Center, East High School, East Madison Community Center, East Lutheran Church, East Side Lutheran Church, Elgin Elementary School, Elbert Park, Falk Elementary School, Fire Station 14, First Congregational Church, Glendale Elementary School, Good Shepherd Lutheran Church, Goodman Parks Maintenance Facility, Hawthorne Library, High Point Church, Hoyt School, Madison School, Community Recreation, Michael Elementary School, Hy-Vee, Ian's Pizza on State Street, James Madison James Madison Park, Gates of Heaven, John Muir Elementary School, Kennedy Elementary School, Lafayette High School, Lake Edge United Church of Christ, Lakeview Library, Lapham Elementary School, Leopold Elementary School, Lindbergh Elementary School, Lesieur Community Education Center, Lesieur Family East YMCA, Madison Central Library, Madison College Commercial Avenue, Madison Municipal Building, Madison Senior Center, Meadow Ridge Library, Mendota Elementary School, Middleton United Church of Christ, Midville Elementary School, Monona Terrace Community and Convention Center, Mount Olive Church, Lutheran Church, New Beginnings Church, O'Keefe Middle School, Albrecht Gardens, Olson Elementary School, Park Edge, Park Ridge Employment and Training Center, Rindell Park, Sandberg Elementary School, Parktown Lanes, Sequoia Library, Sherman Avenue United Methodist Church, Sherman Middle School, St. James Catholic School, Steamfitters Local 601 Training Center, Kenny Park, Thoreau Elementary School, Tokai Middle School, Trinity United Methodist Church, University Research Park, Business Accelerator, UW Memorial Library, UW Pyle Center, UW Union South, UW Welcome Center Village on Park, Warner Park, Wellspring United Methodist Church, West High School, Whitehorse Middle School, Wilmar Neighborhood Center, and Winger School. Thank you to all of you so very much.
Thank you, Alder. I'll take that as a motion. And President Carter?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. We do have one registrant, Benny Ramirez Gomez of Franklin Street, in support, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the honoring resolution? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor, and maybe after November, we'll split the duties between alders. Oh, excuse me, Alder Harrington McKinney has raised her hand. Go ahead, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I wanted to join in and add my name as a sponsor. I'm sure that other alders would have liked to have been a part of that. But I just want to have my hats off to the clerk's office that did a tremendous job. At one church, they turned around a polling place in 4 days, and that's just unbelievable. And so as we are being saluted, we absolutely wanted to take off our hats for them as well. And please add me as a sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. We will do so, and my apologies for missing you. I will just add for anyone who is watching on the meeting or on the award-winning Madison City channel that I believe we are still looking for polling places for November. So if you are able to provide a polling place, please contact the clerk's office, and then you too will be honored after the next election. All right, that will take us to item number 3, which is Legistar 61686, an appeal of Plan Commission action. President Carter, I believe we're referring for introduction.
Yes, we are. So I move to refer 61686.
Second to re-refer.
Moved and seconded to refer to a public hearing at the 10-6 council meeting. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, that item is referred, and we will come to, on item number 3, we did have registrants not wishing to speak, so I'll just read them into the record. Elias Zachary, Sarkovsky of Fitchburg in opposition, representing the Campus Area Neighborhood Association, Robert Proctor of Mifflin Street in support, representing Corr Campus / Rodney King, and Benny Ramirez Gomez of Franklin Street in support. None wishing to speak. And that will take us to early public comment. And so I will ask the folks that are here for early public comment if you could start by indicating what item you are here to comment on, and then move into your comments. That would be helpful. Our first early public commenter is Tom Brown of Fish Hatchery Road in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
And just a reminder to the attendees, there are a few in the list that are just have a first name. If you could please log out of the meeting and come back in with the name that you registered with, so we can identify you. Thank you. Just got to promote Tom to panelist. Looks like
Mayor Alder Moreland has her hand up.
Yep, I'm getting there. Alder Moreland, while we're waiting.
I just wanted to see if we could get a list of the registrants.
Yes, staff.
I did send out a link to all alders. It should be, the subject line should say BCC Public Registrant List.
Okay. I'll do a search.
Okay. Otherwise it's my name. The last name is Schraven, SCHRAVEN. That should help you find it too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
I just wanted to thank Joe for sending up that link. I got it. I do think it's not the most intuitive site. I know it's not supposed to be the most intuitive site, so I might might not be a bad idea to send out a PDF like it has been done in the past. I appreciate that link very much, but I think it might be a little bit easier for people to get a PDF. Sure, that would be my 2 cents.
You bet.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Moreland again?
No.
Okay. So now, do we have Tom Brown?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Tom. Tell us what item you're registered on.
Okay. I am in support of items 84 through 87.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, to expedite our time together, I'll try to read through my comments as quickly as possible. Thank you for hearing me this evening. John Quincy Adams once said that if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. A community with unity leads to opportunities. We are stronger together than we are apart. Please remember that words can inspire and words can destroy, just as non-action will definitely destroy if we allow it to. We are role models for the Madison community. We must implement actions that display cohesiveness and humility. How many more people must be damaged, broken, or scarred by non-action? Are you being the best advocate for these items that we are asking you tonight to pass? If the goal is to serve, honor, and protect, and create innovative paths to help our community become a better community, these items must pass. In moving forward, council members, I want each of you to know that when it comes to building a community of trust, transparency, and kinship, I believe in the creation of inspired lives and education. I don't want to live in a community where we are frightened by the challenges of reality, but I want to live in a community where we can believe that with hard work, dedication, commitment, and collaboration between elected officials, police department, organizations, and institutions, we will become a learning environment that is confident, motivated, and that will lead to a better community. as you make your decisions tonight, please do so in the best interest of the entire community. Please do it with mercy, love, and kindness as we think about current events that are going on. Let's decide with humility and know that we are trying to serve in a suffering world and wounded Madison community. Remember to fill your hearts with empathy and compassion. Say with confidence yes to items 84 through 87. Say yes to these items to address what has handicapped this community for years. I would like to challenge you with these questions. How many more people / families must be damaged or afraid to come outside and deal with reality before we act? How many more have to suffer? With that being said, the challenge to you all tonight is simple. Am I making the best decisions for the community at large? Is a question we must ask ourselves. The right decision is basically to approve items 84 through 87. That's the right decision, so that we can start a pilot solution that will give the various communities of Madison a more secure feeling of hope, safety, and inclusion. Making the wrong decision tonight will bring about continued unrest and distrust in our already separated and weary community. Please make your decisions with rationale and justice. I end this by saying Martin Luther King once said, "The time is always right to do what is right." And I trust that you all will do the same. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of Cottonwood Circle, neither supporting nor opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by Brian Corr. Do we have Bob Schaefer?
Yes, I just unmuted. Thank you. Excuse me. I was a little bit confused. I also am registered under another agenda item, but I thought this was to be on items that were not on the agenda. So I just wanted to inform the Madam Mayor and the council members that last night at the TPPB meeting that I reintroduced a revised Transit X proposal, a Podway project for Madison and Sun Prairie, and also a Transit X handbook. Madam Mayor, that the new version does address the favor of having unions involved in it and having community control. What this is a private personal rapid transit system using suspended pods that drop to street level for boarding at a no wait there. With direct transportation to the destination at 45 miles an hour. So that I can provide the same information to you and to other members of the council if you should desire that. And my email address can be found in emails that I sent to you in the past, and or also I am listed as a contact person for the Ridgewood Neighborhood Association. That's I thought that I only had 3 minutes, so yep. I kept
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. It's not precisely in order for you to comment on an item not on the agenda, but we appreciate the information. Next is Brian Corr of Cambridge, Massachusetts, representing the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, neither supporting nor opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by Betty Harris Custer.
All right. Good evening. As you've just said, my name is Brian Corr. I live and work in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and I am the immediate past president of the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. enforcement, NACOL. Thank you for having this meeting and giving me a few moments to speak. I spoke more extensively at the executive committee meeting on Friday, so I really just am glad to have a moment to emphasize a few key points. As I told people the other day, before I came to work at the city of Cambridge, where I do civilian oversight, I worked for the ACLU of Massachusetts as a field organizer and have done peace and justice organizing for decades. And I do this work of civilian oversight primarily because I understand the importance of transforming policing, both on the individual scale and writ large in our nation. We have to make serious changes, and I'm very glad to be able to be part of an organization that does that. NACOL is an organization that represents civilian oversight around the country. We work with people around the world as well, and we focus primarily on issues of training, on supporting our member agencies, helping people to learn how to do civilian oversight effectively, doing continuing education. And in that capacity, we have provided quite a bit of information to the City of Madison, both to the city staff and to the City Council, to the alders. So I am not speaking in favor or against the proposal, but I do want to say I'm a very strong proponent for civilian oversight. I believe that the City of Madison has done a huge amount of work to create an important system. They've done a lot of research. You've done a lot of research to figure out what could be the best fit. People often will ask, what is the best form of oversight? And what I always say to people is there's no best model, best type of oversight. What there will be is the best fit for your community. And that involves a lot of different things. Again, your city has done a lot of work to look at those. So I mostly want to encourage you to understand that it's a process. And my standard line these days is change can't wait, and sustainable change takes time. So if these ordinances that are in items 84 through 87 are adopted by the council, the implementation happens, NACOL will be a partner to the City of Madison in this work. Again, we have resources. We will work to support you, to provide advice, to help you through any difficulties. And most importantly, know that this is part of a nationwide movement that has its roots almost 100 years ago, but is contemporary. Our organization has been around for more than a quarter of a century, and we really just want to support the community, the City of Madison in its entirety as you move through this process of creating civilian oversight.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Corr. Are there any questions? Actually, I'm sorry. We'll take the next two registrants and then come back for questions, Mr. Corr, if you can hang on with us for a little minute.
I'm happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next registrant is Betty Harris Custer of Pinehurst Circle in support not wishing to speak. I don't know if Ms. Harris Custer is here to tell us what item the registration is on.
Neither of Betty nor Mark are in the queue.
Okay. So our other early registrant was Mark Coatsworth of North 5th Street in support not wishing to speak, but again, not clear what item. So are there any questions for any of our early public registrants? Alder Campbell. I think you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
We're good. We're good. A question for Mr. Brown. If he's still here, is he still here? Do we know?
Yeah, staff are looking.
Does not appear so.
Okay.
No.
I was going to ask him to explain his role in the creation of these recommendations since he was the co-chair of the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, Alder. Well, that's a good piece of information for us to have. Are there other questions for any of our early public comment registrants? And just so the council knows, it is my understanding that Mr. Corr can't stay with us for the evening. So if you did want to ask him any questions, now's your chance. All right, seeing no questions. Oh, Alder Balde. Alder Balde?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is to Brian Corr. So are you able to, you said this is a work in progress and all that kind of stuff. And I also know you did say at CCC that each city is different, each body is different, each person basically is different. Can you speak to the fact that what we have in front of us is in fact good enough for us to get started, or there are things that we are overdoing, or if there are things that we are underdoing?
Thank you, Alder, and through you, Madam Mayor. I would say, I wouldn't want to characterize your ordinance as this is the right thing, or this is the wrong thing, or this is too much, or this is too little. I would say, sort of stepping back from the current situation of what you have before you tonight, I think that the components of the ordinance are pretty comprehensive. The work group, the task force, and the city attorney's office, all the materials I've seen, people have been very thoughtful about setting up a system that will help rebuild or build more legitimacy between the community and the police department, that will provide for issues of individual misconduct, for individual complaints, that will provide the ability to make broader recommendations about policing, about policies and procedures. And those are all key elements. There are 13 principles for effective civilian oversight that NACOL is promulgating. Not every agency actually has the ability to do all 13 of those, because there is such diversity in agencies, from giant cities like New York and Los Angeles to smaller cities like Columbia, Missouri, and very tiny cities that have some form of civilian oversight. But having said that, the basic things are structural independence from the police department, adequate funding to do the work at hand, the ability to access all the records that are needed, a commitment to work with the community and build legitimacy, and really making sure that all of that work happens in a way that's procedurally just and legitimate. And from my reading, the ordinance contains all the elements necessary to build that foundation. What I will say to anyone, including to all of you in Madison, is that in general, 5-10 years from now, maybe even sooner, you will look back at this and say, this was a great attempt, but because of things we didn't foresee, changes in our political environment, differences in our community, changes in state law, there may be things we want to adjust. And I encourage all communities, including my own, to periodically step back, look at the work of oversight, and see if what you have established and how it's actually functioning is still meeting the goals that you've set out. So again, I don't want to endorse or oppose anything in particular, but I do think that this is a very good platform for building what will be a successful and sustainable civilian oversight entity in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thanks to our registrants, and we will move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Carter. You need to unmute yourself, President Carter.
Thank you. The consent agenda will be moved with recommendations action listed for each item except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak. 2, items which require extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent. 3, items which alderpersons have separated out for discussion, debate purposes. Agenda items 5 through 14 are public hearing items. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item 85, Legistar 60617. Item 94, Legistar 60752. 98, Legistar 61433. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Item 71, Legistar 61763. Recommended action referred to September 15th council meeting, common council meeting. Item number 88, Legistar 61060, alternate. Recommend, requires 15 votes. Recommended action adopt with amendment. Items 115, Legistar 61417. Recommended action is referred to future common council meeting. Item 121, Legistar 61315. Additional referral to the Public Safety Review Committee. Item 155, Legistar 61936. Additional referral to the Finance Committee. Item 172, Legistar 61666. Additional referral to the Transportation Commission. Items requested for exclusion. Item 84, Legistar 61667. Item 85, 60617. Item 86, Legistar 61593. Item 87, Legistar 61595. Item 102, 61562 was pulled by the Alder. Introduction from the floor for referral. Legistar 602004, recommend action referred to Finance Committee. And there might have been some late arrivals that I missed.
Thank you, President Carter. We do have a few changes to the consent agenda. So the 5 through 14, yes, are public hearing items. For the extra majority items, item 85 has registrants, so it's items 94 and 98 that will be on the consent agenda and recorded as unanimous votes. Under additional recommendations, item 88 has registrants, so that will be excluded, but items 71, 115, 121, 155, and 172 will be moved with those actions. And then the items for exclusion, including items on which we have registrants, are item 19, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 93, 102, and 110. So again, the items for exclusion are 19, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 93, 102, and 110. Are there any additional items that alders wish to exclude from the consent agenda? All right, seeing no additional items, are there any disclosures or recusals for items on the consent agenda? All right, so President Carter, is that a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Vice President Abbas?
Moved. Second.
Okay, so the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. We do have a number of registrants not wishing to speak on consent agenda items. I'll run through those quickly. On item 64, Will Bevan of Westfield Road is in support, not wishing to speak. On item 81, Taylor Sofield of Lake Street is in opposition, not wishing to speak. On item 89, Kelly Park Snyder of from Oregon, Wisconsin is in opposition, not wishing to speak. On item 95, there's one registrant in support, 19 opposed, not wishing to speak. On item 98, there are 14 registrants in support, not wishing to speak. On item 104, Tyler Leeper from Brittingham Boats is here in support, available to answer questions. On item 108, Danny Afable and Jacob Klein, both representing JT Klein Company, are here in support, available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of those registrants? Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. No questions for any registrants, but a clarification on item 88.
Yes, Alder.
It's my understanding we alders received an email, a clarification as to the minimum vote requirement, that it is not a majority vote item, 15 votes required, but a simple majority.
That's correct, Alder. And since it's on the list for exclusion, we'll be taking it up later, but you are correct. It is not a 15 vote item. It is a simple majority item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions for registrants or anything additional on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, Alder Alvarez?
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to disclose that I do very limited part-time work with Madison College at this time. And I know that we do have one matter on the agenda regarding sort of a public works easement matter. So I just wanted to disclose that. I don't think it does negate me from voting objectively, but we wanted to disclose that and see if Attorney Haas has any issues with that.
Thank you, Alder. I don't see Attorney Haas wishing to be recognized, so I think that your disclosure is sufficient.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anything else on the consent agenda? All right, then. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. And we'll move on to our public hearings. Starting with report of the Alcohol License Review Committee, item number 5, we'll open a public hearing on Legistar 6115, which is a public hearing for a new license at the Boneyard. We have one registrant, Betty Harris Custer of Pinehurst Circle, in support, not wishing to speak. We have no other registrants. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, we'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
Yes. Move to grant Legistar 61115.
Second to grant.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous and vote in favor of granting item number 5. Takes us to the report of the Plan Commission, item number 6. We will open a public hearing on Legistar 60903, which is creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of property at 909 Jennifer Street. And item number 6, we have one registrant, Betty Harris Custer of Pinehurst Circle, in support, not wishing to speak. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll close that public hearing. And President Carter?
Register 60903, recommendation council to adopt with conditions.
Second to adopt with condition.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor?
You need my help?
Seeing no objections, that item is adopted with conditions. We'll go to item number 7, and open a public hearing on Legistar 60907, which creates sections of the MGO to change the zoning of a property at 133 East Lakeside Street. We have one registrant, Betty Harris Custer of Pinehurst Circle, in support, not wishing to speak. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll close that public hearing. President Carter?
Legistar 60907, recommended council to place on file without prejudice.
Vice President Abbas?
Second.
Moved and seconded to place on file without prejudice. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of placing on file without prejudice? Seeing none, that item is placed on file without prejudice. Brings us to item number 8. We'll open a public hearing on Legistar 60916, which creates sections of the MGO to change the zoning at 617 South Whitney Way and 160 Westgate Mall, and creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of those properties from PD-GDP to PD-SIP. And on item number 8, we have Melissa Huggins of Johnson Street, representing JT Klein, in support, available to answer questions. Kevin Burrow of University Ave in Middleton, representing Nothi and Bruce Architects, in support, available to answer questions. Daniel Afable of Park Street, representing JT Klein, in support, available to answer questions. And Jacob Klein of Park Street, representing JT Klein, in support and available to answer questions. Are there any questions for any of our registrants on item number 8? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter?
Legistar 60916, move to adopt with conditions.
Second to adopt with conditions.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of adopting with conditions. And move on to the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee. Item number 9, open a public hearing on Legistar 61489, which is a new license for Blind Shot Golf and Social Club. On item number 9, we have no registrants. We'll close that public hearing. President Carter?
Legistar 61489, recommend to grant.
Second to grant.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of granting item number 9 and move to item number 10. We'll open a public hearing on Legistar 61490, which is a new license for Shake Shack. We do have one registrant, Matthew Kiefer of Wolf Hollow Road in Windsor, representing Shake Shack, in support and available to answer questions. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter?
Legistar 61490, move to grant.
Second to grant.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, I'll record a unanimous vote in favor of granting item number 10. And move to the report of the Board of Public Works. Item number 11, we will open a public hearing on Legistar 61692, which is approving the schedule of assessments for Felon Road Water Main Assessment District. On item 11, we do have registrants, and we will start with Duncan Campbell of Felon Road in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Wade Goodsell.
Duncan, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will seriously consider my arguments against these assessments. My wife and I own 2 parcels on Felon Road. One is approximately 5.5 acres, which is our residence. The other is approximately 25.5 acres, which is primarily a farm field. My wife and I have recently retired, and we are being assessed over $112,000 for our 2 parcels. The total amount being assessed for the entire project is $536,000. How is this fair that we can pay, or that we have to pay 21% of the total assessment? It would be much fairer if the assessment was based on the number of feet of frontage on Felon Road rather than over $3,600 per acre. The city engineers have said that the assessment could be paid now, or we could wait until 2036 when we actually become part of the city. However, the assessment would be tied to this consumer price index. So our $112,000 today will become at least $150,000 in 2036. The city engineers also argued that having access to city water would increase the future monetary value of our property as development land. So assessing per acre was the best option. As you're aware, the city of Madison has a master plan for the entire area. The master plan for our property designates 8 to 9 acres to be green space. The water utility justifies assessing per acre because of the future value of the property for development. Since the portion of our property designated as green space has no future value to me or anyone else as development land, we should not be assessed for these acres, which can never be developed. You may argue that the master plan is not set in stone and these acres may not be green space. This is true. However, I'll argue that the city may decide in the future that they want even more of my land for green space, which could make the land even less valuable as development land. No one has a crystal ball to know how much of my land will actually be green space. So that is why assessing based on the number of feet of frontage on Felon Road would be much fairer option. Also, since the city is currently willing to wait over 15 years to collect any of this assessment money, another option would be to collect the assessment money when each parcel is actually developed. The developer could then build those costs into their plan, which would be passed on to all future residents who will actually benefit from having city water. I sincerely think you need to take a step back and reconsider these assessments, how these assessments were figured, and come up with a much fairer option. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Wade Goodsell of Hazelnut Trail in Sun Prairie in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Lauren Chilson.
There's no one by that name in the list.
All right, so Lauren Chilson of Felon Road in opposition wishing to speak.
Lauren, go.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, am I there?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I agree with everything that Duncan said. I am also asking that you take a look at this project and its cost and reassess what the city has to pay and what the property owners have to pay. My husband, my 2 daughters, and I live on 4.6 acres on Felon Road, and we are being assessed $17,000. That's much less than what Duncan's family is being assessed, but at a time during a pandemic, when everything is a financial strain, this is a huge deal to our family. So we were completely blindsided by this news. We were notified construction would start in July, and then by the end of July, early August, we received the assessment in the mail. So I know I'm speaking for all of my neighbors here on Felland Road that we're just completely blindsided by this, shocked by it, and just really hoping that this can be done in a much fairer way for all of us. And just kind of looking back at some of the meeting notes on this, I saw that the project costs were estimated in late January. So I'm just kind of curious why it took until late July, early August for us to be notified how much we were going to be charged for this. So thank you for your time. And like Duncan said, I just really hope that everyone can take a step back and really decide a better way to decide what the property owners of Felland Road should be charged. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have registrations from Lori Campbell of Felland Road, Kristen Campbell of Hazelnut Trail, and Zach Chilson of Felland Road, all in opposition, not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none. President Carter, a motion?
I move Legistar 61692 to adopt.
Second to it. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
I was just calling on you, Vice President.
Yes. A second to adopt.
All right, moved and seconded to adopt. Thank you. Alder Balde.
So I don't know who can answer this from the staff, but how generally are these assessed? I mean, what happens? Like some of these people who testified that their properties may have been over-assessed or something. What can be done? I mean, I'm like the motion is to pass this, but what can we do to review these complaints or at least concerns that residents have just expressed?
Thank you, Alder. We have someone from the water utility here. Kelly, you should be unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, I'm Kelly Meese. I'm an engineer at the Madison Water Utility. I'm project manager for the Felland Road project. And per ordinance, we have the option to assess either by square footage or by frontage. So in this case, well, I guess I should back up and say, we typically use the frontage calculation when we have streets that are square, lots that are of similar size and shape so that the frontages are relatively uniform. In this case, we have parcels that range between about a half an acre and around 20 acres. Some of those have very large square footages and very small frontages. So in a case like that, our typical, it seems fairest to us to assess by square footage. So in this case, that's, again, what we chose to do was to assess by square footage.
So also was there an advance notice to these residents that this is how it was going to happen and how you're going to assess this?
No, the first, just like one of the registrants said, the first notice of construction went out probably in mid-August or so. Construction started in early July. There was a note in the construction notice letting people know that benefiting properties off Felland Road would be assessed and that further information would be sent out. We did consult with the attorney's office, and we are within the acceptable time frame for notice.
Okay, so when this resolution, or if it passes, is there an option for you to sit with these residents and have either a better explanation of what happened or talk through what their options are?
Well, they do have the option to contest the assessment. If it passes today, we will be sending out a notice of the resolution to all the residents in the district. And with that notice includes the option, their information for how they could contest the assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering what the payment options are. I understand in the information that we were given that there's the option to pay this, when the land is annexed, and that there is, a small amount of interest with that. I was just wondering if we could be given more details on all of the different options for paying.
Yeah, absolutely. So this assessment district includes both properties in the city of Madison and in the town of Burke. So the city of Madison properties are handled per ordinance. So that option, those property owners have the option to either pay immediately or pay over 8 years with interest. Again, that's per city ordinance. It's a little bit different for the town of Burke properties because the city of Madison has a cooperative plan agreement with the town of Burke that spells out how assessments are handled. And the way that works is the plan requires that we defer the assessments until attachment. So that could be as late as 2036 when the town of Burke dissolves and becomes part of the city of Madison. The other option is if the properties choose to develop or connect to city water, they would be required to enter into an agreement whereby they would attach to the city within 5 years. Again, this is all spelled out in the cooperative plan that was signed in 2007 between Burke and Madison.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm curious, do we know, because in addition to what we've heard from residents in this Felon Road project, I've heard from folks in recently annexed land. They were very unhappy with the process for getting their assessments and the cost involved. Do we know if other municipalities do it exactly the same way, or are we unique?
That I do not know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have somebody else from the water utility that may be able to answer that. Adam, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm Adam Wiederhafe, the design and construction engineer for the utility. And with Madison and its neighboring townships that have the scheduled attachment dates, they each have a cooperative plan that kind of spells out exactly how these processes are handled. And in the event here, Burke residents become Madison residents in 2036 unless they decide to attach earlier. And at that point, when they attach and become a City of Madison resident, if there's a habitable structure on the property, they would be required to connect to the public water system. So at that point, any outstanding connection charges or prior assessments would be due. In the past, when projects of this nature were installed against land outside of the city, it would be kind of handled as a capital expense by the utility up front. And then when properties attach over time, they would not have an assessment, but when they would be required to connect, they would have a connection charge that's calculated to be equivalent to what the special assessment would be. And we find that tends to catch some people by surprise, and it also eliminates some of the longer term financing options that you get through the special assessment process. So our goal with this project and going forward was to lay out these costs up front so people aren't surprised in 2036. and give people a chance to discuss these at these hearings, and also have enough time to kind of prepare and plan for how that expense would hit in 2036 if they choose to wait till then.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Alder?
No, thanks.
Thank you, Alder. President Carter?
Yes, this is for Adam. Adam, so they can pay now or they can pay in 2036. When does the interest start?
Between the now and 2036, if you chose to defer it till then, the cost is simply adjusted by it's a standardized construction cost index number.
Mm-hmm.
So that number is just adjusted based on that index, which right now is, I believe, around 2%, whereas the city's special assessment interest is at 3%. So it's slightly less than if it were to be assessed and deferred under a normal assessment interest rate, given on this snapshot in time. But in 2036, that adjusted cost number then becomes a special assessment and would fall under the city's special assessment rate, and they would have 8 years to pay that off.
And then at that time, did you say they have 8 years?
Correct. Beginning in 2036, the 8-year repayment period starts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Are there any other questions for staff on this item? All right, seeing no further questions for staff, is there any discussion? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I know it wasn't approved unanimously at the Board of Public Works, and I was just curious if folks who were there could explain what their reservations were.
Do you have any Board of Public Works alders that wish to address Alder Lemmer's question? Or I assume that perhaps one of the water utility staff attended the Board of Public Works, if you wanted to unmute and speak to that.
Sure. I think, I think the concern was that, folks who own larger tracts of land that, maybe has, one habitable property on it or maybe none, maybe farmed, that they would be forced to give up. They'd be forced to choose development over something like farming. One gentleman who spoke mentioned that his parcel was being farmed, and had been farmed with his family for some time, and did not foresee wanting ever to develop that land. And I think, the opposition was concerned that, that folks who would prefer to not develop their land be allowed to do so without having to pay the assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Alder?
Nope, no, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions or discussion? Alder Evers.
Excuse me, from a staff standpoint, it sounds like there is no upside then to referring this for additional study. I think what we all on council want to do is to make sure that we are not unfairly burdening residents, and if there's any benefit at all to examining best practices, coming up with any other options, and if there's any upside to even allowing that process to play out for one more month, and allowing this to either go back to the Board of Public Works or to come back to council so we can hear this. I'd like to know if that's a reasonable option. before we vote on this. But if it's the advice of the city engineer and water utility unanimously that this has been studied and explored and best options have been considered, I'm willing to vote along with this, and I imagine most of us on council will. But I want to know for certain, 100% certain, that we've explored all options, and that I would prefer, actually, if we could study this for another month and then come back.
Thank you, Alder. I believe that's a question for water utility staff and possibly Mr. Phillips.
It is a question of sorts, yes.
I don't know if either of the water utility staff wish to respond.
Sure, I can, and if Adam feels like he wants to jump in, perhaps he can as well. But I can tell you that assessing water mains is something we do to fund our infrastructure. We do that for mains that we feel benefit properties along where we install the water main. For city properties, we have city ordinances that we follow. This is no different than any other project that we would do in that case. And for the town of Burke properties, assessing these properties is allowed by the cooperative agreement, and we have, followed all the guidance and rules that are spelled out and were agreed upon between the town of Burke and the city of Madison. In addition, we have consulted extensively with the attorney's office, because with the cooperative agreement between Burke or with properties that are both in the city and in the town of Burke, it makes it a little bit more complicated. So I can tell you that it may not, these are the options we have. We have followed the city ordinances. We have followed the cooperative plan. Anything that would be different would require either a change of the cooperative plan or a change of the city ordinances.
Thank you. Adam, did you want to add anything to that?
I think the only thing I'd add to that is even if on the parcels that are primarily used for agricultural purposes, if we carved out a smaller area that was assessed now, as the ordinance would allow, this deferral option extends into 2036. But once those properties become City of Madison parcels, that attachment triggers settlement of any unassessed portions of the property. So in 2036, even if the assessments were smaller on paper now, they would essentially match exactly what they are here. And we're just trying to be clear and upfront and show all costs here rather than make it seem like it would be less than it would be in 2036.
Thank you. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. This was discussed for a while at Board of Public Works. I didn't speak up before because, frankly, I didn't have objections to it, even though it was a pretty difficult discussion. I think I hope that staff could address this evening is what a 1 month delay would mean for this project. I think it is on a pretty tight timeline due to work that's taking place in that area, I seem to recall. So that's one thing I would like staff to address, and then I can make more comments after that.
Thank you, Alder. Kelly or Adam, what would a 1 month delay here tonight do for the project?
Well, I think almost any way you break out the assessable costs on this project amongst these parcels, you might have some slight adjustments if you did a frontage calculation. I think people would find that to be much more unfair. And if you were to convert this to kind of like an impact fee type scenario, that is essentially what's accomplished here through the area calculation. And I don't think that process would be able to be completed. Even if we came back in a month to discuss other options, I think the end result is the assessable costs or impact fees would essentially be the same as what you're seeing now.
Alder Evers.
Speaking to the notion of carving out area that's for agricultural land, wouldn't that give the property owner the option of selling the land? And there, of course, there's caveat emptor, buyer beware. You're trying to charge this now so that this increased value is captured in the present moment. Where the benefit, though, of somebody who sells their property 5 or 10 years down the road, they don't receive that. And what is the problem in carving out the agricultural space or this green space? And then if a future buyer has to do due diligence to know that this particular charge is perhaps coming down the road, but we don't burden someone who doesn't receive the benefit in immediate sense and anytime soon. It seems reasonable that we give that option and not force the reconciliation of the books at this current moment.
Well, all the properties in the town of Burke have the option to defer this till 2036 without a single payment at the present time. So if the number in the assessment schedule is smaller with the remaining portion yet to be assessed, in 2036, when they attach, that smaller number you see now would then just add the formerly unassessed portion. If a property sold now, there would have been no assessment payments made, and that cost would be known to the buyer, or the pending cost, I should say. We just feel like this is the most clear and open method to convey the total cost associated with this project.
All right. Are there other questions? Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think we got an exact answer from Adam other than Adam trying to helpfully work out some of the details here. Can we get a little bit clearer answer on what a 1-month delay would look like? Is that possible? If alders wanted to pursue, delaying this decision for a month to talk about this more behind the scenes, what would that look like?
We would have to verify with the attorney's office, but that may put us at a point where the project would be substantially complete prior to a decision on the assessments. And then in that case, we may not be able to proceed with the assessments as shown here and would have to go along the kind of formally practiced connection charge route. So it could have potentially significant impacts by losing the opportunity to extend the payment out over 8 years and use the construction cost index versus municipal bond inflation adjustment.
Adam, so I'm clear, you're saying that this project is going to take place regardless of the decision that happens here this evening?
Correct. The project is in progress right now, the construction.
Okay, so that's the difficult part, is that this project will proceed either way, and obviously this is a complicated way to assess it. I'll say the ultimate reason I voted for this Board of Public Works is, although I know it's not ideal, they do have the option to defer payment. The interest is reasonable, and a future buyer could easily build that into their project later on, and it's much more transparent opposed to trying to spring that on a property later on and try to get that property to agree or figure that out. So it just seemed like the clearest path was to go ahead and pass it to the Board of Public Works with the idea that the applicant, that the property owner could defer it, and if they sell their property between now and then, they have the ability to have that new owner pay for that. So that was my opinion on Board of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions, and I think they're both for Adam. One, are you saying that if this is referred 1 month, that the costs for these assessments are going to go up, most likely for the property owners? And two, why it seems it seems strange that we start projects before knowing where the funding is coming from. I guess it's not a question so much as a comment. I just wondered, is that what we do across the board with situations like these?
No, I think it's a little atypical in the fact that this project's driver now was not development or service to this area. It was redundancy on the Far East Side and also better integration of our large East Side reservoir, as we have a couple of wells on the East Side that are out of service. So this was a priority for hydraulic purposes for the utility, and normally we wouldn't go ahead and just extend main against areas outside of the city as a capital expense. But the utility needed to do this project now for basically hydraulic redundancy on the east side, as we have a lot of pending development occurring in the other areas around there. And the project is always planned to be a capital expense up front, and in 2036, as connections occurred, those costs would be recovered, whether we did it either as a connection charge as we had done previously, or an assessment now. And we just had felt and discussed with the town of Burke through this kind of planning process, if they had a preference. They didn't have a strong preference either way, but unanimously we decided this was probably the best way to do it, even though people here are probably not ready to receive city service or develop their land. That deferment option is available, and we thought it seemed like the most appropriate route for this project.
Thank you. And if we refer this 1 month so that we can ask more questions and learn more about this and see if there are any alternatives, I just want to be clear. Are you saying that it's likely that will cause the assessments to increase?
In 2036, the number is going to be essentially the same in either route.
Okay.
By doing it through the assessment process now, assuming the rates stay where they are now, the construction cost index adjustment is going to leave them with a lower total in 2036 than if they were to go with adjustment through either the municipal bond borrowing rate or the city's special assessment rate. But more importantly, I think it gives them the option to repay over 8 years, and that opportunity will be lost if the special assessments can't proceed along the time frame of the project completion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I guess this is just raising more questions. The more you tell us about the different ways it can be done, and if you do this, that will happen versus doing some other thing, the more confusing it is for me. But the thing that struck me in an earlier point of this conversation is how this decision drives land use. So does it drive like people that are not doing agricultural use and then selling, for residential use. And I guess that's the question that it seems to underlie. What is our goal for this area? I know we have plans for that. And it seems like we're just taking this narrow view. And I would really appreciate a larger look at the area and say what's supposed to come. How are we getting there? What's the best way to provide services? Because when I hear redundancy, I hear duplication. And I know that's not exactly what it is, but I just want to make sure that we're preparing this area in the best way. And I'm not convinced by going forward at this point, based on that there are different ways to assess this and different outcomes if you choose different options. And I guess some kind of memo from whoever would make the most sense would really help me to make an informed decision instead of one that I just kind of don't like it. So help me like it. Thank you.
Alder Rummel, is that a question on the water utility planning or the larger land use planning?
Well, it seems like the water utility is planning, and just usually they, as Adam said, they do things along with a redevelopment or a land use change or street change. So this does seem, he said it was atypical. So yeah, it is. Explain the atypical, why we're moving forward in ways we don't normally move forward. Adam, please.
Sure. With Unit Well 15 offline for water quality concerns and Unit Well 23 being abandoned in the upcoming year, that puts a pretty significant amount of vulnerability on the east side, and our higher pressure zone, generally east of the interstate, it runs basically the whole north and south span of the city east of the interstate and has very limited hydraulic connections north and south. So moving water in that zone from north to south is challenging. And this reservoir here is a 6 million gallon reservoir, the largest on the east side. And this is part of a project to provide redundancy right now because there's just a single pipeline that connects that to the main central part of the city on the southern portion of Felland Road there. So in the event of a break or something on that line, that completely cuts off the largest water reservoir on the east side from the rest of the system. So this has been a project the utilities had planned in our master plan for a long time. And the opportunity to proceed now seemed right with Well 15 and Well 23 going offline. And the fact the reservoir is there, this project's essentially inevitable that Felland Road would be a water transmission corridor for two pressure zones. And whether or not this project was assessed or it happened with an impact fee, or if it happened with a connection charge, in 2036, when these properties attach, they'll become city properties. And if the water main's there, they will be forced to connect and settle any prior assessments or connection charges. So even if someone wasn't ready to develop in 2036 and we didn't assess this, in 2036, they would have to connect to the system and settle any prior dues just through the attachment process that is laid out in the cooperative plan.
Alder Rummel, does that answer your question?
It answers some questions. Thank you. I mean, I think it's good, helpful to know this stuff, because you just take a little small piece and then when neighbors have questions, we don't really understand all the larger issues at stake. So it's helpful. Thank you. I'm not sure I have more questions right now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. My question is, as I'm understanding it, there are kind of three primary ways that we could recover the cost for this. So the assessment based, which is what's being proposed with this item, but also a connection charge process or an impact fee process. And my question is, are the connection charge and impact fee calculations, would they also be calculated in the same way vis-a-vis road frontage or acreage, or how would those charges be calculated?
Yep, they would just be identical to what the special assessment would be, but you would not be able to utilize some of the programs like the assessment financing period, or else some of the assistance program tied to the special assessments the city offers. So the net amount would be exactly the same, but this process just yields more favorable repayment options for the property owners.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Yeah, one last question, and thank you for your patience, everybody. What if we, instead of delaying this a month, delayed it 2 weeks and asked staff to come back with some kind of PowerPoint where the various options are explained, where the costs to the residents are broken down of these 3 different ways, the different ways of measuring this or assessing this, and let us see this. And I think it's more transparent. And otherwise, this asks for a level of expertise that, even though I'm on the Board of Public Works and tried to ask those questions at the meeting, I don't quite yet have in my hand. And if we were to come back in 2 weeks at our next meeting and give you an opportunity to give a more thorough presentation, would we still be within this timeline that you say is critical, that the project would not be complete, and therefore that all options would still be on the table? If that's the case, then I would move to refer to our next meeting to allow staff to make a more transparent, more thorough presentation.
Thank you, Alder. I think that's a question possibly for Adam or Kelly, possibly for Attorney Haas on the time frame. Is that correct?
Regarding the time frame, correct, that would be a question for the attorney's office. And regarding kind of the routes to where this lies in 2036, the end result is going to be the net costs are going to be essentially the same, except for the other options eliminate the special assessment financing period of 8 years. I believe the Burke Cooperative Plan has settlement of connection charges with a 5-year payment option, but then they use the municipal bond interest rather than the construction cost index. So by those 2 measures, the property owners are going to have the most flexibility with the special assessment process. We could certainly prepare a document that presents that in paper, but I think the end result's going to be pretty clear that the best route would be an assessment.
Alder Evers, does that answer your question?
Well, what he's telling us is that it wouldn't change if you came back in 2 weeks. It doesn't answer the question, is there any downside for having a more comprehensive presentation in 2 weeks?
Alder, let's try Mr. Phillips. Rob?
Good evening. So the issue is when the issue is when the project is completed. Once the project's completed, then it precludes the ability for us to assess it. I think the impact fee option has left the station. I'm not sure that I think the city attorney's office is more comfortable with assessments than connection charges. I don't think the city attorney is going to be able to answer this because it really comes down to when the project's going to be completed, and I think the city attorney is going to know that. But maybe Adam has a good sense for when that's going to be completed. But you could refer it for 2 weeks if it's still going to be incomplete at 2 weeks, and then give you a chance to look at the technologies associated with the assessments. But I think in the end, this will have to be. I do want to. Maybe this is obvious to everybody, but by adjusting to the construction cost index, the price you pay for the construction, if you didn't do anything today and you did it in 2036, the price you will pay the contractor in 2036 theoretically would be the same price as what you paid today, adjusted by the construction cost index. So it's kind of the best world in terms of the people involved, because they actually are just paying the construction costs whenever they pay it. Now that's theoretical; it's based on averages and whatnot. But want to make sure everybody understood that, and then once it comes in, it gets per the cooperative plan. It's payable in 8 years with interest, as Adam had said. So it's going to come down to when it's completed.
Thank you, Rob. Adam, how close are we to completion? What's your estimate? Or Kelly?
It's the water main is in. They'll be paving, I believe, tomorrow. The contract completion date is specified as September 25th, but they will be done likely before that.
All right. So that's your answer, Alder Evers. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make one point or ask one question of Adam or Kelly. It was my understanding at Board of Public Works, we also got a pretty substantial discount on this project, which also led to part of my decision making was based on when this project was done and usage. If we do what Rob said of assuming that the cost would be the same if they pay now, if they don't pay now and they pay in the future, or the project's done in the future, can somebody confirm my assumption there, my recollection there is correct?
Yes, I gave that information. So we based on, so just a little background, I guess. So every year we average our bid item prices, and we use those for the following year to come up with our project cost estimates. So the cost of this project was based on 2019 prices, and the estimate for all the work was about $2 million. And because of the pandemic, we've been just getting incredibly favorable bids this year. So the contract bid price was about $1.2 million. So there were very significant savings over what we expected to pay for this project.
Okay, thank you. And my other point would be if we do ultimately decide to delay this, I'd ask maybe if Alder Lemmer would be interested in working with staff outside the council meeting. So when we come back next week at our next council meeting, some of this stuff could also whatever staff has prepared could at least go through Alder Lemmer, and Alder Lemmer can ask some questions. So I don't mean to put Alder Lemmer on the spot, but that's what I would suggest. My preference would be to pass it today, but if we decide to delay it, that'd be a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I was going to say, but Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I would absolutely do that. I'm a fan of Alder Evers' proposal to refer this to the next meeting so that we can get more information and have it in an easily digestible format and common language. So if Alder Evers is going to make the motion to refer it, then I will support it. If he isn't, I would be happy to make the motion.
Cool. Alder Lemmer, you have the floor, and currently the motion is to adopt.
Oh, okay. Can I make another motion?
You can.
Okay, I'm going to move to refer it to the next meeting.
Right. It's been moved to refer to our next council meeting. Alder Evers?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to the next council meeting. Is there further discussion? Seeing none.
Alder Moreland has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Alder Moreland. I don't know how I missed you there.
It's okay. Is it possible for whatever is provided as far as a presentation, if it can be sent out prior to the meeting so that we can have a chance to go through it and prepare questions as opposed to going through it at the time and going through a litany of questions over information we've not seen before? I mean, I'm asking staff and Alder Lemmer and whomever else might be working on this.
Alder Lemmer concurs. I believe that we can have staff send that out in advance.
Okay.
Make it available in Legistar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion? All right, the motion is to refer to our next council meeting. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, the item is referred to the next council meeting. And we will continue with our public hearings. Item number 12, we'll open a public hearing on Legistar 61389, which is creating sections of the MGO to amend a planned development district at 6003 to 6067 Gemini Drive. And we have registrants Dan Brinkman of River Place, representing DSI Real Estate Group, in support, available to answer questions. Brian Munson of East Lakeside Street, representing Gray Rock at Grandview Commons, in support, available to answer questions. And Joseph Lee of West Broadway in Monona, representing JLA Architects, in support and available to answer questions. Are there any questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Legistar 61389, move to adopt with conditions.
Second to adopt with conditions.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted with conditions. And item number 13, we'll open a public hearing on Legistar 61539, which is amending the dimensional requirements of permitted and conditional uses and adding farmers market as a permitted use in the Suburban Employment Center District. We have no registrants, so we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Legistar 61539, move to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, that item is adopted. We'll move to item number 14 and open a public hearing on Legistar 61592, which is creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of a property at 5622 East Park Boulevard. We have two registrants, Joseph Lee of West Broadway in Monona, representing JLA Architects, in support, available to answer questions, and Jonathan Dennis of Chicago, in support and available to answer questions. Are there questions for either of our registrants? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Legistar 61592, Recommend to adopt with conditions.
Second to adopt with conditions.
It's moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is adopted with conditions, and that brings us to the end of our public hearing items. Without objection, I'd like to just note a couple of items. First of all, I do ask that alders keep their cameras on so that we can be sure that we're maintaining quorum. Second, President Carter has asked that we pause for breaks in the 9 o'clock range and the 11 o'clock range, just so you can plan accordingly. I will try and find logical places for us to stop and take a short break around those hours. All right, so that takes us to the exclusion list, and the first item is item 19. We have two registrants. We will start with Nick Jevok of Brody Drive, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Christopher S. Patterson. Is
Hello.
Nick Jevok?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yep. My name is Nick Pevich, and I am currently...
My apologies.
Nope, no worries. And I am currently living in District 19. I've been a resident of Madison for 7 of the last 11 years. I wish to raise my concerns about how data is used in this preliminary report specifically related to the riots and unrest, MPD's words, of May 30th through June 1st. It seems to me that the charts and graphs emphasize significant incidents for the second quarter while diminishing use of force by explicitly excluding May 30th through June 1st data from the quarter 2 totals as noted on page 6. Note that use of force data related to the riots and unrest that occurred in late May and early June is reflected separately below. No similar note is used to clarify the data communicated by the bar graph on page 3 entitled Burglary Citywide Second Quarter, although a comment states MPD responded to 302 burglaries during the second quarter of 2020. This is a second increase from the second quarter of 2019. Nor does a note exist to clarify any of the data used in the sections entitled Significant Incident Types or Arrest Data, pages 1 through 5. This makes the narrative on page 7 feel insidious and less than completely honest, given how it contrasts with the actual use of force totals for the second quarter when including the riot and unrest data from May 30th through June 1st, which I emailed you all yesterday with these remarks. I will now read from page 7 with added emphasis mine. The scope of the unrest was unprecedented and something not seen in Madison since the Vietnam War protest riots. Officers used chemical agents and other tools and techniques to address ongoing looting and violence. I'm not here to argue whether the use of chemical agents and other tools techniques was correct, although everyone listening can surely guess my stance, merely wanting to hold MPD accountable to accurate self-reporting. The outlier time period should not be reported separately, not only because it is a bad use of data, but because it, without question, obfuscates the unprecedented nature of MPD's actions on May 30th through June 1st, as well as a complete picture of MPD's use of force in 2020. MPD has deployed OC, i.e. pepper spray, 99 times during the first half of this year, not 3. 56 strikes of a baton, not 0. 20 uses of impact munition, not 0. 135 specialty uses of force, not 0. Data is important, but even more important is how data can be used to shape the conclusions we draw from it. Based on searching Legistar, it seems reports formatted in this exact manner have been reported to Common Council at least as far back as the second quarter of 2017. This preliminary report does not allow accurate year-to-year comparison, and the final report needs to be corrected to accurately reflect MPD's use of force from May 30th through June 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Christopher S. Patterson of East Dayton Street, neither supporting nor opposing and wishing to speak.
Hello, my name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I am representing myself to discuss item number 61676, the Madison Chief of Police Q2 2020 report. I'd like to first use my time to list a few facts. In 2019, the Madison police force consisted of 495 sworn officers, according to MPD's 2019 annual report. In May 2020, MPD had 50, that's 50, new officers join the department according to the Chief of Police Q2 2020 report. This represents a 10% force expansion from the 2019 level. According to the Madison Police Department salary and benefits website, the salary for a Madison police officer is just over $60,000 per year. This means that just the salary costs for these 50 new officers will exceed $3 million per year, not including training, administration, or other costs. The mayor has asked departments to prepare a 5% budget cut in 2021, according to the State of Wisconsin Journal article published on June 1st, 2020. The Madison Police Department has submitted a 2021 budget request, which is roughly 4.5% higher than their 2020 budget, to the amount of approximately $3.9 million, according to the Police Department operating budget proposal dated July 10th, 2020. To summarize these facts, the mayor requested that departments prepare for a 5% budget cut. Instead of acting in good faith, as other departments have, and preparing a reduced budget, the Madison Police Department chose instead to hire 50 new officers at a cost exceeding $3 million per year, while requesting a 4.5% budget increase to pay for it. Now, to be fair, in terms of budget cuts, when filing the 2021 operating budget request, the acting chief of police did include a letter to the finance director stating what programs would be cut if there were to be a reduction in MPD's budget. Within this July 10th, 2020 letter is a section titled Summary of Proposed Reduction. And the very first thing on that list is, quote, elimination of NPD's community outreach section, end quote. This includes the entire community outreach and resource education unit and the mental health unit, among others. My closing thought is to question, why now? Why request a budget increase to cover a 10% force expansion during a time across the board budget cuts, police violence, civil unrest, and mounting support to defund the police? Along with that, I'd like to ask, why threaten to cut the entire community outreach section if MPD must face the economic reality of 2020 like other departments already have? How can the Madison Police Department even pretend to live up to its core value of community partnership when its priorities are to ignore economic and political reality to push through a force expansion while threatening community outreach? Is this really what policing in partnership with our community means to the Madison Police Department? Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Those are our registrants on this item. Are there questions for registrants? All right, seeing none. This is a report. Are there questions for staff on the report? Alder Campbell.
Sure. Okay. Unmuted. Two questions. One, Chief, could you address the comment made by the first registrant about why you didn't both include the stats from the end of May and beginning of June in the second quarter and then break them out for further explanation? And will you add them in your third quarter report? Will you add those stats to the second quarter? And secondly, could you please explain what specialty use of force is?
So we discussed quite a bit, and I gave a lot of thought to how to report the use of force applications from the riots and unrest in late May and early June, and ultimately decided to report them separately in this quarterly report for a couple reasons. One is to actually be more transparent and be very clear as to the applications of force that took place during that period, because obviously there was a lot of attention on those events and a lot of questions and community concern about it. And that to me seemed more descriptive than just lumping them in with the rest of the applications. Also because some of the metrics, if you will go back and look at that format that we've used for a number of years now, there's a comparison between force applications and calls for service involving contacts with community members. And certainly that is in the context of typical calls for service or traffic stops or day-to-day activities that officers are involved in. And in the context of 3 days of just sort of nonstop unrest, it's very difficult, it's impossible, I would say more accurately, to sort of
have that data, that statistic be meaningful in any way. So that's why the numbers were separated. I think it was, clearly stated in that portion of the report that they were reported separately. I don't know yet if we'll do a different format for our end of year accountability report. We'll still have to tackle that a little bit. So that's what the thinking was behind that. Specialty munitions, or I should say specialty tools and techniques, are basically things that are only used either by SET or SWAT. And so in this context, it would be either CS gas, tear gas, or OC spray, pepper spray, delivered from a different device that is not available to patrol officers. So obviously every patrol officer carries pepper spray on their belt, and we have different size dispensers available for patrol personnel, but there are some larger dispensers that are used only by our specialized personnel. They project the same substance. It's still pepper spray. We sort of draw the line between those devices and dispensers. So that's what that distinction is.
So just to be clear, the specialty it's the same things. It's the OC spray, OC gas, and CS gas, but just different delivery devices.
Well, CS gas would not be used by patrol. That's only available to SET or SWAT. So that is exclusive of patrol, but for OC spray, yes, it's the same substance. It's just the delivery device is the distinction.
So if those are the only two things, I'm wondering why you wouldn't just have those two things spelled out. And why you wouldn't have
things in this
added to the aggregate.
Well played.
Those are the only two things used in that are referred to in this particular chart. There are some other instances of force applications that are SWAT specific, that are specialty devices that haven't been used certainly during those events and are used infrequently, but are things we would count in there. And so I think, again, that's something probably in the end of year report we'll try to have a little more specificity on, or go into a little more detail on, to provide that framework. But that's the reason for sort of having that extra category in those things.
All right, I'm wondering if you could just amend this by breaking out those specialty uses between the CS gas and the OC spray.
Well,
break down that 135 for us. Well, how many of what?
Well, I don't have that information right now. I mean, certainly we can provide that down the road. The quarterly reports that I provide for you guys are all clearly stated. They're preliminary, and the report actually was done a month and a half ago. I'm not sure why it wasn't on the agenda till tonight. So that was all done in very short order at the end of July to try to meet what I had on the schedule, which I thought was one of the July meetings. So we didn't have the time, as is typically the case, to break down those details. So we have that information, certainly, and we can break that out at some point.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, President Carter, I think a motion to accept the report.
Move to accept.
Vice President Boss.
To accept.
Moved and seconded to accept report. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of accepting the report? Alder Bidar.
Madam Mayor, I have a member of the public who just sent me a message that she registered and was not called upon. It's Jenny Gao.
Let me refresh my registration list.
Yeah, it looks like she.
Yes, thank you, Alder Bidar. Is there any objection to going back to this registrant? All right, seeing no objection, we'll call on Jenny Gao of East Dayton Street, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jenny Gao. I've registered to speak on 61676 to call public attention to several updates to SOPs regarding the firearms that police are allowed to carry. According to the City of Madison Police Department Standard Operating Procedure entitled Police Weaponry, with an effective date of June 8, 2020, Madison Police are all issued handguns as their primary weapon. They are required to carry this handgun at all times, along with one extra fully loaded magazine or 2 extra magazines if the officer is in a patrol or street capacity. Madison Police are also issued a secondary handgun, which they carry in addition to their primary weapon. Madison Police may also carry a patrol rifle. Finally, Madison Police are allowed to carry an AR-15 or A2, A3 style rifle that they personally own while on duty. In sum, at any given time, a police officer may have up to 4 firearms at their disposal, including one that they personally own. But the Q2 report also shows that Madison Police have needed to discharge a weapon exactly 0 times this past quarter to apprehend a suspect. So why are we arming police officers to the teeth like they're going into combat zones? In most cases, police are dealing with unarmed civilians. It seems to me that we are gearing police officers to be aggressors. Based on the data, excessively arming police officers is not actually keeping them safer or keeping civilians safer. If anything, we are creating increased opportunity for an egregious mistake, like we saw with the shooting of Tony Robinson in 2015 and the recent shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha just 1 week ago. So I need to ask, is the perception of safety worth the reality of shooting another unarmed civilian? Because that is the reality. As long as our police continue to be heavily militarized, it is not a question of if an officer will shoot an unarmed civilian again. It is a question of when. I yield my time.
Thank you. Any questions for the registrant? All right, seeing none. We are back then to acceptance of the report. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of accepting the report? Seeing none, the report is accepted. And we will move on to item number 84. And we have a number of registrants on this suite of items, unsurprisingly. And I would defer to the body whether you want to take them up one by one or take them up together and hear public comment on all of the related items. President Carter, do you have a preference?
I would like to see us take them up together for public comment.
Is there any objection to taking public comment on items 84, 85, 86, and 87 together? Alder Campbell.
I don't object to taking them up together, but I want to make sure that they will have those 4 3-minute blocks each. If they are giving public testimony once, that they won't be cut off at 3 minutes.
Yes, that would be appropriate. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, I will do that. And so the public is clear. We'll be taking up the public testimony on all of the items, and then we'll move through each of them separately. And you will have your full time for testimony if you wish it. But you should not feel obligated to take your full time if you don't need it. So we will start with Ankita Bhardwaj of Langdon Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Keith Findlay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ankita Bharadwaj. I live in Langdon. I'm a lawyer from India, and I'm here to do my second master's in law. And I'm going to say a few words with that expertise in mind. Warren Bennis once said that the manager accepts the status quo, the leader changes it. In that spirit, I would like to say that I support items 84 through 87. Because I genuinely believe, as a lawyer and as a policy expert with 4 degrees, that it's time to change the status quo, as it's clearly not working for the community. If it were working, statistics would show that. But the statistics show most inmates in Dane County are Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color, even when we do not have so much crime in those communities. I also want to say, I see people opposing these items, and I see older people on the council who are opposing these items. And I just want to say that I think either they think that the system is not broken, which is weird because we have a lot of proof, which I don't have time to elaborate right now over here, or you know that it's broken, but you benefit from it and consider yourself more important than poor people and people of color. So either the opposers are unintelligent or insidious. Either of them is not a great quality for an alder person, and I think you must quit and resign if that is how you stand on those items. I also feel that having these positions and this ordinance pass is important because I'm just thinking what is there to hide? Like, why can't we see what's happening behind closed doors? Why is there no accountability? There are so many people in our community which have so many degrees. They're so experienced and way more learned than so many cops that you can only bring more expertise and more intelligence to this organization. I don't support cops, but I guess passing these ordinances would be a great first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Keith Findlay of Oak Creek Trail in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Tim Saubers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As former co-chair of the ad hoc committee that produced the recommendations regarding the Madison Police Department, I first want to say that the Alder Working Group did a remarkable job translating our committee's recommendations into an ordinance and supporting documents. They worked diligently and faithfully, translated our recommendations without alteration of intent. I'm deeply grateful to them for their efficient and highly disciplined work. I do want to make a few comments in response to some concerns that I have heard from some alders and other members of our community about the ordinance and associated resolutions. These points have all been made in 2 emails that I've sent to all alders earlier today, but I know that you've been inundated with messages, so I want to highlight some key points. First, one concern I've heard is about the composition of the Civilian Oversight Board. And in particular, the fact that it makes Madison Police Department personnel and their immediate families ineligible for participation on the board. I want to be clear, this restriction is not based on some assessment that the MPD personnel are bad people or on some attempt to stack the board in an unfair way. Rather, it's an appropriate measure designed to ensure that the oversight body is not captured by the very agency it's designed to oversee. As I pointed out in my letters, it's analogous, for example, to President Obama's practice of excluding industry members from federal advisory committees related to those industries. So it would defeat the purpose of a civilian oversight body to have those whose work is being overseen be the ones who are also doing the overseeing. Moreover, and this is really important, this Civilian Oversight Board is designed in large part to build a bridge between Madison's marginalized communities and the MPD. There simply is no need to build a bridge between the MPD and itself. And keep in mind, the MPD's views, perspectives are already there. They need no amplification or translation. They will be in the room with the board. They retain primary decision-making authority. So we don't need to repeat that with the Civilian Oversight Board. Also related to composition of the board is they have heard concerns about that appointment is made by 9 designated community groups. I want to be clear. They nominate 9 of a total of 13 members, including the alternates, but they don't appoint or make final decisions. They nominate. Each group nominates 3, and the mayor and the common council then select among them, or if they are not suitable, the mayor and the common council can reject them all. I've heard concerns that some of the community groups that the Alder Work Group has listed are inappropriate because they are perceived as harsh critics of the Madison Police Department. And indeed, some probably are, but being critical or even very critical of police shouldn't be a disqualifier, given that one of the purposes of the board is to bring together the MPD and Madison and representatives of Madison's most heavily policed and marginalized communities, the very communities that harbor the most distrust of the MPD. It's essential that they have a place at the table. If they don't, this board will never be viewed by community members as anything more than more of the same, as another attempt to silence those perspectives. Second, I've heard concerns about the independent monitor's authority to appoint counsel and expend city funds to do so. I want to be clear, this does not enable the monitor to appoint counsel to sue the city. Rather, the proposed ordinance makes clear this provision is to appoint counsel for people to help them file complaints with the Police and Fire Commission, which of course is the statutorily authorized independent entity for adjudicating complaints against and imposing discipline on police and fire personnel. As a former PFC member myself, I can tell you that process is cumbersome and difficult for civilians to access. And one problem with that structure is that police personnel are always represented by counsel, typically through the union, but these complaining civilians are on their own. So this process impedes full access to the MPD. The appointment of counsel provision is simply designed to make the PFC more accessible to community members. And this notion that it is then a prelude to civil suits against the city is a hard one for me to understand. We are not appointing counsel to represent people to sue the city. It's kind of like how the state appoints public defenders to represent people, but yet is not creating a prelude to suing the state for false charges against them or for inadequate counsel provided by the state. It is instead designed to address a specific need for legal counsel to access the mechanisms we have through the Police and Fire Commission. The final thing I'll highlight right now is that I've heard alders concerned and voting no to these proposals because one of the provisions is that the Civilian Oversight Board will be compensated for the time. I understand that compensation for city board and committee members as a general policy matter is being considered more broadly by the city, but I don't think the fact that that is being considered across the board at a higher level should hold up this ordinance. Even more than for most other city committees, this board must have significant representation from low-income and marginalized communities if it is to succeed. Yet experience shows that the potential representatives of these low-income and marginalized communities are the very people who, unlike the middle-class community members who populate most city boards and committees, cannot participate because of childcare needs, the need to work multiple low-paying jobs, transportation costs, and the like without compensation. The city can and should decide now that whatever it decides to do about other committees and boards, this one requires compensation. I won't go belabor the points that I've made elsewhere. There's more I could say about this, but I know time is short tonight, so I'm going to stop there, although, of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tim Saubers of John Nolan Drive in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Madeline Saul.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tim Saubers. I live on John Nolan, like was just said, and I'm here in support of numbers 84 through 87. I think it's absolutely crucial that all of these were passed, and I think particularly for number 84, the fact that there's 5 years of data and research going into this that was done so thoroughly and completely to me makes it very clear there really isn't a reason for there to be any question about whether or not this should pass. I think it's quite frankly ludicrous that there are people who are concerned about adopting something like this. When it comes to approving the creation of the Civilian Oversight Board, again, I think it's ludicrous that there are concerns. I can't think of any other position that exists that doesn't have oversight of some kind. And with one that has been so frequently involved in openly antagonistic violence as well as murder, there needs to be oversight at this level as a first step in a process towards really evaluating whether the police need to continue to exist at all as we move towards hopefully abolishment. So I would really like to see all of these things passed. I do think it's really important as well that when we look at the composition of this oversight board, we're really taking into consideration, I know there's been some concern about who's on it, and I just want to speak really to the value of having people with lived experience from the communities that have been harmed at the table, as they're the ones who are really going to be able to push things forward, provide the oversight that's needed, and make sure that this is a functional board. It frustrates me to see members of this board who are members of those communities continuing to vote against it and have issues with it. I think it's a very clear representation of the first speaker who talked on people benefiting from white supremacist cultures and societies and systems, choosing to put the benefit that they're receiving from those systems above the benefits of the communities that they're meant to represent and their constituents, and it's extremely disappointing. So I would really like to see this group stop prioritizing itself and start prioritizing the city of Madison and the people that they're meant to represent by creating the Civilian Oversight Board and adopting numbers 84 through 87. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Madeline Saul of Williamson Street in support, wishing to speak. And I'm trying to go through and compile which items folks are registered on. And so I'll be trying to indicate how many 3-minute time slots you have. And it's just taken me a sec here, but we'll go to Madeline Saul, and then that'll be followed by Bianca Tomasini. Madeline?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Madeline Saul, and I'm here because my experience with the police as a white Madison resident and that of citizens like Tony Robinson remains starkly different. The evidence-based work of the ad hoc committee is committed to closing that experience gap, and the study and focus they've put into these recommendations speaks for itself. I don't really need to reiterate them. They've been out there for some time. We'll learn and adjust as a city as we implement, but failing to pass agenda items 84 through 87 as written is a guarantee that we will fail to close this gap. So please vote in support of items 84 to 87 without amendments, without alternates, and without diminishing their power. Thank you very much for your time and for putting the experiences of citizens most impacted by policing in Madison first. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next is Bianca Tomasini of Odana Road, to be followed by Peter and Anderson.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. So my intro here is a bit of a recap of recent events, but I think it's related to what we're discussing here with items 84 to 87. So as the Clippers coach, Doc Rivers, said, with tears in his eyes, talking about the recent events in Kenosha, he talked about how white people are afraid of Black people, when in reality it's Black people, live human beings, who are being killed by white people, often by the police, and with impunity. In the case of Jacob Blake, we saw police implementing the death penalty for a human being resisting arrest. Jacob Blake didn't die, but that's a miracle after 7 shots in the back, all in front of his children, by the way. So he had no day in court. That situation was followed by a white armed man killing 2 people after being thanked by the police for being there with his gun. And later, he walked right past the police in Kenosha on his way home. He was finally arrested the next day, but we can all very easily see or imagine what would have happened to him if he had been Black. After that Kenosha atrocity and tragedies like that, including the killing of Tony Robinson in Madison, over decades, hundreds of years, can't we understand that especially the Black community is tired and stressed at the sight and constant vigilance by police? We owe it to the Black community, other communities of color, and disenfranchised groups, meaning people who are not constantly in power, to listen to their concerns and address their needs with equity and justice. The Civilian Oversight Board and Independent Monitor position that is being discussed here are a small step in that direction. The plan for the creation of the board and the monitor has been carefully crafted over several years, 5 years, I believe, using the best research and practices available, as investigated by the ad hoc committee. The work has been careful and thorough, and the details are important, as written in this ordinance by the Alder Group, with Alders Bidar, Campbell, and Moreland. They've put in the hard work and importantly gathered input. And this is important. They gathered input from the affected communities, which are seldom asked for their opinion, as to avoid the pitfalls of other boards, which have been ineffective in other cities. Disenfranchised communities do not trust the city. There is little trust for police or elected officials. People have been hurting for a long time and expressing their needs for a long time. If there is to be justice and equity, which liberal Madison touts often, we need to give folks in disenfranchised communities the required seats at the table. Inclusion of police-related members or of elected officials in the Civilian Oversight Board would intimidate, stress, and possibly silence other members who are not in seats of power. So no police-related folks should be part of this board. Also, the independent monitor would not be independent if it answers to the mayor or any other elected official. That would compromise the monitor's independence. They would be susceptible to the current power structure. So that monitor needs to remain independent. If any of you have constituents who live in fear that their property may be harmed or think that MPD will be victimized as a result of the creation of this board or the monitor, please tell them the truth and have a conversation with them about human life versus property, about power structures and white supremacy represented by white policy and white police in the city. Talk about reparations as investment in those communities instead of more policing. Racism has been enacted through policy for hundreds of years, and this is a chance to begin to rectify violence by policy. The creation of this board, again, just as carefully and painstakingly written by the Alder Group, is a very small step towards equity in the city, but it's a step that must be taken today. No more changes or delays. White people's needs, comfort, and property have been considered and prioritized since the birth of this nation at the expense of the sweat, blood, tears, lives, and lives of people of color. As we saw yesterday with the actions of the Republican legislature, policy and funds that may have begun to rectify this frank injustice were gavelled in and gavelled out without any regard for impact on Black lives. I don't think there's actually so much power in this board, but it is the first step to allow folks who are normally not listened to for them to be heard. As you know, what happens when the oppressed are not heard? Their anger is justified. This board and monitor are intended to increase accountability and to help the police department improve their practices and policies. Accountability of the MPD may help improve trust, which is a much needed value for our city to function as if all people were created equal. In contrast to the travesty by the state legislature yesterday, please choose to act morally today. No delays, no changes. This is a small step, but it is overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Peter Anderson of Bittersweet Place, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Alexander Hendrick. And Jennifer, I will alert you if somebody is registered for more than one item.
Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. To clarify, I actually am in support of the Oversight Board of the Police Department. The Police and Fire Commission has not been adequate for that, and I fully support the objectives. My concern, though, is that the appointment process can yield to a defeat of the whole goals of this procedure. I really do not want to challenge the expertise of Mr. Finley, but I think he is missing something when we talk about some of the people who have been put in a driver's seat for who those appointments should be. He said that it's all right to have people who are critical of the police department, and indeed it is. Indeed, it should be compelled. The question isn't whether we're asking people to be very influential in who is on this board, but we're asking people who are saying, what is the truth? Al Sharpton, when we talked about the Brawley, Tawana Brawley controversy years ago, and it was shown that the whole claim she made about being raped was a hoax, and Mr. Sharpton was asked whether he would still have proceeded that charge against the police and white people who were charged, even though he knew that now that it was a hoax. And he said he would not have changed his position at all. He basically was saying that no matter whether the person is charged is true or not, we've had 40 years of oppression and it doesn't matter. And the problem I have is not having people who are critical of the department, but people who are saying truth doesn't matter. It's a vindication of 40 years of oppression. In the case of the White Horse Middle School controversy in 2019, we saw Freedom Inc. and Urban Triage convict a person with a 30-year career of complete commitment to racial justice and restorative justice before any investigation was had. And they continued their demand that he be fired and incarcerated after the investigation was held, which showed there's no evidence for the charge the student made at all, as if the whole, and there was also at Leopold School, a charge made by a student where there was a video showing it was a false claim. The effect of that kind of approach that these two groups are taking, who are critically on the selection committee to make recommendations, has been basically to significantly degrade the ability of the school system to function.
Mr. Anderson, if you could wrap up, please.
I like to say that we would please put only on the nomination committee those who are committed to seeking the truth and vindication for charges that are made that are true. And I don't think this ordinance in its present form does that. Thank you for the extended time to make and complete my comments.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alexandra Hendrick of Spate Street in support, wishing to speak. And I believe that Alexandra is registered for 2 items. Alexandra?
Thank you. I am a lifelong Madison resident, and like many, I got involved in police reform and accountability efforts after Tony Robinson was killed by MPD officer Matt Kenny in my neighborhood. Tony lived 2 blocks from my house where I still live. And I'm speaking tonight to urge the council to approve items 84 through 87 as written. These recommendations were created over the past 5 years with input from experts, extensive research, and listening to community members, especially those who are most impacted by policing. I want to express my gratitude for the ongoing advocacy and work of all of the organizations who contributed to these proposals, and especially the ad hoc committee. We have to recognize that we are in an unprecedented time. We are dealing with dual pandemics of racism and COVID-19, and our city is unfortunately known nationwide for massive racial disparities. So It's clear that the best way forward is to combine the advice of experts and the needs of the community. We only have to look at our national failure to deal with coronavirus to see the disaster we're headed for when we ignore the experts and the needs of the most marginalized. I also appreciated Brian Corr's comments from earlier in the meeting. He was speaking as an expert in civilian oversight, and he pointed out that for a successful model, it requires both structural independence from the police department, meaning no one involved with the police can be part of the civilian oversight board or the independent monitor position, and also adequate funding, which means we have to pass the budget amendment to provide the funding to create this. And he also said that the proposals and all of the recommendations set us up for success. So that means we have the opportunity as a city of Madison to inspire other cities by adopting something innovative and creating positive change. This is why I'm urging the council to approve items 84 through 87 as written. Again, as many others have said, so much time and effort has been put into this. It's very carefully put together. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Banghart of Caldy Place, to be followed by, in support wishing to speak, to be followed by Soren Underdahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for allowing me to have a few moments on this important issue. I am requesting that everybody support the proposal as it's written. I've had nothing but good interactions with the police and my dealings with them here in Madison. I don't have any issues against them. There's no axe to grind on my part on it. For me, this is an issue of relationship and giving people a seat at a table who've not had one. I heard Madam Mayor speak on the news today about being careful about trying to get things right, and I understand that, and I believe you're trying to do a very good job for us here in Madison. But for me, I think the issue here, rather than being perfect on this, in terms of policy, it is important to be focused on the relationships that need to be built and the trust that needs to be built in our community. From what I hear, the marginalized communities are concerned about any of the changes, and I do think that's important for us in power to take note of that. And we need to try things and move forward and be willing to adjust if we have to, but we need to give them a seat at the table. And I don't want to see this delayed, and I just ask and urge that you consider our fellow citizens and try to help them have a seat at the table, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next registrant is Soren Underdahl of Silver 2 Run, in support wishing to speak, to be followed by John Fons.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Soren. I'm a resident of District 19. I will make my comments brief. I represent myself, but I hope my comments will stand in for many in the community who feel similarly, but cannot be on this meeting today. It is high time for changes like the one that is proposed today to come about. This oversight committee is common sense. The oversight is not only necessary, but it's a shame that it didn't exist before this proposition. An independent review board is something that must exist for Madison and, frankly, every police department around the country. It should not even be in question whether or not this will pass tonight, and I hope we see a unanimous vote in favor from the aldermen regarding this oversight. But I'm not just coming on the line today to say that 84 through 87 should pass, but rather to say that this should be thought of as a first step, and an important first step with the research, background, community involvement that these kinds of changes should require. The people of Madison throughout this year and previous years have made their voices clear. More changes are needed. And if this passes, as it should, do not use this as an opportunity to pat yourselves on the back, job well done, and move on, because it is now important to discuss what comes next. What else can we do to address the concerns of the people of Madison, particularly those marginalized groups who have been negatively impacted by police brutality? That is the city's challenge in the coming months and years after this passes. And if I can summarize this in one statement, this sentiment that I think we're all feeling, it is that we must not forget everything that has happened this year. We cannot forget people's hurt and anger, even as the media moves on from this topic and the protests flow. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll yield the remainder.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Fons of Tokay Boulevard in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Nicholas Davies.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Nicholas Davies is here.
Okay, so we'll move on then to Nicholas Davies of West Wilson. In support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Kevin O'Malley.
Yes, thank you. Dear Madam Mayor and Common Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I've never done this before, but 2020 has been full of surprises. I watched in horror on May 30th when Madison police responded to a protest against police violence with yet more police violence. That weekend, Madison officers tear-gassed bystanders, street musicians, journalists, elected officials like yourselves, and people in their own homes complying with curfew. A nominal investigation is still ongoing, but there's little hope that the officers who assaulted Madison residents in May, June, and now August as well will get even a mark on their record, let alone professional or legal consequences. Right now, the process for holding police accountable is rigid, onerous, and opaque. Bringing a complaint before the Police and Fire Commission involves building a case against your own assailant. But victims often lack resources and may be facing criminal charges of their own. But that's no good reason to let officer misconduct slide. But this isn't just about the police rioting in our streets. The mistrust between police and civilians hasn't healed on its own, and it's not going to heal on its own through continued inaction. The consequences are everywhere you look, in the spate of car thefts and shots fired, in the long persisting protest movement, in the growing impulse to abolish police altogether, and yes, in the riots themselves. Ignoring the problem puts us all in danger because police need civilian trust to do their jobs effectively. It hurts our economy when we lose Black and brown talent who don't see a safe, unfettered future for themselves here. The proposals before you tonight would put in place the kind of police oversight and accountability that hundreds of cities nationwide already have. Complaints can be investigated and redressed without burdening the victim, and by using public input to improve how police operate, we can prevent those complaints altogether in the first place. We're not the first city to tackle this. In fact, it seems like we're woefully behind the pack. Madam Mayor, a week ago, you said that arson, theft, and property damage don't build a movement. So I hope that tonight does. I hope this body proves that it does. I hope this council shows that pursuing change through city government is more effective than arson or theft. It should be. These items need not be perfect to start. No one expects the council to enact them and then never touch them again. But your votes tonight mean the difference between having police oversight and having none. Don't let your vote be the reason that we're stuck with none. Don't be on the wrong side of this historic moment. I urge all alders of conscience to approve agenda items 84 through 87, as well as 110. And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kevin O'Malley of Jackson Street, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Christine Costanzo.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am proud to voice my support for agenda topics 84, 85, 86, and 87. My support is for the Civilian Oversight Board and Independent Monitor proposal as expertly and inclusively defined by the Alder Work Group and as initially scoped through 5 years of hard work from the groundbreaking ad hoc committee. I do not support any last-minute amendments or alternatives or attempts to remove true independence from this initiative for obvious reasons and for reasons eloquently stated by Keith Fenley, Bianca Tomasini, and others. By way of background, nearly 8 years ago, I witnessed Madison police officer Stephen Highsmith kill my unarmed neighbor, Paul Heenan. The trauma of that experience was made worse in the following weeks and months. is I became an unwilling part of the judicial system. Right off the bat, I saw my witness account misrepresented by Chief Noble Ray in his initial press conference. And this was the first step toward your standard status quo acquittal of a police officer. And it was the first sign to me that something was amiss with this system. Months later, after the murder was found justifiable through the typical flow of these things, Noble Ray brought forth a 58-page complaint to the Police and Fire Commission recommending discharge of Stephen Heimsness. In this report, there were 118 violations outlined of 13 different different departmental policies over a 15-year career for Stephen Heimsness. Some of these violations had to do with excessive use of force complaints, some with harassment of coworkers, but most of the violations had to do with comments that Stephen Heimsness made using the messaging system within his squad car. A few of those I will read. From 61 days before Stephen Heimsness killing Paul Heenan, quote, "I should have blasted that guy with a knife through my window the other day. At least I would have gotten the weekend off. 35 days before he killed Paul Heenan, I'm going to kill somebody, dispatchers, coworkers, whoever. 2 days before he killed Paul Heenan, I'm a hater. One of these days I'm going to snap and start screaming. In 2 hours before he killed Paul Heenan, I'm the right guy for the wrong job. No witnesses, no problem. It is my sincere hope that civilian oversight and independent monitoring would have looked at all of these policy violations in a way that's entirely different than the NPD administration and existing system as a whole looked at these. I believe Paul Heenan would still be alive if genuine oversight were in place and if Stephen Heimsness had been discharged long before his rage exploded. We know from a recent review of 166 force complaints.
Mr. O'Malley, if you could wrap up, please.
We know of 166 excessive force complaints, only one was sustained in Madison. It's 13.3 times lower than the average sustained rate across U.S. police departments. Currently, a Madison resident has very little opportunity to stand against this system, and we need to act now with the ordinance in front of you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Christine Costanzo of Yahara Place in support wishing to speak, and Christine is registered on all 4 items.
There's no one by that name in the list, Mayor, but Amy Owen is here.
Okay, so our next registrant is Amy Owen of Buena Vista Street in support wishing to speak. Amy is also registered on all 4 items and will be followed by Will Turnbull.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I want to let you know that I'm speaking in support of items 84, 85, 86, and 87 on your agenda. I support the proposals for an independent monitor and civilian oversight board, and I feel that the need for this work is urgent and the time for these changes is now. I want to let you all know how incredibly thankful I truly am, actually, how lucky we all are, because this work has already been done and is ready to go. We are extremely fortunate that we have well-vetted proposals for oversight ready right now from a process that meets all the expectations we have as a community, with participation from many groups, plenty of time for leaders to weigh in and shape the process, years in fact, and heavy involvement from groups who are disproportionately impacted by law enforcement. The description of who can be involved on the board seems balanced and well thought out to me. These boundaries seem reasonable to ensure the monitor and board could do the job they are charged with doing. And I just ask that we not sweep in at the 11th hour and make changes that people have not had that kind of time and involvement to weigh in on that may substantially change the intent and the power of the proposed oversight rules. These oversight rules probably would not really affect the vast majority of officers' work and lives at all. And I'm asking you to support these proposals tonight with substitutions put forth by members of the ad hoc committee, but not amendments or alternates. We are counting on your leadership. This community needs you and needs every one of your votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Will Turnbull of Buena Vista Street. In support, wishing to speak, registered on all 4 items, to be followed by Jacob Winkler.
Hello. Hello, my name is Will Turnbull, and I'm a long-term Madison resident. I'm not going to take all 12 minutes to say what everyone else has said very eloquently already. However, it has to be pointed out that none of us expect this will be a solution to all the problems. None of us expect a perfect proposal or a perfect committee or things to go perfectly, but they have to start going. They have to be taken up. They were needed years ago when Paulie Heenan was shot. They were needed years ago when Tony Robinson was shot. And any further delay on them should be viewed as nothing but an insult to the intelligence of everyone asking, why aren't these people being held accountable? I have many interactions with the legal system through relatives of mine who are felons. So I've seen up close exactly how people like myself who have no record are treated and people who have any infractions on the record are. And transparency will do nothing but help. As police officers love to say, if you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. And every honest police officer working should be working as hard as they can to get the people who are unfit for the job out of the force. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. It is 17 after the hour. We have many registrants yet. President Carter, would you like to take a short break? You're muted, President Carter.
Yes, let's take one.
All right, so President Carter will move a 10-minute recess.
Yes.
And Vice President Abbas?
Thank you.
So moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. It is 9:17. Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we'll be back at 9:27. All right, we're at 9:27. If folks could turn their cameras on and come back, I will ask that staff mute themselves while I unmute everyone and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Alders Lemmer.
Here.
Martin.
Here.
Moreland.
Here.
Prestigiacomo.
I know this is a very busy time for you, and I know
Come back. Rummel.
Present.
Skidmore. I'll come back. Tierney. I will come back. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Vice President Abbas. I will come back. Alboris. I will come back. Alder Balde.
Yes.
Alder Bidar.
Present.
President Carter.
Present.
Alder Evers.
Present.
Foster.
Here.
Furman.
Present.
Harrington McKinney. I will come back. Heck.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Hennick. We'll come back.
I'm present.
Oh, thank you. Alder Campbell.
Here.
Thank you. Alder Prestigiacomo. I see you there. Alder Skidmore. Okay. Alder Tierney.
Here.
Vice President Abbas.
Yeah.
And Alder Alburis.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we'll return to public comment with Jacob Winkler of Barton Road in support, wishing to speak, just registered on the one, to be followed by Kathleen Fullen.
Good evening. I support the independent monitor and the oversight board proposal as written, which is the result of long-running research and follows guidelines from NACOL and other cities' lessons learned. This process was open to alders and the police department. Some concerns I've heard raised by alders at previous meetings or by citizens on social media that I'd like to address. One, the IM doesn't report to an elected official. Well, neither does the PFC. The independence of both is critical to the performance of their roles. The IM does report to the communities most affected following recommendations from the ACLU and Chicago's Police Accountability Task Force. Number two, board stipend, one of my alders' objections. Keith Finley provided rationale for a stipend for this board ahead of the larger payment for all boards discussion, and I hope that is taken to heart. Number three, for criticisms of the board's composition, I echo Keith Finley again when he touched on the MPD restrictions. The purpose of this board is to build a bridge to communities most marginalized by policy so far. The board therefore should heavily represent communities that have not been heard and who are most impacted. Martin Luther King said a riot is the language of the unheard. What are we seeing now? So let's give these communities a voice to run their own communities. Relatedly, one of the registrants was critical of Freedom Inc. and Urban Triage's place on the board. As a reminder from Keith Finley, the organizations merely nominate. Further, the White Horse incident the registrant provided is not without controversy. I do not think the bar to see if organizations are truth seekers is if they agree with the DA's office that has overseen an increase in criminal justice disparities. Part of what our nation broadly in this moment and our city with this ordinance are addressing is that what DAs prosecute, what constitutes a burden of evidence, the justified actions of police, These things do not actually map onto the concept of justice itself. The whole point of the ordinance is to narrow the gap between the criminal justice system and actual justice. It's pretty hard to argue this proposal is not a step in the right direction. Brian Corr early on tonight said change is a process and that NACOL will be a partner along the way. Let's move ahead with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kathleen Fullen of Farley Ave in support, wishing to speak, representing the League of Women Voters of Dane County.
And Mayor, I do believe we have John Fons in the queue now as well.
All right, we'll come back to John Fons. Thank you.
The League of Women Voters is now in our 5th year of appearing at the council to support police oversight. You might wonder, why does a group generally perceived to be a bunch of older, upper middle class, white women keep talking to us about police oversight? The email we sent you yesterday listed some of the egregious incidents that spurred this push for oversight. We also know that important segments of our community do not believe they have a voice in how they are policed. For decades, the League of Women Voters in Wisconsin has supported law enforcement policy that is locally developed by cooperative efforts of citizens and law enforcement reflecting local needs. We also strongly support social justice, which requires that voices from every part of our community be heard. Right now, the Police and Fire Commission has the authority to hire and fire, but the PFC does not have the staff, the time, or the mission to carefully review Madison's police policies and procedures and make sure they are consistent with our community's values. The mayor and the council, if they invest significant amounts of their own and of staff time, can review certain issues and exert influence through lawful orders and budget actions. But there is no ongoing structure with the professional staff, the authority, and the time to review community concerns and bring those concerns to the attention of decision makers such as the mayor, the PFC, and the Common Council. That would be the role of the independent monitor and the Civilian Oversight Board. Please do not lose sight of the big picture. Our community is watching to see how our elected officials respond to years of work and months of protests. The League urges the council to support the proposals as developed over the last 5 years. Show our residents that if they participate in city committees, testify at meetings, and contact their elected officials, they can have an impact. If there is a specific provision that you find so problematic that it would cause you to vote no, please consider the message that vote would send. If that is the case, please work with other alders to find consensus on an amendment that could gain majority support. Do not leave underrepresented members of our community voiceless on such a critical issue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Fons of Tokay Boulevard in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Harry Richardson.
What's the matter, Madison? Not enough riots for you? Not enough children shot through the head? What's the matter, Madison? Not enough middle-aged couples abducted from their homes at midnight in their pajamas and found shot the next morning, left for dead in a public park? Not enough vandalism, looting, not enough grand theft auto or home invasion? What is the matter, Madison? Not enough public officials beaten to the ground or terrorized in their own homes? You demand social justice? You want restorative justice? Well, how about this? You restore every dollar for every ruined business, every demolished public monument. You restore all lost wages and every stolen merchandise, and you get the money from social welfare programs. So the criminals who did the damage realize they hurt only the poor and the needy. What's the matter, Madison? Is something bothering you? Maybe something I said? Because if that's what's bothering you, Madison, and you want me to shut up, but then you call my silence violence? That's what's the matter, Madison.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Harry Richardson of Few Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Brian Ukums. And I'm sorry, Harry is registered on all 4 items.
Harry, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. There you go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm left speechless by the prior speaker for a moment there. But anyway, thank you very much for taking up this important issue. I won't take 12 minutes. People have spoken very eloquently already before me. I would hope that the council would support all of these items, 84 through 87, without amendment. And this is an important step, a small step, but an important step to make police accountable in our community to those who have been the most poorly treated by the police. If you've been to any of the demonstrations lately in the community, you would see people's justified anger and concern. And we need to act accordingly. The city council should take this small step today and be on the right side of history. And I would be very disappointed to see the city not take this small but important step. We need to listen to the people, and we need to have a more democratic system, and we need to not behave like the state legislature that ignores the just concerns of the people and gavels in and gavels out. I would hope better for our city, better for its aspirational, progressive views. And thanks for people that put these items together, these recommendations together. Thanks to the council and the mayor for their time tonight. And I hope that you'll pass these ordinances. And thank you very much. And I'm sure the person before me does not represent the feelings of most people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian Ukums of Dawes Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Sam Eberly. And Brian is registered on all 4 items.
Mayor, there's no one here by that name.
All right. So we will go on then to Sam Eberly of Spate Street, also in support and registered on all 4 items.
There's no one here by that name.
All right. Then Christopher S. Patterson of East Dayton Street in support, wishing to speak.
Outstanding. Thank you. Hello, my name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I'm here representing myself in support of items 61667, 60617, 61593, and 61595 regarding oversight of the police as they are currently written. This final report is an excellent collection of suggestions that I encourage you all to take seriously. Please engage with the material contained within this report and think critically about role the police force should play within a well-functioning social and judicial systems. I'll state plainly that Madison Police Department personnel and families should not be allowed onto the oversight board. To suggest otherwise is to show astoundingly poor judgment. For the civilian oversight board to be independent, it must actually be independent. Several previous speakers have made excellent cases for why MPD personnel and their families should not be allowed on the oversight board. Also, because the situational irony is too great to ignore, I must point out that for any officer worried about this oversight, they should know if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Let me end by stating that Wisconsin and Madison are in the national limelight right now, the same way that Portland is. Those of us willing to speak out tonight in hopes of a better future are publicly doxing ourselves by giving our full name and address. Does this open us up to the same atrocities that we're seeing in Portland and elsewhere across the nation? Should I expect a mistaken no-knock warrant later tonight? Is there a danger that I'm going to be kidnapped by law enforcement without cause? It is unthinkable that I even need to call out these events, but they are part of our lives now. This is part of living in America with the current policing structure. I am hopeful that I'm not risking my life by simply speaking, out against a group of nearly 550 Madison officers who each could be carrying 4 separate firearms plus numerous other weapons. My voice on this issue is my idealistic belief that we can fix this. I believe we can fix this. Don't let me down. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll pause. Alder Alvarez, you have your hand up?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There's a public that I wanted to ask a question of, and I'm wondering if it's okay or appropriate to do that this time. I know that there's a lot in the queue, but there's one question that I'd like to ask specifically of the former co-chair, Keith Finley.
Alder Alvarez, we have about 30 more registrants who are here to speak, and we would usually wait until we had gone through all the registrants to ask questions. If it is the will of the body, we could pause and ask questions of the registrants that have gone so far, and then continue. We have heard from 17, 18, 20 registrants so far, so it would be an appropriate breaking point. Is there any objection to pausing for questions of previous registrants?
Yes.
All right, so Alder Bush, you'd need to make a motion and get it seconded and get a majority vote if you wanted to move in that direction. Sorry, you're still muted, Alder Bush.
Yeah, I mean, my motion would be to ask a specific question of the former co-chair.
I think it's not in order to just ask one question of one person. It would be in order to pause testimony and go to a comment or a question period, and then to return to testimony.
Okay, I would make that motion only because I don't want to lose him if he's going to be getting off at some point. So that I would make that motion then.
All right, so the motion is to stop after every, say, 20 registrants, Alder Alvarez, and take questions. Is there a second for that motion? All right, the motion fails for lack of a second.
All right.
So we'll return to public testimony with Jenny Gao of East Dayton Street in support, wishing to speak, registered on all 4 items, to be followed by Alejandra Perez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I am registered in support of all 4 items, 84 through 87, so I'm entitled to the full 12 minutes, even if I don't use it. I support the creation of the Independent Monitor and Madison Police Civilian Oversight, as they are written and fully independent from MPD. I also want to use my time to emphasize the recent push from civilians to defund and demilitarize the police. I believe it is important to include defunding the police in this conversation because of the fundamental debate we are having about how items 84 to 87 are written, and how it has to do with who holds the power. As of today, the Madison Police Department has too much power. We need to talk about defunding, especially in a year when we are predicting a $25 million shortfall in tax revenue for the city, and when the mayor has called for a 5% budget cut for all departments. Despite the mayor's request, MPD is requesting an almost 5% budget increase of $3.9 million and also $14 million for capital improvement plan. Furthermore, in a letter to the city's finance director responding to the budget cut, Chief Victor Wall threatened to eliminate MPD's community outreach and resource education team, which works to reduce disproportionate arrests related to racial disparities. He threatened to eliminate the mental health unit for compassionate policing towards the mentally ill, the special investigation unit, which works with individuals who continue to reoffend and help them make positive, productive life changes, and the crossing guard program. Chief Wall literally threatened to eliminate all crossing guards to help school-aged children cross intersections safely to get to school. Please note that these items on the chopping block are related to safety, crime prevention, and more compassionate policing. As stated earlier by Christopher Patterson, MPD just hired 50 new officers for more than $3 million in salaries alone. Frankly, it is shameful that Chief Wall asserted his power by making threats against programs for community safety. It is also frightening considering the severity of police brutality in recent months, with police officers in Portland literally kidnapping civilians off the street. Other departments are accommodating the mayor's budget request. For example, Madison Public Library cut $1.1 million by delaying the building of a new community center near Madison College. This would have been an incredible development in a part of Madison that historically has been underinvested in. It would be so egregious for us to eliminate investments in community development while continuing to double down on policing. For all the hard work that has gone into creating the independent police monitor and civilian oversight, I implore you not to lose sight of the need to reduce MPD's budget and power. The people who support defund the police know that this won't be an overnight process, but we need to take steps that help us get there, and we need to believe it is both possible and realistic. I also want to make note of the powers of the independent monitor, including assessing whether MPD is making progress in complying with its own SOPs. We have SOPs that allow police officers to carry up to 4 firearms, including an AR-15 or a similar rifle that they personally own. So this is why I would also like to see more emphasis on demilitarizing and defunding the police. So many cities have already made the move to drastically reduce police budgets. We in Madison are also in the national purview and need to start looking at ways to reduce the police budget and transfer funds to other public welfare services that get at the root of social issues. I am glad to see the city taking steps to change policing, and I also wish to use this time to hold us accountable to what change really means. I want to talk about the recent debates surrounding protests, civil unrest, and damaged property that followed the murder of George Floyd and attempted murder of Jacob Blake. I read the mayor's statement and many other outcries scolding protesters, saying destruction is not the way, and that people in the community should focus on positive efforts like peaceful protest, volunteering, and mentoring. Imagine saying those exact words to an abuse victim. Imagine telling an abuse victim to try protesting their abuser with positivity, to try negotiating with their abuser, to try volunteering in their community. It would be ludicrous, cruel, and dismissive to do that to the victim of domestic abuse. And yet that's what we do to those abused on a societal level. We are witnessing the rage of the abused and oppressed, unleashing generations of internalized trauma. We are seeing the abused fight back any way they can to make you hear them. In this moment, are you more critical of how abuse victims behave than you are of abusers? Are you angry when the victims wield even temporary destructive power in an outcry to save their own lives? This is the success of abuse and oppression in society. The abusers win not when they strike their victims, but when they teach other people to legitimize abuse as the law and order by which we live. Finally, the work of fixing oppression is not on the oppressed. Personally, I am angry that this is how I'm spending my weekends and evenings, volunteering my time for city meetings because I don't trust my representatives enough to do the equitable thing. And I'm volunteering my time because I have the privilege to do so, but not everyone else does. It is not on the oppressed to volunteer their time to teach you, the institution, and the oppressor how not to abuse us. It is on you, on the people who hold the power, to be accountable for your policies and your actions. And if the people are upset with how you wield your power, that's on you to fix it. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alejandra Perez of Patterson Street. In support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Gazella Wilson. And Alejandra is registered for all 4 items.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm unable to hear you, but I'll continue. I'm Alejandra Perez, and I live on North Patterson Street, and I'm here in support of agenda items 84 through 87. It's a little tough to go after Jenny Gao because that was eloquent and everything I could possibly reiterate. But the reason that I'm in support of this personally is because we need community oversight, civilian oversight, because as many people have said before, if we have police in charge of themselves, we're not going to get anything. We're not going to see the community get what they want. I'm kind of losing my train of thought here just because I am so blown away by what Jenny Gao shared. And to John Fons, who asked Madison, what's wrong? I understand that there are people who are concerned about the violence and who's going to protect the people, but there's only certain types of people, specifically white people, who are being protected by police officers. And I think marginalized groups desperately need funds reallocated to other sources so that we don't have to just rely on the police to answer our calls and our needs. So I am in support of 84 through 87. I yield my time, and I thank everyone and all the former registrants before me for their time and for speaking so eloquently.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gisela Wilson of Morrison Court, in support, to be followed by Elizabeth Marr. And Gisela is registered on 3 of the 4 items.
Hi, yes, I'm Gisela, and
excuse me, sorry for that.
That's all right. I'm speaking as a resident of Madison since 1981, and also as someone who sat through and occasionally contributed to the ad hoc committee meetings that, as they were reviewing these recommendations, and also as someone who was present for the large majority of the Alder Work Group meetings. So I really have to say that we have a way to respond to police violence, to murders by police, and also to the protests of police violence that we've seen this summer. And it's really amazing, but this way is one that has been 8 years in the making since an officer killed Paul Heem, or 5 years since the ad hoc committee and review process started. So you're going to be voting on an ordinance, and I strongly urge you to pass the legislation prepared by the Alder Work Group, the ordinance, budget proposal, report, etc., without amendments or alternatives. For too long, the Madison Police Department has gone without adequate accountability measures in place, while the valorization of a police culture that finds any means to be acceptable has been allowed to continue unquestioned. Of course, there are other less reliable ways for the communities that are over-policed to have a voice, and that's what we've been seeing this summer in the protests. And that has occurred at considerable cost to both protesters, to the business merchants on State Street, and the city. No question about it. Everyone has paid a price for that. But we're talking about oppression having grown intolerable. And if you don't think that unjustified murder is intolerable, I just don't know what is. I mean, there are a lot of other cases, police unnecessarily harassing homeless population. Why are they doing that? They're doing that for middle-class Madison so that we don't have to look our economic system in the face. That's just not something that they should be doing. So there are some key elements of this ordinance, and I said without amendments or alternatives. And these key elements are the subject of this 5-year negotiation process and an outside review by the OIR. And I really don't think that anything that someone pulls together without investing that kind of time, without interviewing experts around the country about oversight mechanisms and other measures, can replicate, even within a few months. And the biggest part of that is this oversight committee and the independent auditor. And those, it's essential for those that they have independence, both from the political maneuvering of elected officials, the Madison Police Department, and other conventional power structures. We don't need something that already has an existing power structure that will replicate an internal review, that doesn't give underrepresented and marginalized communities a voice. We already have those things. We also need those measures to have an ability to conduct an independent investigation. Again, because we don't need to replicate things that already exist, processes that already exist. So really, in conclusion, I just want to say that after all this time and all this effort and all of these problems with policing for our marginalized communities, I personally think it would be inexcusable and a complete embarrassment and a break in trust, if that's possible, a further break in trust, not to pass these measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Gisela. Our next registrant is Elizabeth Marr of Pond Street in support, to be followed by Julia Matthews. And Elizabeth is registered on all 4 items.
Hi there, this is Elizabeth Marr.
Go ahead.
Most of the previous speakers have covered what I wanted to cover. I am a resident of Madison. I was very, very happy to move back here to the Williamson Street neighborhood after a stint in central Wisconsin in 2015, and then terrified to see what happened at the hands of the police when they murdered Tony Robinson in my neighborhood. After that, I was not astonished, not surprised, not shocked at white liberal Madison's reaction of sweeping it under the rugs. We need real change. We have had 5 years of research. We've had 5 years of recommendations made. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. We've had 5 years of evidence-based research and recommendations compiled into this report, and we need to take it seriously and we need to implement them as recommended. No amendments whatsoever. I would also like to quickly counter the previous speaker who is concerned about some of the organizations that may be, that will be part of the nominating process. He is defending a teacher that ripped a braid out of an 11-year-old girl's head. And that is his reason that he thinks that organizations such as Freedom Inc. and Urban Triage should not be part of the nominating committee. That is ludicrous. We, as white liberal Madison, starting, May 30th, May 31st, everything you saw all over social media was elevate Black voices, listen to the Black communities, listen to your Black leaders, listen to your organizations run by Black women. And that is what we need to do. And that is what we have to do for this city. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews of Brody Drive in support, to be followed by Gregory Golumbiak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And excuse me, Julia's registered on 3 items. Okay. Sorry, Julia, go ahead.
No worries. I am a lifelong Madison resident, currently living in District 19, commenting in support of numbers 84 through 87. These items are so important and are literally the bare minimum we need to start working on the many problems our city has with policing. As previously mentioned, the existing statistics paint a very clear picture of these problems, and the response to sustained unrest throughout the summer has only reinforced the disparities shown in the data. The work put into these items by the Alder Work Group is vast and comes with years of research and careful deliberation. The time to act is well past due. I want to point out that the preliminary quarterly report from MPD is a stark example of the need for independent oversight. The structure of the use of force overview on page 6 is a blatant attempt to downplay the MPD use of force during the unrest beginning in late May. How could those numbers possibly be compared to 2019 numbers in a reasonable way? And by separating them from the quarterly numbers, make it easy for the excessive use of force to be missed in future review comparing quarterly and yearly numbers. I understand that the framing from MPD is that these uses of force were necessary to respond to the unrest. However, the community that has been most harmed by MPD and who were specifically at the receiving end of those uses of force could describe a narrative that MPD escalated the violence every time they responded to protesters. This narrative could be easily corroborated with video and firsthand experience of the events. Also, to give an answer to a concern of some alders and some members of the public, the difference between potential bias from the inclusion of quote-unquote anti-police activists and potential bias from people connected to MPD through family is that MPD, like any police department, holds all of the power. We were specifically shown the extent of this power when MPD repeatedly and indiscriminately used tear gas on protesters, which was then further obfuscated in the report by hiding behind an additional label of special use of force. Even in normal times, use of tear gas is banned by the Geneva Convention for use during war, and yet MPD have the power to use it on the residents of our city now. While this use would always be suspect, to use it to the extent we have seen in the last 3 months during an unprecedented global health crisis that especially affects the respiratory system and is spread primarily through respiratory droplets is a short-sighted assault that didn't just endanger protesters, but also endangered our entire community. Finally, these items are relevant to an extremely important ongoing discussion on the use of the word violence to describe destruction of property in pursuit of meaningful and necessary protest versus the use of violence to harm human beings in the protection of property. There seem to be several members of the council who don't seem to be willing to participate in this conversation or challenge their own views on property over people. I really hope that Madison can be on the right side of this argument. Wisconsin is in crisis right now, as are many places in the US. If we are wanting to differentiate ourselves as a progressive place to be, this civilian oversight board and independent monitor are crucial. It was clear from the exec committee meeting presentations on Friday that we are already leagues behind in enacting this common sense oversight. And even with these items, we have a long way to go. At this point, there is no justifiable reason to put this off any longer. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gregory Glembiak of Jennifer Street, in support registered on 2 items, to be followed by Deb Rogers.
Hi, I actually believe I'm now registered for 3. And I'll start. I became involved in police reform in 2012 after my neighbor, Polly Heenan, was killed and my partner heard it happen. Also, I'd like to concur with Keith Finley that the Alder Work Group did a wonderful job in faithfully codifying the recommendations of the ad hoc committee in a transparent process. This proposal is the product of years of research, expert input, and diligent deliberation that is very carefully thought through and solid. I'll add that Veronica Figueroa from the ad hoc committee wasn't able to continue to stay online, but wrote you all in part, quote, I would like to remind you what got us to this point. Why do we need an oversight board? Why do we need an independent monitor? What is the reasoning of an oversight board composed of people from all walks of life and not just people with degrees or higher education? How important it is to avoid more of the same by avoiding having well-intentioned people seated at the table who lack the capacity to really understand and address these issues. The community's mistrust of its police department, the absence of an accountability system for a department that is supposed to protect and serve, the disproportionate number of people of color in jail, and the lack of effective and genuine people of color representation in such decisions are just a few of the reasons that have brought us to this point. End quote. Veronica also says, quote, if you generally support the police, then an oversight board and independent monitor is the right thing to have in place, end quote. And she asks, quote, well, yes, without changes to these resolutions, end quote. Going back to my own statement, I'll note here that a key purpose of the Civilian Oversight Board is bringing together NPD and representatives of some of the most marginalized and heavily policed communities in Madison. Yes, some of these voices may be highly critical, but giving them an institutional place at the table is absolutely crucial if you want things to change for the better and build trust. When David Cooper was chief, he reached out informally to some of MPD's strongest critics to assemble his kitchen cabinet of advisors and was accused of catering to bomb throwers. Years later, he characterized that as one of the best decisions he ever made. It contributed to very positive changes in policing in Madison. The ad hoc committee report and proposed ordinance specify very extensive training of civilian oversight board members to ensure well-qualified decision-making without imposing criteria on board membership that would exclude community members from marginalized communities and those with lived experience. In the ordinance, there's an extensive set of specific types of training required for board members. I'll also note that under the ordinance, MPD representatives and representatives of the city attorney's office will be present and providing input at every meeting. I'll now quote a key excerpt from the ad hoc committee report. Quote, though civilian oversight boards can provide accountability, relatively few existing boards are considered effective. As the Chicago Police Accountability Task Force report noted, real and lasting change is possible only when the people most affected by policing have a voice. Reviews have found that in judging misconduct, civilian oversight boards are often even more deferential to officers than police internal affairs departments, and this appears to be a function of board composition. Civilians who volunteer to serve on oversight boards often have an affiliation with police. Moreover, research shows that education, income, and age are negatively related to reported experience with police mistreatment and positively predict favorability toward police, such that conventional criteria for appointment to city committees inherently create unrepresentative oversight boards. Meanwhile, civilian oversight boards with greater socioeconomic diversity, such as the Syracuse Citizen Review Board, appear to provide greater police accountability. The appointment criteria we specify should ensure a board with sufficient representation of communities most impacted, increasing the likelihood that the board would provide true accountability and successfully build trust. It is also critical that the board be provided with access to extensive training to help ensure sound decision-making and credibility. End quote. That's from the ad hoc committee report. Independence is another crucial requirement for success, and as experts from NACOL and elsewhere have noted, this includes independence from elected officials. Moreover, it's critical to avoid regulatory capture. Regulatory capture is a situation in which a regulatory body ends up being co-opted by the entity they're charged with regulating. This is known to be a common outcome with police oversight bodies. As sociologist Alex Vitale notes, quote, no matter what it might say on paper, community power is typically no match for the entrenched bureaucratic power of the police. Numerous studies show that even when the community is supposed to be given a role in directing police services, the police quickly come to control the community process, end quote. The proposed Madison oversight structure has been carefully designed to avoid this outcome. For example, current or former MPD employees or their immediate family members are excluded from serving on the board or as monitor, etc., exactly as recommended by Campaign Zero, the prominent police reform organization behind 8 Can't Wait. This also reflects existing practice in various other cities nationally. Additionally, I'll note that extensive reporting and outreach by the board and monitor is written into the proposal, ensuring accountability to the community. To highlight why this proposal is needed, I'll quote a couple excerpts from the OIR report. Quote, it is true that many residents are full-throated admirers of MPD and praise their work with sincerity and enthusiasm. However, a number of other community members we spoke to, particularly those most impacted by police activity, were much less positive about their experiences with police in Madison. Whether it was members of the homeless community, persons in reentry programs, or mothers of Black children, many of these people dismissed the notion that MPD had used a community policing approach in dealing with their issues. Many of these individuals took pains to acknowledge the specific, quote, nice cops, end quote, whom they had encountered. Too many others, though, were perceived as disdainful, demeaning, and harsh, and almost none would agree that principles of problem-oriented policing comprise the defining feature of how MPD patrolled their districts. In contrast to the approach of many other leading agencies, the response of MPD has been to vigorously defend and to the hilt each involved officer's decision to use deadly force, and to speak to those who deign to ask questions with resentment, defensiveness, and even hostility. This is so even when officers and supervisors within MPD have expressed to us concerns about how a particular forth incident went down. And even in cases in which MPD has intentionally found problems with police actions, it has refused to engage with the public, seek atonement, or simply listen to community concerns. Unfortunately, we have also seen this defensiveness extend beyond reluctance to be open about deadly force incidents. If a stakeholder questions the need for additional police resources over other resource demands, the immediate assumption seems to be a bothersome lack of support for law enforcement. If a stakeholder declines to attend a department graduation ceremony, that is immediately considered an overt sign of non-support. And if community members express concern about an incident, he or she is too easily considered to be and marginalized as being, quote, anti-police. End of the quote from the OIR report. Subsequently, Mike Giannacco of OIR told me that MPD was far more resistant to the recommendations than most departments they've worked with. And he sent me examples of responses from other departments, and they were indeed much more open to reforms. I'll add that unlike marginalized communities, MPD has a huge institutional voice in the city. It's not like Madison Police are lacking institutional opportunity to express their views and preferences. They're granted voice both through MPD and MPPOA. They give extensive input at various city meetings, and MPD press releases are constantly covered by local media, generally uncritically regurgitated verbatim. When MPD wanted to argue with many of the OIR recommendations, MPD staff were compensated to write a long, glossy response report, and expensive professional printers were used to print a slick product instead of choosing to use the city's printing facilities. There isn't some unmet need to provide police yet more of a voice and to put retired officers and MPD family members on the Civilian Oversight Board. I'll also add, as the 2015 Madison Body Cam Community Engagement Session report notes, quote, focus group participants clearly understand the need for police protection and civic order, and they had numerous positive examples of individual officers and incidents. Generally, however, across groups, participants articulated an overriding fear and distrust of police and a strong belief that policing in Madison's most vulnerable communities is driven by racial discrimination and profiling. The most striking point to be made about the feedback from community engagement sessions is that many people in marginalized and vulnerable communities fear police presence generally. According to most people of color in our groups, the fear is mutual. Police are afraid of them too. Participants consider this a particularly threatening problem because police bring weapons and therefore danger into any situation they attend. And it goes on to say, the individuals quoted above and throughout this report express a general negative perception of police in vulnerable and marginalized communities. Fear and distrust are current, general, and genuine responses to police activities and practices in these Madison communities.
If you could wrap up,
Sure.
Mr. Glenback, please.
Sure. The current situation needs to be rectified. The proposal before you is key to doing so. At this point in history, this is the morally right thing to do. I'll add, if you disagree with these proposals on a relatively minor point, I can appreciate that, but please don't let that stop you from voting in favor of these proposals overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Deb Rogers of Jennifer Street in support, to be followed by Brandy Grayson. And Deb is registered for all 4 items.
Deb, you might have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I got involved with this starting back in 2012 when I heard the shots that killed Paula Heenan around the corner on my block. I started going to meetings. I learned what I learned actually left me as a 60-something white woman afraid of this police department. And I've been following this very closely ever since. After all these years of work by members of the community, city staff, the OIR group we hired, and alders, it's time to implement these proposals that have been crafted. In the past week, I've watched all the hours of meetings on the topic, heard all the feeble objections offered by those who have always opposed it, and seen an extended display of the contempt with which some of those opponents regard the entire process of giving the community any voice in how Madison's police relate to that community. It's been an eloquent display, and one that sealed my understanding of this opposition. These proposals are in no way radical or extreme. The presentation by the NACOL representatives made it amply evident how far behind Madison is in all of this. We have no effective way for anyone outside the police and the city government entities that forever support their every move to ask questions, to request investigations of complaints, or to influence any aspect of the police department's practice. The only voice for decades now has been that of the police themselves and their government amplifiers. Far from actually being progressive, the department has been deliberately undoing what was changed in the Cooper years. As OIR said, resisting change, improvement, and input, ironically using that reputation as a progressive department as a defense. The PR can't suffice, ever. There are problems that only build, and it's the responsibility of this city to finally act, to let the people who live here and have experience with being thus policed speak and be heard and respected and empowered to drive the kind of changes that are so urgently needed. The time for subterfuge and delay, obfuscation, and political games is so far past. This is the moment when police have been protesting in the streets. People have been protesting in the streets for months, insisting that they be heard now. Madison, its city council, and its mayor must do better. It's in your hands tonight. Apart from the substitutes being made to items 84 and 86, there have been no valid arguments to changes to the proposals that have any intent but to weaken them. Please, today, do the right thing. Implement and fund the position and the board as laid out so carefully. It's a first step toward making this city work for all its people and seeking outcomes that are actually better for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brandy Grayson of North Rusk Ave in support, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores. And Brandy is registered on all 4 items.
All righty. Well, thank you for having me. I am Brandy Grayson, CEO and founder of Urban Triage, Inc. As you guys know, as most of the speakers stated, we're really in a historical moment right now. There is a global movement for Black lives. There is global campaigns to defund the police. Last week in Canada, there was an uprising by white people in the name of Black Lives Matter. And I share that to say this, that Madison is known as one of the worst places in the nation to exist and live in Black skin. It shows in our education system. It shows in the police department and healthcare, the treatment of Black people in our healthcare system, leading to health inequities. So I don't think we have to really, go over the data, because the data is clear. And I'm sure the city of Madison has invested in said data, including the data that created and laid the foundation for these recommendations. And I don't really think there's much we can say to convince the people on the council to change their mind. But Skidmore, I would like to address you directly, and I would like to say to you, I don't know if that's allowed or ethical or whatever, but I just want to say to you that as a Black woman existing in Madison, Wisconsin, who's lived here since the age of 9, who went to the schools, elementary, middle school, and high school, attended your churches, Mount Zion Baptist Church to be exact, went to UW-Madison University, gave birth to my first child at the age of 13, was in and out of the foster care systems, graduated from high school at the age of 17. I share all that context to say, you and many other people that sit on this council are disconnected from the reality of Black people in Madison who have to exist within inside systems who don't see their humanity. And it's hard to continue to engage with systems while begging them to see you as a person, to see you deserving of life, to see you deserving of justice, to see you deserving just as a fair shake, right? Like we have 11-year-old baby Black girl used by Peter Anderson, a community member, as an example of why not to support Urban Triage. Urban Triage, as many know, we are an organization for the people, by the people. We center Black people, Black voices, Black needs, Black children. We advocate for Black people within MMSD in regards to IEPs and the fair treatment of Black children and Black families. And for a white man to use our defense and advocacy of a Black little girl who was obviously abused by a white man who was in charge of and went through the training to what do you call it? Your exclusion, diversity, behavior specialist, whatever his title was, to use her as an example of why we don't know facts or truth is we can contribute that to paternalism, right? This idea embodied, projected by white folks that white folks know best for Black folks, and Black folks are disconnected from the truth of their own existence and experience. There's nothing else, like I said, Skidmore, that we can say to convince you that we know best for us. But I think you know that. I think that many city council folks who stand in opposition, like Barbara McKinney and Sherry Carter, know that. I think the challenge for us as a city is that we have been so used to, elected officials that is, used to operating based on your personal agendas, your personal needs for control, your personal issues with people. I understand that Barbara McKinney specifically has an issue with urban triage. She doesn't trust our organization, but her distrust of our organization is not based on facts. And it damn sure should not lead to the rejection of recommendation that community members have put years in, right? Research, data, everything supports these recommendations. There's nothing that really is concrete that stands in opposition of it, except your disdain for the work of Black activism and the support of Black lives and advocacy. So I say that, and I share that to say, and to remind you as a city council that white supremacy, patriarchal capitalism does not have a color. It is embodied by all of us and often projected by Black people and often weaponized by Black people in influential positions and elected positions to sustain their own positions. But this is the thing. We have a reference point to history. We have the civil rights movement. We have the Panther movement. We have the Marcus Garvey movement. We have writers and philosophers and historians, Black ones, who have engaged in these same conversations over 100 years ago. Carter G. Woodson, to be exact. So the conversation we're having with you is nothing new. And I say that because I want to put in context that all of y'all know what you have to do. You can't have it both ways. You can't say in one instance you desire for Black lives to matter, or you do believe that Black lives matter while upholding ideas and attributes that lead to the destruction and violation of Black people. We know, you know, that police are violent towards Black people. You know, and I know based on the statistics and the data that you pay to collect, you pay to have, articulated and quantified. You know that there's disparities. You know there's institutionalized racism and policing that led to the killing, not the killing, but the shooting of Jacob Blake and the killing of George Floyd, the killing of Mike Brown and the killing of Tony Robinson and the killing of Tamir Rice. You know that because of the death of Breonna Taylor. You know that because you guys have sit in the city council and taken proclamations and started your conversations off in your city council meetings off recognizing the lives of these Black people, but you choose consistently not to do anything to uphold the lives of these Black people or Black people who are still living. A couple of weeks ago, you guys did this proclamation for Anissa Scott, who's an 11-year-old girl murdered as a result of community violence. I'm asking that you guys do what's right in the life of Black people as they're alive. Please don't show up with proclamations for Brandy Grayson if one of your police end up killing me. If your police end up killing one of my children, please don't effing show up with these proclamations when you had the power, the privilege, and the ability to do something different. And please do not display your Black Lives Matter signs and yard signs with the logos of urban triage in support of Black lives as you move incongruent in opposition of the lives of Black people. Please don't wear your Black Lives t-shirt and your mask and get on TV and your PR moves with your chosen Black people and marching and walking in front of banners when you, through your inaction, Sherry Carter, your inaction of doing the right thing to support Black lives and the movement for Black lives, which includes holding Madison Police Department accountable for their violence and their over-policing of Black people and their treatment of Black people. We are Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm probably going to speak until I can't speak no more, just so y'all know that, because I'm tired and I've been on this line for a long time, so I'm going to use up all 12 minutes, okay? But as you guys are aware, Madison is a sundown town. I have always been a sundown town, and what that means is that Black people were required to be in their homes by a certain time, and that residue still exists. That legacy is still here. It's in the airs and everything that we breathe. We can tell by the conversations here, even the ones who support Black lives don't really get what it means to be hunted down and murdered by police officers while people watch, right? And say, I'm sending my prayers to your families, and I can't believe this is happening, when the police department has always hunted down Black people. There isn't a time in history where they have not. And the only thing that you can do to get us closer, a step to justice, because the city of Madison has been pretty, inactive or lacking real tangible actions to support Black lives. This could move us closer to that, right? This could move us to a place where you are actually standing up as a governing body to say that we support the lives of Black people. Because if you move in any other way than what the community has stood up and said for the last 500 years, you basically are saying to Black people that you don't really care about none of that. And your campaign funds and your relationships to lobbyists, your relationship to the police union, the police union, AKA the mob, is more important than Black lives, and which would be the status quo, right? That is what has led to the disenfranchisement of Black people, the over-policing of Black people, the murdering of Black people, the lack of protection offered by police to Black communities and Black people. I've been in community meetings with many of you with police officers where they just didn't show up for Black people when shots are fired or things occur, because they say, well, you want us to protect you? Then stop saying F12. And we're saying, hey, police, you're the paid salary, you're paid for your job. You get training, you get $60,000 a year. Stop killing us, right? Like, you have a social contract, police, with the people to protect and serve the people. But we know that inside that social contract, Black people are not included, right? We know that. We know that's the design of white supremacy, patriarchal capitalism. And I just will say, as we've been organizing over the last few months, we've gathered support by the thousands for these recommendations. And if we need to use that platform and that momentum to gather thousands of signatures to recall people, to remove people from their elected office, we will do that. I will do that. I will make it personal, because there's no way in hell in Madison, Wisconsin in 2020, when Black people are dying and begging and saying right now to you that we have to do something different, and you continue to do the same thing because you have a problem with me. You have a problem with my words. You have a problem with me calling out white supremacy and speaking truth to power, that is going to stop you from doing the right thing by Black people right here in Madison, Wisconsin. I will make it my personal duty to make sure you are removed. I promise you, I will knock on doors. I will organize people to knock on doors. I will align with people that I normally would not align with to get you unelected and removed. And I don't mean to say it like a threat, but I just want to say, y'all, I'm tired. I'm tired of protesting 5 or 6 hours and getting up and having to stay on this call in the midst of doing advocacy work for Black people because the systems continue to fail them. I'm tired of sending emails to MMSD administrators because y'all keep doing Black people wrong. Even in virtual reality, y'all do Black people wrong. And you are being put on notice. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brandy. Our next registrant is Shadira Kilfoy Flores of East Wilson in support, to be followed by Nathan Roykomar. And Shadira is registered on all 4 items.
Dira, you are unmuted on our end.
Shady, are you there? All right, we'll keep going and check back. So we'll go next to Nathan Roykomar of Arena, Wisconsin in support, to be followed by Amelia Roykomar. And both are registered on all 4 items. Nathan?
There he is.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, members. Thank you, members of the Common Council and Mayor Rhodes Conway. I speak tonight urging your support for items 84 through 87, proposals for an independent monitor and civilian oversight board. Please pass these proposals as written. Do not weaken them. Especially at this juncture in history, it's clear that this is the morally right thing to do. Additionally, I urge you to support the substitute items put forth by the Alder work group, but not to support any proposed alternates or amendments. One of the most critical factors for success of the independent auditor and COB is full independence from political influence and co-optation from the agency it is intended to oversee an audit. In Madison and municipalities all over the state of Wisconsin, another respected body that doesn't report to an elected official is the Police and Fire Commission, an arrangement designed from its progressive beginnings over 130 years ago to maintain independence for the same reason. Thus, Madison's proposed board would not report directly to any political official or include current or former police officers and their family members, as is recommended by Campaign Zero or respected police reform organization. This also reflects existing practice in various other cities around the country. Undoubtedly, you all have received letters from retired police officers suggesting that this office, its staff, and the COB will be an unsupervised, inexperienced, powerless boondoggle. Frankly, this opinion demonstrates how little work these individuals have put into truly trying to understand and participate in the very democratic process that got us to this point today. It also insults the intelligence and incredible hard work of the ad hoc committee that did years of research into what does and does not work to arrive at these specific proposals. It insults the alders that supported this effort from the beginning and brought it home in the end, and the many, many diverse groups from the Madison community that did come out to participate. MPD had their people on the committee and had ample time to answer these very basic questions from their constituents. I would highlight the opinions of former MPD officer and former MPPOA union president Scott Faber, friend and ardent defender of the actions of former MPD officer Stephen Heimsness, the man who in 2012 murdered our friend Paul Heenan and got away with it. He believes that there must be control of the independent monitor by the mayor or the PFC or the city attorney. Scott must not have read the ad hoc recommendations too closely, because the word independent is clearly highlighted as the most important factor in this body's ability to perform its duties without undue political influence. What is so hard to understand about the idea of independence? Perhaps Scott feels America could have used some more oversight by Great Britain after we fought so hard for our independence in 1776. Without an ability to maintain the strong autonomy of this community oversight mechanism, it will fail like most other civilian oversight boards across the country have failed. There's now a severe loss of legitimacy and trust in policing, especially in Madison's marginalized communities. Many people have lost faith that acting through the system can bring useful change, which is yielding rioting. As previous speaker mentioned, and as MLK observed 2 years after the August 1965 Watts riots and Harlem riots the year before, quote, in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that America has failed to hear? That question has never been more important than it is now. The Independent Monitor and Civilian Oversight Board, if properly set up and empowered, provides a key means of rectifying that problem. Furthermore, to the alders who continue to act as though they didn't have a chance to get their questions answered or participate in the process of developing the details of these ordinances after 5 years worth of opportunities, you can't play that game any longer. You have been invited to ask questions and provide your input the whole time. You had the freedom to attend ad hoc meetings the whole time. You had the freedom to attend the Alder working group the whole time. Most of you did not. You chose to engage in bad faith. The main reason you don't understand the historical moment we are at today is because you don't want to. That is the sign of a failed politician. Maybe it's time to move over and let someone who sincerely wants to do the hard work and listen to the people have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amelia Roykomar of Arena, Wisconsin, in support, to be followed by Elizabeth Bruno. And Amelia is registered on all
Can
four
you hear
items.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say I echo all the sentiments of those in favor before me. I'm rather disturbed by some of the comments that were made about Urban Triage and Freedom Inc. The dog whistling that goes on, the calls for the overt bigots to come out of their holes and target these wonderful groups in town that are doing what so few have done, which is center the wellness of Black families. It's just, the targeting is just, it's unbelievable to me. And the fact that anyone Nobody should listen. I'm sorry. I really firmly believe this. If you have a constituent who's overtly racist asking you to do things, you shouldn't listen to them because there's something wrong there. You are not required to do the work of a racist in your district. So I implore you that if someone is doing what that man just did, and the other folks blaming the rioting, as they call it, and the theft and all that on our Black and brown communities, making ties to that, to who would be on the Civilian Oversight Board, those people really shouldn't be amplified at all because they're filled with hate and they're horrible for society. So I urge you to I don't think anyone's required to carry that voice. Let them run for themselves. I do want to draw attention to one of the people that was leading the campaign, as Nate had mentioned, of officers writing letters to you. Scott Favor, yes, was one of the closest friends of MPD officer Steve Heimsness. In addition to murdering Paul Heenan, Steve Heimsness hazed a woman officer, lied about it, helped force her out of the department, made a domestic terrorist threats on the police messaging system, and then murdered our friend and housemate. Brian Austin, who will probably run for police chief, and Scott Favor were very close to him. They knew exactly how he operated. All these folks knew Tim Harder, too, who was an officer who trained other police officers. Tim Harder would call women and men derogatory names. He swore at them. And it is my understanding, it's alleged that he called a new black female officer the N-word. And when one of the female officers said she was going to call him out, one of the new officers, not the old seasoned ones that we're all supposed to trust. And by the way, Chief Koval was in the training center, so I have a feeling he knew Tim Harder. One of the new officers called him out, and he told her, "I'm old enough to retire, so go ahead. Tell me we don't need more oversight. Tell me we don't need civilian oversight. And tell me why, while MPD already has in the oversight network their own internal affairs department, which makes binding decisions. It's filled with their friends. It's filled with officers. They're pals at the Department of Criminal Investigation, filled with officers, I'm sure some of their friends. They make binding decisions. Their buddy, DAO Zane, who always rules in their favor, he has to have a good relationship with officers. He makes binding decisions. They're pals at the Police and Fire Commission, who they often know through their work, and these are people that so often are compromised and or feel afraid of retaliation. I sincerely hope the group that's there now, and some who were there before, are not how I'm describing, but I do know there's a very recently retired officer on the Police and Fire Commission right now. That's problematic. Their decisions are binding. Officers have union support filled with attorneys, and they're incredibly problematic. They don't protect officers from their colleagues. They pick and choose favorites. Steve Heimsness is one of them. Well, they make binding decisions. Their chief is another source of oversight who never finds them in the wrong. I mean, just about never. His decision is binding. And I say his because Madison only likes male police chiefs, apparently. So sadly, none of these entities truly protect their officers from each other. And they're all pretty much officers or really close to officers. So where is the balance? Where's the balance here? People are rebelling in the streets because there's no balance of power. People have no say. They always have to sign away their power. And when they use what little energy, hope, and resources they have to organize politically for some say over how they're policed, MPD undermines them. This is but one of MPD's actions that escalates peaceful protests to protests for survival. Their intransigence breaks windows, burns structures, drags statues. We want the violence to stop. That's why we're in the streets. Do you really think the people who are so often the subjects of racial disparities want to spend their time in the streets urging the police and city officials to care about their survival? Do you think that's good for them? Do you think it's good for their health? Do you think young Black men who are like, I don't have a record. I sure want one now, though. I want one now. So I think I'm just going to go burn things and do you think they do that? That they want to do that? They have to escalate because their peaceful protests fall on deaf ears. So it's not actually them escalating. They're just trying to survive. And by the way, I'm in no way suggesting that the damage done downtown is solely left in the hands of people of color. A lot of white people did that. But the escalation falls square in the lap of the people who think that having one board that has non-binding power, that conducts oversight over the police department, should have police, retired police, and the family of police on it, when it is the only one of the 7 that oversee the police department that doesn't. All the other ones do. Let me say that again. The Civilian Oversight Board is the only of 7 entities in the oversight network for the Madison Police Department that won't be infiltrated or controlled by police officers. And unlike the others, the Civilian Oversight Board's decisions will be non-binding. I'm asking you, please do not vote for amendments. Do not vote for any sort of, the other word, additions, changes, except for those that come from the Alder Working Group. The way in which the Alder Work Group and Ad Hoc Committee have conducted their business has been transparent, it's been inclusive, and they have listened to the needs of all people. So if there's going to be anybody who wants to tag anything onto this, make it a separate item. Put it through the same process that makes sure all people can be included in the conversation. And let's balance out who's been involved in the conversation over the last 130 years, okay? So for all the time that's been only white people and only white men saying it, having their say, let's make sure we balance it out and make sure everybody else has just as much say. So please vote for this as is. You've been asked by thousands of people to please pass civilian oversight as ad hoc intended it. The Alder Work Group's been wonderful. Thank you, Alder Campbell. Thank you, Alder Bedar. Thank you, Alder Moreland. And thank you to everybody who voted and supported them in doing this work. I can't tell you how important that was for so many people, including people marching in the streets. Every single time that you listen, not just listen, but act on the demands of peaceful protest, you are demonstrating how democracy is truly supposed to work. Folks in the street are not just supposed to be shepherded around and pacified, despite what, our police department thinks and other law enforcement or other elected officials. If you want peaceful protest, you have to act on their demands. So once again, please vote in favor of the ordinance as the Alder Work Group has put forth. I believe there is an alternate that's going to be introduced perhaps by Alder Heck and Alder Furman. While I believe the idea has merit, many of us, thousands of us have asked, please, everybody, don't add anything to this. Don't take anything away from this. Certainly don't add police officers to this. They have 6 oversight mechanisms that are binding, that already have officer control all over them. Let this be the one that is the voice of the people. And if the people want to consult with an officer or an officer's partner or an officer's son or daughter or a lawyer or a professor or anybody else, they can do that. They can find one and they can do that. But unlike the other groups that are so often set up, they will not be at risk of regulatory capture, which I recently learned means when you get a bunch of credentialed people who take over a group and because they're credentialed, or perhaps they speak legalese, or perhaps they use basically their credentials and their expertise to take over. And we've got a lot of great people who have those credentials, in this community who use them to teach people and share power. Great people. But then we have a whole bunch who use it to take over. And so please let this be the one group that is protected from that. And as Kevin O'Malley said so eloquently, if you have nothing to hide, MPD and MPPOA, I mean, we know you do. But if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. And don't pretend like there's no retaliation going on within your department. You know there is when people speak out. Don't pretend like there isn't behavior that people aren't reporting because they're afraid they won't get promoted or they're afraid they'll piss the union off, because you know that there are. This Civilian Oversight Board will be as good for the public as it is for those officers who are afraid to speak up. So if you love your department, and everybody else who gets to vote tonight, if you love this department and you want them to be everything that they can be to reach their full potential in health and safety for themselves and all of us, please vote to pass the ordinance as the Alder Work Group and ad hoc intended it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Joe, can we check if we have any of the folks that we missed earlier? I think Christine Costanzo, Brian Yukums, Sam Eberly, and Shadira Kilfoy Flores.
I don't see any of those names in the list.
Okay. So then our next registrant is Elizabeth Bruno of Drexel Ave, in support, to be followed by Nico Magayan.
Neither of those names are in the list.
Okay. Then our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of Cottonwood Circle, to be followed by Elias Sarofsky.
Thank you. Again, Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity. I support items 84 through 87 with a concern about the makeup of the Oversight Committee. I can agree that members of the community have expressed concern about police or other law enforcement personnel being the only groups involved when community members have questioned the actions taken by police in disputed events. The creation of this board is a reasonable process to explore a given event in depth to determine how police action contributed to the event outcome and what, if any, action would be needed after considering all the factors involved. The committee then would recommend their findings and suggest action to be taken with personnel involved. This committee would, in a sense, need to operate like a jury. Members appointed to this committee need to represent all of the Madison community, especially areas that have been underserved in the past. The committee makeup would need to be open-minded and unbiased. In consideration of this, people recommended by either pro-police or anti-police groups need to be discarded, or every activity evaluated would either be found correct or faulted, therefore useless. And if anti-police members were the majority, the fault would always be found. Madison would soon find itself without a police department, or at least an ineffective department, and we would be left with lawless anarchy. I'm done.
Right, thank you. Our next registrant is Elias.
Mayor, we do. Sorry, Mayor. Shady is back in the list.
Okay, so let's go to Shadira Kilfoy Flores of East Wilson Street, registered on all 4 items, to be followed by Elias Sarofsky.
Shadira, you may have a prompt. There you go.
Can you guys hear me yet?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So I'm on. Good evening. Thank you so much for coming back to me. I'm actually on the road returning from Kenosha. So first, I'd like to take time to thank all of the members of the Police Policy, Procedures, ad hoc committee. I want to thank them for taking the hundreds and hundreds of hours away from their families and their lives, for putting this time and energy and love into this work. I didn't choose to be part of this movement. It's kind of, the movement came to my doorstep when my daughter's friend was killed less than 100 yards away from where I raised my children. Tony Robinson was shot 7 times by Matt Kenny. He was shot in his face. His teeth were shot out of his face. And had Andrea Irwin had that one child, she might have been able to show his autopsy photo or had an open casket. However, to protect the rest of her children, she did not share that photo, and she did not have an open casket, because believe me, Madison would be in a much different place right now if she would have, for many, many reasons. But basically, he did not have his audio on. He did not announce himself. There are a plethora of policies and procedures that were already in place that he didn't follow. Now, the problem with holding him accountable is that there was never an internal investigation. 5 years ago, when I encouraged my friend, Sharon Irwin, Tony Robinson's grandma, to join me at the city council meeting in deciding a budget and approving a budget for the OIR report, she asked Chief Koval, why will you not do an internal investigation? And rather than just saying, please make an appointment with me, he attacked her verbally over and over again. She's a Vietnam veteran, and she struggles and is surviving with PTSD from sexual assault, PTSD from losing her grandson. And this man verbally accosted her. He was found guilty by the Police and Fire Commission after she and I filed a formal complaint against him. And it is an extremely flawed process that we encountered. And then after putting my family and my life on the line for accountability and justice, to then have people like Barbara McKinney vote in favor of paying for his defense attorney after he was found guilty of misconduct was just, it's an injustice to our community that we don't have alders who don't want to ensure the safety and accountability of citizens. It's very troublesome. And to be able to do that, that's the whole point of having an oversight committee, is to make Madison a safer, better place for all. Who wouldn't want that? Including the police, including our elected officials. I'm not understanding that. And as a mother, 2 Black children, luckily one has overcome the statistics and the odds in the Madison School District. She graduated. She's now a student at the UW, about to graduate. And let me tell you, this has done nothing but burn a fire under her butt for justice. She had wanted to be a biologist. She wanted to be a doctor. She's a humanitarian. But now she wants to change policy. She wants to figure out how she can make Black people, Black lives safer and better. And I would hope that everybody on our city council feels the same way, that they want a better, safer community for all. Now, in addressing the violence, what's seriously going on in our community right now, I, for many years, worked for Briar Patch. I worked for Centro Hispano. I worked for the Madison AIDS Network as the HIV Teen Squad facilitator. And what's happened in Madison is a complete, total failure by adults to provide programming for teens. So not only do we have this double-edged sword of having too much money invested in the police, we have not enough money invested in our youth. So when we're talking about divesting from defunding the police, we're saying, let's invest it in our kids so we don't have children shooting children. And instead of losing 4 children, because that's what's going to happen now with Anissa Scott's murder, we now, instead of just losing 1 child, we're losing 4. And we need to do better. We need to do better by all of our youth. Tony Robinson was experiencing an overdose on mushrooms, and what he needed was help. What our kids need is they need help. What our city needs is accountability. These kids are being held accountable. But why aren't the people who are being paid to protect us? Why aren't those people being held accountable? Why isn't Matt Kenny being held accountable for lying, for purging himself? I suggest that every single person on this call, when you get off, read the judge's summary. Read what that judge says. He says that DA Ozane needs to go back, and because the evidence that the DCI presented to him was not complete. And we need to have community oversight so that we can share that knowledge with one another and make sure that this doesn't happen again, so that we don't have another Polly Heenan, so we don't have another Tony Robinson, so that we do not have another George Floyd or another Blake Jacob. I just spent the day with his family, and it was beautiful. What the media wanted is they wanted to see bloodshed. They wanted to see people fighting, but instead what they got was a big, huge barbecue with bouncy houses. That's what I went to Kenosha for the healing, because that is what we need. Madison needs healing for it to no longer be the worst place to raise Black children. We need to elevate those voices. We need to make sure we're protecting those babies, and we need to make sure that instead of when we see 4 Black kids across the street, we're not thinking, oh, is my garage closed? Instead, we're thinking, do they have enough food? Do they have a job? How can I help those kids across the street? How can I help those kids be better people? And how can I be a better person? And not think poorly of our youth, but instead think good of our youth. That's only going to happen if we work together as a community, if we have oversight and accountability for everyone, particularly those who are paid to keep us safe. So the rest of my time, I would like to have in silence in honor of all of those who have been brutalized and murdered. And I want for us to think about a peaceful, safer world and what that would look like. Thank you. All right, thank you. We have about 14 more registrants. We're at 11 o'clock. President Carter, do you want to push through or do you want to take another break? You're muted.
Let's push through and then take a break after the 14.
All right. So our next registrant is Elias Sarofsky of Marlage Street in Fitchburg in support, registered on 2 of the items, to be followed by Tyson Vitale. And President Carter, I'm going to have to restart my computer. Seems that they schedule these automatic updates for council meeting nights. So I will drop off and be back. Do we have Elias with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and Common Council, for this opportunity to speak. Also, thank you to the ad hoc committee for all the work and for calling for a higher level of police accountability in the city of Madison. My name is Eli Sarofsky, and I'm the current vice president of the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. At the Campus Neighborhood Association, we have been fortunate to sit down with our community officers and talk about the issues of police accountability and building relationships with those whose job it is to keep us safe. I want to voice my support for the proposed funding and ordinances that establish the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Police Monitor as written for 3 reasons. 1, it takes steps to bring communities most affected by police violence in Madison to the table, allowing for the most marginalized to oversee those who over-police their communities. 2, by allowing for the community to investigate violations of the standard operating procedures of the MPD. This may foster increased trust in MPD investigation and be used to bring proper justice to those in our community that have been harmed by police violence. And 3, this is necessary and honestly the bare minimum to empower all community members. It is necessary because currently the MPD standard operating procedures allow for the use of chemical weapons like tear gas, which have gassed my friends out of their apartments while they were sleeping, and my neighbors. Also, the MPD SOPs allow for no-knock warrants, a policy that led to the murder of Breonna Taylor in her sleep. It made Breonna Taylor get her justice. Furthermore, the MPD SOPs allow for the use of deadly force with an excuse of verbal warning through the language of "if reasonably possible." This worries me for our unarmed civilians that have interactions with police that could lead to the wrong outcomes. Who's to say if an officer in Madison would not perpetuate what has happened across the country and in our community again? I bear the trauma, like many young Madisonians, having grown up in Madison, been through the MMSD school systems, and now at University of Wisconsin, where I'll start tomorrow morning. Of the murder of Tony Robinson by Matt Kenney. May Tony Robinson get his justice. Therefore, we need an oversight board and a monitor as being proposed to ensure that it is not only the MPD and its supervisors conducting the investigation, but also the community members that have a stake in how their community is being policed. We need to build community power. All in all, this is the bare minimum that the city should be doing for the most marginalized members of our community. I implore the council to vote yes to the establishment of the Office of the Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I urge members to continue to reform the MPD budget and policies towards principles of community control because our neighborhood is hurting and we really are looking to members that have power in our community to use that power in a just way. Lastly, let us not forget that a budget is a moral statement. Do you value power that in a militarized sense, or do you value power in the sense of community and building up the residents of Madison? We really want to see change in our community, and we really want to see our voices heard. People like peaceful protest. We like peaceful protest. We want to see that peaceful protest answered. And that is something that our members are crying out for. We want to see the violence stop in Madison, and it's not going to come from police policing us. It's going to come from people in our community giving power to the most marginalized, to the people who are hurting in our community and who have faced harm for years and years and years. So please, I implore the council again to vote yes to the establishment of the Office of the Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board, and to continue to reform the budget and policies to move towards the principles of community control and building community power. Lastly, I will say this again, let us not forget that a budget is a moral statement. I yield my time. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Eli. Joe, who's next?
Next, we have Tyson Vitale from Dell Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak.
Tyson, go ahead.
Tyson, you may have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. Tyson, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. All right, maybe we should come back to him.
The mayor is back.
Thank you. Our next registrant after Tyson is Larissa of Blair Street, who is registered on 4 items, to be followed by Peter Beeson.
Okay, I just have to promote Larissa to a panelist quickly. Okay, Larissa.
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey everyone, I am here to urge you again. You pass items 84 to 87 as written with no amendments and full support. Understand what everyone been begging for today and every day since George Floyd and beyond. Listen, I am angry. I am tired. I am the voice of many. We the people have had enough. Today alone, Immigration Customs Enforcement, or most known as the terrorist group, ICE, announced the end of their operation that took place in the course of the last 2 weeks. And they arrested over 2,000 humans that you call immigrants. But they're humans. They're humans that have been criminalized by a system that works to do what it's supposed to do. Criminalize people of color, kill them if they can get away with it. These people are the breadwinners. These people are the fathers, the mothers, son, daughter, workers. You call it. Who is supposed to feed you now? When immigrants have been called essential workers through this whole pandemic and y'all ain't doing nothing to protect them or anyone that's most vulnerable in my community. All of us who are hurting and losing our lives, our loved ones, I am here to urge you to bring justice, to work for us, not the wealthy, not the privileged ones, but the people. Hear our cry, hear our pain. We are going through a lot, and we only see through actions that you call violent. But the most violence we are seeing is coming from the police departments and the politicians, the people who are supposed to serve and protect. This is not okay. When did we again became a racist country out of the closet? Satya, we're all supposed to be able to thrive. Get the work we elected you for. Get it done. Listen to our pain. We, the people, elected all of y'all to do your job. We, the people, will continue to make decisions and ask you what side of the history are you on and hold you accountable because we have had enough. We are in pain. We continue to suffer. Our trauma keeps coming back almost every day. Yesterday, a Black man was murdered again in the state of California. 2,000 people was deported, is about to be deported. These are fathers, these are breadwinners, these are wives that were leaving behind pregnant, these are kids that were leaving behind without their parents. Listen to our pain. Listen to what we had to say. Please support these items. We deserve the basic things that you can get done for us. We deserve basic human rights. We deserve our voice to be heard. We deserve our lives to be respected. And Tech Joe, please make sure you let Nico Magayon talk because he was registered and I heard you call him. So please don't shut us down because we are the voice of many and we need justice. We need peace and we need the funds to come back to our community so we can continue to support the people that is hurting the most. Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Peter Beeson of Gorham Street in support, to be followed by Veronica Figueroa Velez.
Peter, you should have there you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and alderpersons. My name is Peter Beeson. I'm a white man and the parent of a young child. And like you said, I own a home on the Isthmus on East Gorham Street. I'm speaking in support of implementing the Oversight Board and Independent Monitor as recommended by the Ad Hoc Alder Working Group. My white little kid is 4 years old. And last night he was woken up by the Black Lives Matter protesters who were marching outside. And when we went to the window to look out and see what was happening, and after we talked about the reasons the protesters were marching, my white, cute little 4-year-old turned to me and he asked if his 2 friends who are little black 4-year-olds at his daycare or their families might be killed by the police. And I told him yes. And I told him that the protesters are marching to end police brutality and militarization so no one is ever again brutalized or unjustly murdered by the police. Now, I want to be clear that I support the many good police officers that exist. I have seen many police officers treat the homeless people at my workplace with respect and dignity. And I wish right now that there were more traffic cops on my block of East Gorham Street. I know there are many good men and women and non-binary people and everyone else who have entered the police force to make a positive difference. And living within that tension, the police system as a whole, like all of our social systems, are unfairly influenced by the white racial supremacy culture that make up our society. And they have been unfairly tasked by those of us in the white majority with enforcing our systems of power that oppress, violate, and demean people of color. In order for the many good police officers who exist to do their best work and to make our city of Madison a safe and inclusive place, we need civilian oversight of the police force in order to provide accountability and ensure the police focus on relationship building and community safety. We need to pass the Police Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor position. And the Oversight Board needs to be primarily people of color, because it is communities of color that are disproportionately impacted by the systemic discrimination in our society that leads to violence perpetrated intentionally by policy and carried out by the police. I tell my little white kid that if he is ever lost or has any sort of problem, he can go to a police officer and get help. And I hope to God that someday his little black friends can do the same thing. Please vote in favor of items 84 through 87.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Veronica Figueroa Velez of School Road in support. And after that, we'll check to see if we have Christine Costanzo, Brian Newcombs, Sam Eberly, Elizabeth Bruno, or Nico Magayan on the line. Do we have Veronica?
Veronica, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. And it's not the first name is not Veronica, but the last name is there.
She also goes by Vero.
Yeah, they're not unmuting themselves. We also have Tyson Vitale here. Let me just try something quick.
All right, so Vero will come back. And we do have Tyson?
Tyson, you should have a prompt on your screen. Oh, hello, Tyson.
I went to go eat after hours of going in front of my laptop. I apologize for that.
No worries. Tyson, let me just say this is Tyson Vitale of Dell Drive in support, registered on 3 of the 4 items. Go ahead, Tyson.
Yeah, I ask that you support as is with no amendments or alternates 84 through 87. There was years of time that went into this, into making sure that these recommendations from the ad hoc and IOR report came through, and when in regards to accountability of the police, in regards to civilian oversight of the police, these have been incredibly well thought out, and not just well thought out, they have been they have had the input of the most marginalized communities we always say we want to listen to, but never seem to. I ask that you listen to Brandy Grayson and the other folks that have spoken, that have looked and know these probably, quite frankly, better than a lot of us all, or a lot of y'all alders, and vote in support of what has came out of the work group from Alder Shiva Badar, Rebecca Campbell, and Alder Donna Moreland, and the tireless work they did, but of course, building upon the years and years of work that went into this otherwise. Please support this. We will be watching you. I will say, if there's one time we're really watching you here and all eyes are on you guys to do the right thing in a moment like this, it's right now, and it's with something like this. So please do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have Christine Costanzo.
All right. So Christine Costanzo, Viahara Place in support, registered on all 4 items.
Hello. I don't have much to add after hearing everybody's testimony, which has been quite extraordinary to listen to. The work and the incredible emotional output that's gone into this oversight committee is it's just amazing to me. And it's also amazing to me that there's such a problem in having complete support for it in Madison. I've lived here since 1990. And I didn't fully understand the David Cooper years. I knew a bit about it. And I remember distinctly post 9/11 going to one of the protests. I've been to many, and the police being there with riot gear and just feeling like what was happening here in Madison. It was so alarming. And as I listen today, what I've thought I had to say is sort of feels moot because everyone has pretty much said so much. But I just am sort of left with like, where am I living? The Madison I thought I lived in is not that. And of course, the equity studies, which certainly showed us all that a few years ago. But just that I just sitting here listening and wondering what, of course, the police are incredibly powerful across the country. This has always been the case. There couldn't be more evidence that oversight is needed. And yet we're talking about this essentially politely. I'm an outsider to this group. There's been so much blood, sweat, and tears that's gone into this, and I'm so grateful for that. But I'm just left with so many questions as to why the mayor wouldn't be completely for this, why the 4 alder people who are not on board would not be. Like what, the power structures behind the covert power infrastructure is, on my mind as I'm listening. And I have this sense of dread listening to all of this, of like, no matter how much is said, that that power is somehow it's still going to prevail, even in a place Madison that's had such a progressive history. And I'm just feeling incredibly sad right now. But I am for passing all 4 of those items without change. I hope those alderpersons have been influenced somewhat today. I hope the mayor has. This is a very sad situation. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Joe, do
Mayor,
we have?
We did receive an email from Carmela Glenn, registered, available to answer questions, but would like to speak.
Yeah, she's registered on another item to speak.
Okay.
So unless we have Brian Newcombs, Sam Eberly, Elizabeth Bruno, or Nico Magayan on the line, or Veronica Figueroa Velez on the line.
Still trying to unmute Figueroa. Brian Newcombs is not here. Sam is not here.
Alder Badar?
Carmela Glenn does want to speak.
Yes. Well, I'm not even close to done, folks. I'm just trying to catch some of the folks that might be having technical difficulties.
Yeah,
right.
So the other people are not in the list.
All right. So those are the folks that we're trying to catch. Joe, if you see them
Sure.
pop back in.
There is someone in the list, capital IWW space GMB. I don't know who that is. That's not in the registration list. So if you did wish to speak and are registered, please exit and come back in with the name you registered with. Thank you.
All right. So then our next registrant is Carmela Glenn of Old Camden Square in support, to be followed by Angela Miller.
Donna has her hand up, Mayor.
Sorry, Alder Moreland.
I believe Dr. Golumbiak spoke on behalf of Veronica.
We can't hear you, Donna.
Yes, she's saying that Dr. Golumbiak
spoke on behalf of Veronica.
Mentioned that Veronica might not be able to join, but we did have her in the system, Alder Moreland. Just wasn't able to unmute herself. So if she is here, we'll give her the chance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so now do we have Carmela?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
So I had so many things to say this evening, but so many that I support said a lot of the words that I believe in. Brandy Grayson, Amelia, and there were a few others. So tonight, my talking points are going to be about transparency. Transparency in a business or governance context is honesty and openness. In general, transparency is the quality of being easily seen through. We, as the community, cannot see through our justice system. We cannot see why these awful crimes keep happening to us. We can't see why our skin color makes you afraid. We can't see why you keep bad officers or officers that are burnt out on staff. We can't see why, when you do fire them, they turn up in a different city. I am regularly asked to fill out paperwork for all of the work I do. I am audited by state and federal organizations that I do not believe understand the work I do. But I do it because I was taught how to cross my T's, dot my I's, and to be transparent. I have a short story to share with you. I had a police officer come into my home and scare the hell out of me and my kids, ask all types of questions and terrorize us for hours, give out tickets for things we felt were wrong, but took it because we were afraid. We show up in court and there's no record of this happening. No record of the citations, no record of her showing up, nothing. Only to see this officer make newspapers years later for being a dirty cop and under investigation. I looked her up this evening before I got on and found a few interesting facts. This officer was put on paid leave for 18 months while she clocked her 977 hours of sick time she had banked. She was able to then quit rather than face any kind of investigation. You know what happened to her? She was put on paid leave and she quit with her benefits. We in this community knew she was a bad cop for years, but she was allowed to terrorize us. Some of the words that were used in her investigation were that she was a tyrant. She had inaccurate reports, improper searches, improper seizures of property. I say very quickly, and I will close with this. Transparency is needed, and if there is nothing wrong with how things are done, there is nothing to fear, because insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, and we are tired of feeling insane. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Angela Miller of Stevens Street in support, to be followed by Gerald and Merle Sternberg.
I do not see anybody here by the name of Angela Miller, but I do see Merle.
All right, so let's go then to Merle Sternberg of Millward Drive in support, to be followed by Nader Gamez.
Merle, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself.
Merle, do we have you? All right, so let's move on. We'll ask you to work on figuring out how to unmute. And do we have Nader Gomez of Woodview Court?
Yes, we do.
All right, so Nader Gomez of Woodview Court in opposition, to be followed by Alexandra Wilburn. Nader?
Nader, do you have there you go. I'm showing you as unmuted now.
Nader is registered on 2 of the 4 items. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. And while there is no doubt in my mind that this will pass, I just would like to bring a couple items to light here. And as far as the other speakers, I'll just try to bring a couple points, because as far as trying to educate people, you know, if I was trying to educate the entire country, I would just be trying to hit a brick wall. And, you know, just like the same as many of my friends and colleagues have been trying to do. And I'm sure Chief Wallace is listening right now, is probably feels like he's in a hot seat right now. But there are many people right now that through my daily interactions in this city, that are scared, absolutely scared of what is going to happen to this police department, especially because of what's happened in the last 3 months in this city. Not only because of what has happened to their businesses, not only because of what has happened to them, and I'm not talking because of interactions that they've had with police officers. On the contrary, they're concerned about interactions that they've had and possibly not having the police around. So to them, the words defund the police are not an option to them. They and myself, we do not have the luxury of living in a apartments downtown in downtown Madison, or having numerous degrees or such things. Most of them are actually currently working right now. There are quite a few things with this board that, that kind of bothers me, that such as the suggestion that there has to be a racial quota. And I know the city attorney had brought to light that this might be very dangerous. And it has already been said that previous officers and their families could not be hired. And that's also a dangerous step. I know why it's being brought up, but it borders on the line of discrimination, of hiring discrimination. And for a lot of people that were talking about oversight in the past and independent investigations, we have the Police and Fire Commission and the Department of Justice that gets called in for officer-related shootings. And I must say they actually do a really good job. The DCI does an independent investigation. They always do a really good job. For the two shootings that have been mentioned here for quite a bit, a lot of people brought up the race card. I don't know how that can be applied with the case of Paul Heenan, although that case is very unfortunate. But Mr. Heenan was intoxicated and he entered a family home. When the officer approached him, it was seen on body cam, on a dash cam, that he tried to take the officer's weapon away. And of course, that was seen as reason to use the weapon on him. So it's unfortunate, and that's something that he's going to have to live with for the rest of his life. However, at what point do police officers actually at what point will they have the right to actually defend themselves? Will the officer in Kenosha, would he have had the right to defend himself or themselves, both of them, once Mr. Blake had gotten a weapon and used it on both of them? I mean, what happened to Mr. Floyd was very unfortunate, and everybody that knows me and that knows my reaction to it knows how I felt about it. But I think that everything that's happened ever since then has been a very, very negative reaction and opposite reaction to it. Everything that we should have done to correct that type of behavior has not been done. And quite on the contrary, there's been nothing but destruction to it. We can't ride on one single incident. And for a lot of people that were mentioning why people...
Time. If you could wrap up, please.
Yes, why officers have to carry rifles. I would just suggest that they familiarize themselves with the 1993 North Hollywood shootout. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next registrant is Alexandra Wilburn of East Gorham, to be followed by Andrew Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
How much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, I just want to say I support it. 84 to 87, exactly how they're written, to the people that want more, feel like there's more that needs to be done. It's already been said that you had a lot of time. It's not the city's fault, the entire community's fault that you drug your feet on this. And again, I'll remind you that this is the absolute bare minimum and should really be a step in abolishing the entire police and fire commissions. It's actually in the Wisconsin statutes that we don't even actually have to have a police and fire commissions, and they have proven that they are absolutely corrupt in what they do. I believe it was Brandy who called them a mob along with the police unions, which is very true. I don't care if you know them. I worked for a nonprofit that worked with an anti-human trafficking campaign. I met several survivors that said that a lot of the clientele were members of the government, were lawyers. They were former police officers. They were detectives. They were sheriffs. So it's clear that there has been no oversight. It was set up so there would be no oversight. Matt Kenny received a Medal of Honor after arriving on a scene to a man whose wife had told 911 his gun was fake on a scene where 2 officers had already secured and stationed and went in guns blazing, murdered that man. If you watch the dash cam footage of Tony Robinson's last moment, there was absolutely no way Tony was a threat, and he was gunned down in his home by an absolute psychopath. Every moment that an elected official, the lawmakers, do not condemn the very fact that Matt Kenny is getting our money, is complicit in the fact that he is still being allowed in the power structure. Chief Wall said there's no legal reason that he shouldn't be on the force. Following an unjust law is fascism. So, I mean, Chief Wall, if you're listening to this, obviously, because it's very not secure. And as was mentioned, our street names are announced in this public forum, which is very bizarre to me. Chief Wall started his career in the narcotics unit in the 90s. That was white supremacist terrorism. To Nader, who just spoke, yeah, that's right. Police brutality transcends race because they don't use race-specific language because they want to trick you into thinking that white supremacy doesn't have a stranglehold on every single form of government in the United States. Rest in peace, Tony Robinson. Fire Matt Kenny, who also, I met a Black woman who...
Time.
Who
if you could wrap up, please.
He put his knee on her neck. So I just like to say, fire Matt Kenny, rest in peace, Tony Robinson, and support all of these and don't change them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to pause here, and I think that we have 2 folks that weren't able to get unmuted. Nico Magayan is in the attendee list, and then Merle Sternberg. Joe, can we try for the 2 of them, please?
Nico, you should be unmuted. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So this is Nico Magayan of Jennifer Street, in support and registered on all 4 items. Go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, no problem. Just real quick, how much time do I have?
You are registered on all 4 items, so you have 12 minutes if you want them.
Okay, thank you. And sorry about, and Joe, thank you for announcing the wrong Zoom name that I had. That's embarrassing. But here I am, so thank you all. And indeed, here we are. It's about 11:45 on September 1st, 2020, and we're at the precipice of finally beginning to cross this river and finally initiate some healing as a community through this historic cycle of policy development that meets the needs of poor Black, Indigenous, people of color, and most importantly, our children. So while some in our community on this council and leading the local police department will hone in on the vandalism, the looting, grand theft auto, and the very few instances of violence committed against people living in wealthy white communities, the institutions and systems here in Madison have endeavored in the vandalism, looting, and grand theft of Black and brown lives. Tony Robinson's blood is still at our doorstep. It's around the corner for me. And now Jacob Blake's blood is just down the street. Meanwhile, Janelle Laird has to live with the traumatic, violent behavior she experienced against her body and her psyche on top of the criminalization and the negative bias now being placed upon her by future jobs, future landlords, and future educational opportunities. So why isn't the healing of Tony's family and that of Janelle and her family and of so many others not prioritized ahead of property and the fragility of white and wealthy communities here in Madison? Why are reparations held ransom by the lack of creativity and leadership of dominant power structures like MPD and this Common Council? And at the end of the day, here we are. Now, I can name all of the credible, integrity-filled best practice models of why the Civilian Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor is both needed and has the strong potential to be successful here. And the 5 years of qualitative and quantitative data collection to present a reasonable plan of action that sits before you all tonight, awaiting a roll call vote. And at the end of the day, this is more about how badly do you all want to live in this situation? How badly do you all want to be able to either evolve or repeat as a community? What will you all say this time to justify keeping things the same, to uphold the same status quo that keeps poor people and Black, Indigenous people of color feeling unsafe and lacking an opportunity to live out excellent and successful futures on their terms? What I've heard here before from this body is that, well, racism has been with us for 400 years. It's going to take a long time to turn the ship around. Let's just try to focus on trying to reverse the last 10 to 20 years. Now, I see a toxic and intoxicating combination of logic between the moderate incrementalist logic and the false connection, I think, between the violence inflicted upon Anissa Scott, Quintus Caffey, Shay Scott, and many other young Black and brown people by the very same community that they grew up in, community violence, as Brandy Grayson alluded to earlier. People making these arguments combined with their voting power conspire to do the work of white supremacy by keeping police accountability low. Increased accountability of police doesn't bring these young people back into our communities healthy and whole. We know that. Nor does the Civilian Oversight Board and Independent Monitor hinder the ability for police to make our communities safer. That's because police and policing itself doesn't increase community safety. Reparations increases community safety in communities experiencing poverty, which are majority Black, Indigenous, people of color communities here. Now, we're infatuated by the expediency and the convenience of restoring lost property, which you all are also considering doing this evening, but you cannot restore lost lives. Lives lost and stuck in the mud due to state violence and the weight of intergenerational trauma dating back over 400, 500 years. So unless we take drastic action to end racial disparities in Madison, for which we still rank among the worst nationally, we will continue to see those who are disparately impacted and white co-conspirators out in the streets provoking change by any means necessary. We have the choice here to evolve or repeat the same mistakes and watch in horror as more people, particularly Black people, are killed by key actors of state violence. That's the Madison Police Department. And they do so with the continued complicity of Madison Common Council. So please, pass agenda items 84 through 87 as written. This work has been in effect for the last 5 years since we had our own George Floyd, our own Jacob Blake here with Tony Robinson. Please trust that work as it was written, as it was completed in the work groups, and as it followed through the legislative process. And don't add any amendments or changes to this legislation at the last minute. Thank you all for your time. I yield.
Thank you. Our next registrant, can we try for Merle Sternberg?
Where does it say unmute?
Yes.
Yep, Merle, you're on. You're unmuted.
Okay, excellent. So this is Gerald and Merle Sternberg of Millwood Drive in support. And go ahead.
Gerald will speak first.
I entirely support item 85 and the others that accompany it, namely items 84 through 87. as I believe a civilian oversight board and an independent police monitor will be a first vital step in reforming the Madison Police Department. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Cannot?
We can.
Okay. The Madison Police Department is similar to other police departments in the country in that there is a military culture. It's in the nature of police work. It is important to remember that police wield tremendous power over all of us citizens, and that they must use that power in a manner consistent with the interest of the community, balanced with respect for the rights of the individuals with whom they interact. There is also a tendency for police officers to back each other up, sometimes developing a blue wall of silence, which is the opposite of transparency. An interaction with the police officer is a scary situation, so it has to be handled with proportionate force. And of course, lethal force should only be employed as a last resort. Governor Evers and Lieutenant Governor Barnes' Police Accountability and Transparency Reforms in Wisconsin, issued on Juneteenth, is a good model, and it is important for each department to incorporate within its standards. Each police force needs to take steps to ensure that it develops standards and regulations that result in equal treatment of people of all races when the police interact with them. The data nationally tells us that compared to their numbers, stops, arrests, and bookings are disproportionately skewed against African American men. I know that there is some opposition to this resolution, thinking that a new chief should be hired before the board and independent police monitor position are created. I don't agree with that thinking. This is a civilian program that is being considered, and it is independent from the MPD or elected officials. The system needs to be created independently, and there surely has been long-standing work done by Keith Finley's committee studying the issues, including the issue of excessive use of force. It's time for an innovative step to be taken, and every stage there has to be transparency and accountability by the monitor and the board. We can help improve the MPD with civilian oversight, and the board should be composed of a diversity of folks from a racial perspective, so the people that sit on the board represent the entire community whom the police serve and with whom they interact. Let me just tell you, and I appreciate the time, even though it's almost 12 o'clock.
Time.
I worked with police most of my career.
If you could just wrap up, sir.
Sure. And I've worked with police as a civilian attorney, and I can tell you that these ordinances should be adopted because we need civilian oversight. And Merle and I have worked for years on race relations in Madison. And I think it's time for something like this to be adopted. I don't believe any amendments are needed. Now Merle wants to say a few words, please.
I am very grateful to those who worked on these ordinances and those who spoke in favor of it before me. I speak as a woman with white privilege, but I believe that everyone with a conscience should be infuriated at the disparity in our city when it comes to how police treat Black residents and also Hispanic residents as opposed to white residents. It is a shameful continuation of white mistreatment and violence toward Blacks that has gone on for centuries in this country. And Madison is no different than other cities in the USA regarding the systemic racial disparities that exist here. In fact, in several areas, Madison is one of the worst. And one of those, besides education, is policing. And the disparity in arrests in our city far exceeds those rates that of disparity nationally, as according to the research done by the Bureau of Justice Statistics and Wisconsin State Journal. Blacks in Madison are arrested at 10 times the rate of whites, even though African Americans make up only 7% of Madison's population. They account for 43% of arrests. More arrests leads to more incarceration, because the whole trajectory from arrest until incarceration also holds a lot of racial disparity in it as well. And of course, more incarceration leads to more poverty in these very same communities, and lack of family unity, as fathers are often imprisoned and are unable to support their families, and it's a vicious cycle. And the Wisconsin State Journal did a study 2 years ago that found over a 2-year period, police arrested 2.6 per 100 whites annually. In the meanwhile, African Americans are arrested at a rate of 27.6 per 100 residents each year. The Madison Police Department has pushed back against the idea that this disparity is a result of racism on the part of the MPD. And things have gotten worse. In 2018, Blacks make up 46% of inmates in Dane County Jail, and Black juveniles are arrested at a rate of 49 to 66%. It's a long time been coming, and this should have happened years and years ago, but it hasn't. It's not fair to those in the minority communities who've been waiting for this for so long. I do not understand why anybody would oppose these 4 ordinances that are absolutely written beautifully and well researched. We need an oversight board, a civilian oversight board, and it needs to be composed of
if you could wrap up, please.
Many people who are minority people who have been the target of police brutality.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Andrew Garcia of Royal Oak Circle in opposition, to be followed by Scott Faber.
Am I on?
You are.
Thank you. Andy Garcia. I was a Madison police officer for 20 years before being shot several times in the line of duty serving this community. So therefore, I think I have the right to express my opinion. And you have to excuse me because my PTSD is acting up. It's going to be hard for me to get through this. I'm voicing my opinion against the Civilian Oversight Board as it is currently written. My concerns is that how is the Common Council going to get a committee together that is not anti-police in today's world? And the other concern is, why does not the Common Council have control over it? You should. Also, the rules requiring half of its board members to be Black to be on a committee is a slap in the face to Hispanic officers, Hispanic people, and other minority groups. Why can't the committee practice diversity like what the city does? It gives the appearance that only a Black person can understand what racism is. If following city standards and you work together in diversity, a lot of problems can be solved. It is not only a Black issue, it is everyone's issue. What scares me the most of this committee is their ability to issue a subpoena and the hiring of attorneys. I don't believe this exists anywhere else in the country, so why us now? This would allow them to be able to subpoena city employees, even all of you, to explain or justify your actions. For the police, that is what the PFC is for, because it is a state statute, not them. They could even hire an attorney at city expense to sue the city. Is that what you want? These attorney bills, even the frivolous ones, could end up costing the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. Explain that to the taxpayers. Also, since MPD, from what I hear, is so horrible, how is the committee going to know what proper police procedures are?
Time.
Are they going to familiarize themselves with MPD policy?
If you could wrap up, please.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying here is that there is no way that the committee should give up. I mean, that the Common Council should give up control of this committee, and there's no way that this committee should be allowed to spend taxpayers' dollars without any oversight. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Scott Favor of East Mifflin Street in opposition, to be followed by Stephen Verberg.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Stephen is here.
All right, so then we'll go to Stephen Verberg of Wendy Lane in support, to be followed by Mary Fottenhauer. Stephen?
Hello. I'm Steve Verberg. I'm testifying in favor of the proposals for the independent monitor and the oversight board. It sounds like we've been hearing some fear mongering tonight. It's sort of this idea that if anyone's allowed to say a discouraging word about the Madison Police Department, the lakes are going to run red with blood. And I just think that may be an exaggeration. About 10 years ago, there started being some a revival of awareness about racial disparities, and both Dean County and the city of Madison took a number of actions. But the racial disparities have gotten worse in a lot of cases. And I think we sort of have to ask ourselves, why is that happening? Why, in 2004, blacks made up 6%. Black people made up 6% of the city's population and were issued 15% of the traffic citations and 29% of the arrests. That's for 6% of the population. 2019, black people were 7% of the population, and they were issued 25% of the city traffic citations. By 2018, they were 43% of the arrests. I just think that casting some light on how the police are going about what they're doing may help us find a solution. I've heard city and county elected officials promise for years and years they were going to do something about this. It sounds like we've got 6 or 7 oversight entities with strong police presence on them, but oversight entities to make sure that the police do their job right, and yet these racial disparities, of course, these racial disparities seem to be getting worse. I don't know if that's acceptable to the members of the city council, but I think it's important to think about the definition of racism and the definition of a racist government policy. Ibram Kendi's definition for that is a government policy that does more harm to one racial group than other racial groups. Something's going on where we've got these really embarrassing disparities that are getting worse. And I think that this Police Monitor and Oversight Board may be a chance to begin to see what some of the problems are. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mary Pfotenhauer of Atwood Avenue in support.
There's no one here by that name.
All right. So then just double checking. Do we have Scott Favor, Veronica Figueroa Velez, Elizabeth Bruno, Brian Ukums, or Sam Eberly?
No.
Okay. So that, I believe, is all of the folks that are registered to speak. We do have a number of folks who registered as available to answer questions, most of whom I believe are no longer on the line, but you should have their names either via the registration link or perhaps staff have sent out a PDF. So are there any questions for any registrants that might still be with us? Seeing none. President Carter, would you like a recess at this point?
Yes, I move that we take a recess.
10 minutes?
10 minutes is fine.
All right. Moved for a 10-minute recess. Vice President Abbas?
Second.
Moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection? Seeing none, it's 12:03 a.m. We'll be back at 12:13. right. The hour of 12:13 having arrived, I will ask staff to keep their own microphones muted while I unmute everyone else and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Martin.
Here.
Moreland.
Here.
Prestigiacomo.
Here.
Rummel.
Present.
Skidmore. Tierney.
Here.
Here.
Verveer.
Here.
Vice President Abbas.
Present.
Alburis.
Here.
Balday.
Yes.
Bidar.
Present.
President Carter.
Present.
Evers.
Here.
Foster.
Here.
Furman.
Present.
Harrington McKinney. I'm sorry, did Harrington McKinney answer? Okay.
Present.
Oh, thank you. Heck.
Here.
Hennick.
Present.
Campbell.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we're on item 84. President Carter. You're gonna unmute yourself, President Carter.
Thank you.
So I think, I don't know what order you want to go in for these 4 items, but we could start with a motion on 84.
Yeah. 80, move Legistar 61667.
Second.
All right. Item 84 is moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff? Alder Bidar?
Madam Mayor, do we have questions for registrants?
We did, but we can go back if you have a question for registrants.
That's okay. And then my other point of question is whether what was moved was the substitute.
Is it the intention of the maker of the motion and the second to move the substitute? President Carter?
Yeah, I can move the substitute.
All right, Alder Bidar. Nope. Okay. Are there then, what's before us is the substitute on item 84. Are there any questions for staff? Is there any discussion? Alder Moreland. Alder Moreland, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. I just want to, on behalf of the Alder Work Group, just kind of speak to the amount of time and I don't want to necessarily say energy, but the amount of time that the group spent in collaboration with city staff. We had Attorney Haas, Attorney Strange, and Attorney Paulson that attended most of our meetings, in addition to other staff members to field our questions. And we had a number of individuals from the ad hoc committee to join each of the meetings, as well as other interested parties. Again, the charge of the committee was to take the recommendations of the ad hoc committee and put it into ordinance. On August the 6th of 2019, the Common Council adopted and approved the 2 recommendations, which are before us now, to establish the Office of the Independent Monitor as well as the Civilian Oversight Board, which is what the Elder Work Group did. There were 4 additional charges of this work group, which I don't want to elaborate on because we've gone over it several times in several different committees and subcommittees. I would ask that my colleagues would so this, given the hours that the ad hoc committee has put into developing these recommendations, as well as the hours that the Elder Work Group put into this. We had 10 meetings, and most of the meetings were 3 hours each. And again, all alders were invited to those meetings, and a lot of the questions or concerns that have been brought up could have been addressed at that time. I don't want to presuppose that, there weren't other obligations that alders had that prevented them from joining the meetings, but there were, I believe, ample opportunities to address some of these concerns. So I am asking for my colleagues to fully support the recommendations before you. And I believe the work group is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Prestigiacomo. You're muted on your end, Alder.
So to not take up too much space tonight, I'll speak generally as to why I'm supporting the work of the Elder Work Group. What we're seeing in this country, across this country, is not by chance or accident. Harm and violence that we see used against marginalized identities is because we as an institution continue to support and policy make governing structures that do so. It's not an accident. There's a reason people commit crimes. There's a reason not every person is housed. There's a reason Black people are dying at a disproportionate rate because of policing. And, those are deliberate policy decisions, whether we like it or not. The United States is a country forever linked to our founding on genocide, slavery, and the continued oppression of marginalized identities. And really, the harm against these communities is intentional violence. It's intentional violence. On top of being, a privileged cis white man, and I cannot emphasize this enough, just by being on this council, hold enormous privilege. And, because of that, would not even think to question the demands of most impacted, and frontline communities in Madison. And I think tonight we can take, one small step towards abolishing our white supremacists and colonial vestiges by supporting this work, this great work that the Elder Work Groups, put together. There were years and years of opportunities to engage in the process, which is why I'll be supporting this work as proposed by the Elder Work Group. So many Black and Indigenous-led organizations put work into this. I'm voting for this because I don't see it as my role to uphold the status quo. We have the power and the authority to question every institution. We should use it. And so one thing I've noticed too a lot is that many of these protesters out on the streets are, young people like myself. Youth are in the streets because there's real pain, there's anger, and there's frustration that runs deep within the community. I found it telling to see adverse reactions to my own rhetoric when it's really an amplification of what young people in the streets and District 8 are fighting for. Young people are pissed off, and as they say, we're no longer accepting the things we cannot change. Creating a COB is really inevitable. And at this point, you should ask yourself if you want to be on the right side of history or not. What we've seen these past few months is, trauma from systemic racism, manifest in property destruction. As alders, I would say it's not our job to have opinions on or police the expression of Black anger. Even equating property damage to the harm against marginalized bodies is white supremacy through and through. I would say the damage in looting downtown is not violence. My definition of violence is harm against human bodies. And so I finish up by just saying I'm supporting this because, I serve the people of District 8, not the property, many of which are Black and Indigenous people of color who are most impacted by policing and by fixed systems. I think one question that we all need to ask ourselves is, are you prepared to ask yourself how much property you would give up to save one human life? It's not even a question for me. And, we can prove that tonight as a city, we value human life, Black, Indigenous human life over any amount of property by any means. So, in addition to this vote, I also look forward to taking votes on reparations, abolishing and dismantling our police department, and investing in Black liberation, and hearing and actually actively listening to the demands of the protesters in the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I'd like to call a question.
Unreadiness.
I'm sorry, Alder Foster, was that calling the question?
Yes, please.
All right. There are no other alders in the queue.
I called unreadiness.
All right. Alder Carter.
Is Attorney Haas on the line? And why
Yes, but since we have a call for the question, we have to check and see if there's a second.
Okay.
I am not Alder Balde, Harrington, McKinney, Bidar, or Campbell. Are any of those a second? Alder Campbell is seconding the call of the question. So is there objection to, I'm sorry, I know that there's objection to calling the question. So we will have a vote. All those in favor of calling the question, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Martin.
Sorry. Aye.
Aye. Moreland.
Aye.
Aye. Prestigiacomo.
Aye.
Aye. Rummel.
Aye.
Aye. Skidmore. You might be on mute, Alder Skidmore. I can't hear you.
Alder Skidmore, you're unmuted on our end. Jennifer, why don't you pass and come back to Alder
I'll come
Skidmore while
back.
he tries to figure it out.
Thank you. Alder Tierney. I apologize, Alder Tierney. I couldn't hear that. Aye. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Abbas.
No.
No. Alboris.
Aye.
Aye. Balde.
No.
No. Bidar.
Aye.
Aye. President Carter.
No, and the reason why I'm voting no as Skidmore tries to unmute himself is because I did call unreadiness before Alder Foster called for the question. Thank you.
No. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
No. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Aye. Hennick.
No.
No. Campbell.
Aye.
Aye. And Alder Skidmore.
Like
No. I thought I saw him and then he just disappeared.
Yeah, I think he's probably left and coming back in.
Okay.
He put a thumbs down.
Yeah, I saw the thumbs down. I think that he meant no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me count it.
I'm voting no, but I've been trying to speak and get attention, and I haven't been able to. I have questions for staff.
Oh, gotcha.
My apologies, Alder Skidmore. Your hand was not raised when we asked for questions for staff.
Madam Mayor, it is 14 ayes, 6 noes.
Thank you. With 14 ayes and 6 noes, the question is called. So we'll move to a vote on item 84. Is there, it has been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Looks like Alder Skidmore objects. Alder Skidmore, is that an objection?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. All right. So Alders, unless it's a point of order, we've called the question. All right, Alder Balde.
So I just want to understand the process here. So if we vote on this, how are the other amendments that has to do with this be dealt with?
Alder, this is the vote on item 84. The substitute was moved. That's what's before us.
I understand that. So when we vote on the substitute, then is the we'll have the main motion on the table. Is that what it is?
No, this will finish the item. If the substitute is adopted, the item will be over and we will move on to the next item.
So how do we deal with other amendments that has to deal with this then?
The time to make amendments on this item was before the question was called and accepted.
Yeah. So, but I do think that the president did say something. Alder Skidmore also did ask for something, and that was in. They were not called upon. So I think what they wanted to say or do should have been done before we call to question. And I don't think that if you're doing justice to this, obviously this is what we should do. We should discuss this. We should talk about it. We should say it's good. It's, and all this kind of whatever we think about it. So
Alder, I respect that you disagree with your colleagues' votes, but we did have 14 ayes in favor of calling the question.
So how do you
I'm sorry that Alder Skidmore did not have his hand up before when we asked for questions for staff, but I did ask repeatedly for questions both for registrants and for staff.
But Seri, the council president, did say something. She voiced out something before the motion was made. So we should have worked on that before we work on the motion to call to question.
Alder, if one of the alders that voted in favor of calling the question wants to reconsider that vote, we can do that. But at this point, what's before us is the substitute motion. And the question has been called, and we do need to move to a vote.
Okay, well, I voted against it. So if there's anybody who wants to, I just think that we should treat our colleagues fairly as opposed to this kind of stuff.
Thank you, Alder. Is there anyone who wishes to reconsider? Alder Alboris?
Yeah, I have a point of clarification because I want to, in disclosure, I want to support the Alder work group's recommendations here. So is the vote that we're going to be taking on the matter that's been presented by the Alder work group with that modification that was last put? I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on here.
Yes, the motion is for the substitute from the Alder work group.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yep. Alder Harrington McKinney, is it a point of order?
I think you've already ruled on the point of order. So before us is accepting the report of the ad hoc group. Is that what we're voting on?
It's the substitute resolution to adopt the final report.
Okay, just clarifying that.
Yep. Alder Moreland, is it a point of order?
I'm not sure, but if I would be willing to rescind my my approval to move forward so that the alders who feel that they've not been heard can be heard. I don't know what effect that will have with just me doing so.
Well, Alder, you would need to move reconsideration of calling the question.
Okay, I'll move reconsideration for calling the question.
Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney will second. Is there objection to reconsidering the call of the question? There is objection, so we'll need to vote to bring reconsideration before us. And so I will unmute you all. All those in favor of reconsideration, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
No. Alder Martin.
No.
No. Moreland.
Yes.
Yes. Prestigiacomo.
No.
No. Rummel.
No.
No. Skidmore.
Aye.
Aye. Tierney.
Aye.
Aye. Verveer.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alvarez. No. Okay. Alder Balde.
Aye.
Aye. Bidar.
Aye.
Aye. President Carter.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers.
No.
No. Foster.
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. Oh, I'm sorry, Alder, you're on.
Aye.
Thank you. Aye. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Aye. Hennick.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Campbell.
No.
No.
I'm
8
sorry, Jennifer.
noes.
Will you say that again?
I'm sorry. 12 ayes, 8 noes.
Thank you, Jennifer. So the question is reconsidered. Is there objection to just going ahead and going back to questions for staff? Since we have 2 alders that have questions. Alders Harrington McKinney or Bidar, is that an objection? No. All right. So we'll go back to questions for staff, starting with President Carter and then going to Alder Skidmore. President Carter.
Thank you. I just have 2 quick questions for Attorney Haas. The first question has to do with the adopting the report. How does that affect the rest of the parts of their thing, 85, 86, and 87? Do we go forward, or if we adopt the report, is that it? And then I have a second question.
In my opinion, the council still needs to vote on those items. The ordinance has to be passed as an ordinance, and there's a budget amendment also that requires a supermajority vote. So I think adopting the report, it indicates the council's intent to that it agrees with the recommendations and intent to implement it, but I don't think it actually implements passage of the ordinance or the budget amendment.
Okay, and the other question I have is, we received an email from, and I'm not going to pronounce this right, but Sankofa, saying that they didn't understand why Sankofa was listed when they now have a new name. So I'm just wondering, was there any correction there? And I'm sure you guys received the same email. I just want to make sure we have the right organization there. Attorney
President Carter,
Hodgkin,
is that a question for Attorney
That
Haas?
is a question because we did receive an email questioning that.
I'm sorry, I did not receive that email. I wasn't aware of that of what it says. So, are you saying that organization does not exist?
That's what the email said. So, can someone from the Alders group address that email we received?
Alder Badar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're talking about two different organizations. And we know that the issue was raised actually by one organization that has Sankofa in their name, that's based in Sun Prairie, about why we hadn't selecting them. And then they raised that the other organization that has Sankofa, which is behavioral, that we have as part of our list, didn't exist, and they do. They actually are the organization that we contract for as an organization that provides services at 3 Lane. So the report is correct. The name of the organization is correct.
Is it the organization with behavioral in their title? Can I suggest that full title be put in the a report?
Thank you, Alder Badar. President Carter, any further questions?
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for Acting Chief Wall and then a couple of questions for City Attorney Haas. Chief Wall, we talked earlier about the process that the department receives complaints. Could you describe how complaints come in and how they're handled against the department?
Well, I guess sort of the short version is a lot of ways that a complaint can come into the department. It could be online, through an email, a phone call, in person, a district station, through a written form, or just in person to a supervisor. And any MPD supervisor who takes a complaint then enters it into a database, a centralized database. So all those complaints then come to our professional standards office, and professional standards oversees all of the complaints and the investigations. Some of them they do themselves. Some of them will be assigned to a supervisor or commander to do the actual investigation. The professional standards lieutenant has a weekly meeting with me and the assistant chiefs to keep us updated on progress of complaints, new complaints, resolutions of complaints. And so they're responsible for sort of the overall process, and the software that we use allows them to sort of maintain the documents, maintain sort of an ongoing tracking process to make sure that we know which ones have come in, who's responsible for them, and how long they've been under investigation.
Okay. Then after there has been a complaint of some sort, there's a disposition and you review the results with the complainant and the person that the complaint was filed against. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If one or the other does not like the decision, what is the process? Would that be an appeal to the Police and Fire Commission or something different?
Generally, that would be the resolution. If there was a finding of discipline that was imposed on an officer and they, if it was a suspension or more severe, then the officer's only recourse would be to go to the Police and Fire Commission. If it was something less than that, then the be something the PFC would have any jurisdiction over, and there really is no recourse for that. For a complainant or a community member that filed a complaint and was dissatisfied with the outcome, then they would have capacity to go to the Police and Fire Commission, or they could start with the Police and Fire Commission too if they wanted to, and not bring it to MPD at all.
Okay, maybe you're not the right person for my follow-up question, but with this new committee, if a complainant were not satisfied with that decision, would they then be able to go to the oversight committee, or would they be obligated to go to the Police and Fire Commission? Maybe that's a better question for Attorney Haas, but I'll ask you first.
Well, I think my read of it is that it would, in terms of having some binding effect, it would have to go to the Police and Fire Commission. But I'll let Attorney Haas weigh in on that.
Okay, well, I got one more question for you before I go to Attorney Haas. The chiefs that I've talked to in the past have indicated to me in no uncertain terms that they have reported to the Police and Fire Commission, and they take orders from them, not from the council or the mayor. Is that how you feel about that relationship?
Well, generally, yes. It's, as you know, it's a complicated relationship in terms of authority over the police department, or the PFC and the council and the mayor, and there's certainly some gray areas in there, but obviously, clearly the Police and Fire Commission is responsible for hiring and firing the chief and all of the departments. And they have complete responsibility over those responsibilities, as well as discipline and complaints, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for Chief Wall. I do have questions for Attorney Haas, unless somebody else has questions for Chief Wall.
Go ahead, Alder Skidmore.
Okay, Attorney Haas, are you available?
Yes.
Okay, to follow up on what I said, I'd like to follow up on a conversation that you and I have had, kind of a running conversation relative to the complaint process, and assuming that there's a complaint and the complaint is not satisfied, I'm understanding from Chief Wall that it would be possible for the complainant to go directly to the Police and Fire Commission. Would they be able to go to, in your opinion, go to the committee to initiate an investigation?
Yes. Well, they can go to the monitor. The monitor has authority to accept complaints and decide whether or not to open an investigation or to recommend to the police department that an investigation be opened.
Okay, if there is an investigation that's opened, under the powers of the Police and Fire Commission, what are the complications or what are the ramifications with the police department? Is the police department obligated to cooperate if they do not feel that the investigation is in good faith?
The monitor's investigation? Well, we outlined, some of that ground in the memo that we provided to the council. I mean, what we pointed out is that the monitor, in conducting any investigations, just needs to be mindful of the state and federal laws related to disciplinary investigations of employees and of public employees. So, typically in an investigation involving a law enforcement official, if they make statements, they can be compelled to make statements. But if they make statements, those in a disciplinary investigation, those statements cannot be used against them in a criminal action. So just those sorts of things need to be kept in mind for the monitor. This ordinance allows the monitor to conduct independent investigations. So normally that would mean that the police department is compelled to assist with the investigation or cooperate with the investigation. You know, I can't speak to any, possible grounds somebody might have to not cooperate with an investigation. I suppose it could be possible that an officer or employee may feel that they don't want to cooperate, but in a typical case, they would be compelled to cooperate.
Okay, but if there is an investigation of some sort, what are the powers of the committee then, or the monitor? They would have the ability to make a recommendation to the Police and Fire Commission. Is that correct?
Correct. Under the substitute ordinance that I believe will be introduced, first of all, the Oversight Board does not have responsibility or authority to conduct investigations. They can direct the monitor to conduct investigations. So we're really talking about the monitor conducting investigations, and the end result of that can be a recommendation to the police chief or a recommendation to the PFC, and it can also just be a public report, public awareness, educating the public about the results of an investigation. But the monitor, of course, cannot, and the board cannot impose any discipline on an officer.
Okay, thank you for that. The last question, there were comments made tonight relative to what I believe some individuals in the community would like to see happen. And there were some very direct comments at our CCEC meeting on Friday, where that there are those who feel that there's an officer who still is a commissioned member of the Madison Police Department who some feel have gotten away with something, and that he was not held accountable for actions that the department had cleared this officer on an internal investigation. He was cleared by an outside investigation, and the district attorney did not file criminal charges, and there was a voluntary settlement of a civil suit, yet there are those that would want to bring an action against him to hold him accountable. Would this body be able to go back and reopen old wounds and closed cases? Or is there going to be what you would describe possibly as a limit as to what cases can be taken?
Well, under the current substitute ordinance, there is not any specific limitation on how far back the monitor could go to investigate an incident. There may be some other restrictions. I mean, certainly in the case of criminal investigations, you have a statute of limitations. There's also, even if it's a personnel investigation, there would likely be some arguments made, I would think, on behalf of the officer that there is some type of due process or almost double jeopardy type of argument that they cannot be subjected to an investigation a second time for something that has been already investigated and resolved. Double jeopardy, of course, is a criminal concept. It doesn't directly apply in a personnel investigation, but I think there may be arguments like that that would discourage the monitor from opening up or revisiting investigations that have already been completed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, do you have questions for staff? No. All right. Alder Balde, questions for staff?
No, I do not have questions for staff, but I want to make sure before we vote that I have something to say.
Okay. Are there any other questions for staff?
I have a question.
Alder Carter?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for John Strange, if he's around. I see that the timeline for getting out applications and having them returned is rather swiftly. Was there any consideration on how to get the word out among residents who do not have access to the internet, computers, etc., when you drafted this?
Well, the substitute language that formed the formal appointment and confirmation process that you're referring to, that was actually, they came up with that last week when I was actually out on vacation. So I don't know if there was consideration given to what you're asking. Attorney Haas might know, or one of the alders from the work group might have some insight into that. I don't know. I don't know how they discussed that 2-week period.
Attorney Haas or someone from the alders group.
Alder Badar?
Thank you. That is our job as alders, to get the word out in as many ways as we can. So I think our thought was that we would have the information out, and just like every other way that we do our work, that it is our responsibility to reach out to as many people as possible that may be interested.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll go to discussion. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And before I start, because I really do have something to say, I want to thank Alder Moreland, and then also those alders who voted reconsideration. I especially want to say that because my name has been called several times tonight, and I absolutely have something to say. And I want to thank you wholeheartedly for allowing me the opportunity to say my piece, regardless of whether it changes the outcome of the night or not. But I would not be able to rest if I had not been able to say my piece. And I'm going to start now, Madam Mayor. Madison is a prosperous city. Residents are more affluent. White residents are affluent, are less likely to be unemployed, and are better educated than their other counterparts. African-American residents, however, do not fully share this prosperity. In fact, they fare significantly worse than the larger community in 5 leading areas as indicators: criminal justice, economic well-being, education, healthcare, housing. Indeed, racial disparity is real in Madison. That is a fact. It is also real across the United States. In 2008, the State of Black Madison, before the tipping point, was published by the Urban League. But it wasn't until 2013, when the Race to Equity report came out, that people began to pay attention. Let me now apologize to the community of family members, friends, and loved ones who've lost their lives to police violence. July 2007, Ronald Brandon. November 2012, Paul Heenan. March 15th, Tony Terrell Robinson. March 2015, Ferguson, Missouri, Mike Brown. Blood in the streets in Ferguson. Matthew Brannigan said, when we invest in people, we get a return back. But when we arrest people, we don't get a return in cost to society. It costs a lot of money and it costs people their lives. To Brandy Grayson, I say, I am not trained to not like you. And if you have gone through the landmark forum, when I say your words are empty and meaningless, only you know what I'm saying. I don't work like that. I have never said that I did not like you or your organization. And if someone told you that, that was an untruth. I ran for public office, not for self-gratification. I ran because I went back to Ferguson, Missouri, and I saw Michael Brown's blood still in the streets where he laid for hours. That body was in the street in front of the apartment building that I lived in with my Black child. I was at a point where, as a mother, I was distraught because I was at a point that I knew that but for the grace of God and those mentors who grabbed my son, that would have been Mike McKinney laying in the streets and his blood flowing there. To those who have said in so many different ways, I am not Black enough for you, then that is an insult. I'm 72 years old and I've been Black all my life. And being Black all my life, I have been through it all. One weekend, 4 Black men in Mississippi were killed, one being my uncle. Why? And I've said it before, they dared to be interested and smile at white women. I didn't just become Black. Police accountability as a child in Mississippi meant that there were white water fountains and colored water fountains, and we could not mix with white folks. I lived in St. Louis, Missouri, and I got on the bus in St. Louis, Missouri. But when I got to the South, I could not go into a restaurant. I could not use the bathroom, and I could not walk on the white side when I got off the bus. I didn't just become Black. I did not just become working in this community. I have spent most of my life trying to prove to white privileged people that I am enough. I have stopped trying to prove that I am enough. And what I have heard tonight over and over again by those white privileged people to say, how dare you, a Black woman, not support this 100%. Just because you feel that supporting this without any question makes it okay and makes you feel good, you do not get a chance to get a pass over the years of affliction that Black folks have caused. I did not just become Black. My work speaks for me. I don't have to prove to anyone that I sincerely care about the lives of all people. Do you think that I could sit and watch Black men after Black men and Black women get shot by police and not be affected? How dare you? But I also believe in restorative justice. And in restorative justice, the Janelle Laird that people talked about that was involved in the East Town Mall, I sat on a circle with Janelle Laird and the police officers that were involved with Janelle. In that circle, when she walked into the room and the police officer walked into the room, she shivered just because the police officers walked into the room. And 2 Black women on each side of Janelle held her hand and said, it's going to be all right. And weeks of Janelle talking about the trauma that she had gone through, and the weeks and weeks of the police officer talking about why he became a police officer. At the end of that circle, they embraced. I know restorative justice works. I've seen it work. When I go inside, when I was working for Madison Area Urban Ministry, my job was to go inside of prisons and talk with Black men and women who were coming back into the community. And I asked them this one question: who cared about you when you were 6 years old? And guess what? No one did. No one knows my story, but I am thankful and grateful that I can sit here and I can say it's empty and meaningless. And I say that because no one gets to define me. I serve a higher power. I did not run for a common council office for prestige or power or all of those things. I ran because I care about people. I care about children. That is how I spend my life. And for those of you who say I'm not Black enough for you, that just says you don't know me. And that's okay. That's on you. Even in the Madison City Council, being one of 20 alders, I have had to challenge and say to some of you, I am enough. So tonight is challenging for me. Did I have questions? Yes, I did. The reason that I didn't show up, Alder Moreland, in those sessions with the ad hoc committee is that I would have been suspect. I would have been damned if I did and damned if I didn't. But I wanted to make sure my presence did not cause any consternation with the work of that body. I have never been against that body, but I have been against the processes that this committee has used and those around the committee have used. Amelia, I asked you in the beginning, I support you, but please make sure that there is transparency so when this report comes forward, it can be accepted in its fullness. Time after time, there have been examples of when the process works, we'll use it. But when the process doesn't work, we won't use it. And I really did have to say this tonight because as I sit here and listen to what's gone before us, and I hear the speakers call my name 9 times, and I said, how sad that you don't know who Barbara McKinney is. But that's okay too. But you do not get a pass. So this will pass, and the monitor will be established. The oversight committee will be established. I have nothing against that. Police accountability is important. My challenge was always the process. It should be fair. It should be open. That was my challenge. So for those of you who came on tonight, and especially you, Brandy Grayson, who received the same training that I received, know that I could not dislike you. And to my fellow colleagues who will vote tonight, shame on you because we asked questions. Did I read the reports? I absolutely did. Did I go back and reread when the community response team was originally formed? I was there. This is not my new rodeo. This is my life that I have committed to. So let me say this. It's still process. And I challenge you because, yes, I did have questions. I read every line in the report that Attorney Haas presented to us. And I circled the ones that I had questions to. I'm so glad that Mike May is not in office because he would have been crucified. Attorney Haas can't be. He only reports the outcome and the possibilities as it impacts the city of Madison and its residents. That's his job. And it is also our job to be diligent and make the right choices. That's all the community is asking. And so the independent monitor, the oversight committee, that will be in place. But there are so many other areas that we need to address. That's the low-hanging fruit. Now, when you get ready, and I say you because we are policymakers, and I'm just going to put it all out there because I've been holding it in all night. Some of the alders that's here tonight don't even speak to me. Someone said, well, you had the opportunity to come before the body. Well, they had the opportunity to talk to me as well. And so if you are representing the city of Madison and the residents of Madison, it should not be about you. It should be about what makes the city better than it is. That's what I'm about. And so again, Donna, thank you for allowing me to have my say, because it was burning up inside. We are at a critical point in our city. I have never seen so much divisiveness, not just in Madison, but across the country, where if it had not been for phones with cameras, where would we be? Do you think I was not impacted when I saw a white officer who had more than 12 complaints against him put his knee on another Black male? Do you think I wasn't impacted when I saw police officers shoot into a car, whatever circumstances there are? But I have learned one thing, is that we all are accountable. And so tonight, when you vote, if you've got questions, don't be afraid to ask them. So Brandy said that she will spend or commit her life to getting me off of the council. That's okay, because I'm not in it for Barbara McKinney. I will continue the fight, whether I'm an alder or I'm not, because it's a sense of integrity for me. I haven't been where I am all my life, but I have been through trauma and a road that has been prickly and not an easy path. So that was my comment for tonight. I don't have that much power for speakers to attack me because she's not Black enough. How dare you? Until you walk into the shoes of a person like me, don't you ever, ever say or think that I'm not Black enough. But I'm old enough to know that we must come together as a community. I've seen a lot of deaths because that's the business I am with my church. I've seen so many mothers, uncles, and sisters and brothers fall into my arm because of gun violence. But I'm gonna stay on the wall. You can attack me all you want. But one thing people know is that I am going to be true to myself and what I hear, because at the end of the day, when I look in the mirror, I've got to be able to live with myself. I've only made one vote that made me sick in the years that I have been on the council. And that was when I voted for Exact Science to come downtown. But look where they are now. And look at the expansion that they have now. And so, alders, we've got to get it together. How can you expect the community to come together in solidarity when we ourselves are not in solidarity? Alder Bedard, let me apologize to you. We worked together a whole year, and it pains me that we're not in communication because we care about the same things. It's not about power. It is about doing the right thing for the people of the city of Madison. And if you are serving on this body and you've gotten so full of yourself that you are more important than the common folks, then maybe you need not to be an alder. Thank you for allowing me to say what I needed to say.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde?
You're muted.
You should have a prompt, Alder.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to re-echo what Alder McKinney said, to thank Alder Molan, obviously, for reconsideration and for all those who voted for reconsideration. I'll just say a little bit to add to what Alder McKinney said. So we are all sitting here today. We'll make history before the night ends, because we'll either vote this up or down, and one way or the other is going to be history. We've never done this before. But we also see how the country is divided. We also have seen the pain around this country. The city council is supposed to be a non-partisan. That doesn't mean we do not have basically 20 political parties, different ideologies, different way of doing stuff. If we had debated this for, say, some time, where every elder who wanted to say something had said something, I would have been okay with calling this to question. But after listening to all the people who registered to testify, to say the people representative, us who are elected, cannot talk, I think all of us need to think about that, because we can be on different aisles of this as we go. Political alliances are very short-lived, and their victories are also short-lived sometimes. So it is important. The least I believe we can do for each other is to really just respect each other. We can disagree all we want to disagree, but I think the basic respect of each other as elected people who represents other people is important. I tuned into CCEC and I had all the testimonies, particularly those who are directed to my colleagues, Alder McKinney and Alder Carter. What we are doing here today, in fact, have more impact on Alder McKinney, Alder Carter, and Alder Molan than any other member of the council. So to call them opposing this, I think it's laughable. But it is important that we remind each other of the need to respect each other. That being said, I was personally not really going to say any or do anything about this, because I know one way or the other, this is going to pass. America needs this. Madison needs this. All law enforcement agencies that interact with communities of color also need this. I'm sure the police may not want some of it, but they also are interested to make sure that at least they can do better policing than what is happening right now. And so we all want this thing to happen. But we also want to be able to ask questions of the things that we have issues about. As I was listening to testimonies after testimony, the people who will be most impacted by this, the Black community, the African-American community, maybe only 1% of those who testified are people of color, or at least I would say Black people. And what we are talking about when we say systemic racism is because most of the thing that is in the system is done by white people. Black people were not at the table. So now here we are working on this. I'm not saying what is on the table is not good. I think it's excellent for a start. But to say Black leaders cannot ask questions by itself speaks volume again as to whether or not even this body will be successful. I believe the success of this body and the individual who will head it will begin tonight. The success or the failure will begin tonight. So it is important that we definitely respect each other's opinion, no matter how we disagree. So the other thing that I want to say, I consider this friendly. I have listened to all the testimonies, and I have looked at the representation, particularly when it comes to the oversight board. There is a silent group that is growing in this community, which is the immigrant community. And when you talk about the immigrant community, also, it has a lot of diversity in it. It's just like when you talk about the United States, it's very diverse. The immigrant community is also diverse. I come from the immigrant community, and I happen to come from Africa as a matter of reality. We also deal with the police. Before I ran for city council, way before, I dealt with the police, and I work with my community to make sure that the police come to them, and so they understand each other's culture. So what I would like to do is, and I consider this friendly, the three elders who are part of this can say, yes, it's friendly, or no, it's not friendly, is to add an African immigrant person into this group. And I would call that the African Center for Community Development, to be able to add a non-voting member, to increase the non-voting member to 3 members. The reason I'm doing this is that the African immigrant community is growing in this city. It is growing in the United States. But they are also loosely connected to the African American community. And so in my opinion, I think it is important, even if they do not have an opportunity to vote, but have an opportunity to be at the table, so they can take this message back into their communities as they integrate into the great American culture. And so at this point, I would make what I would call a friendly amendment. Again, the 3 elders can decide whether or not it's friendly or not friendly. But I would like to add and I can email this to everybody so you see, I would like to add a member of the African immigrant community through the African Center for Community Development to be added to this body, so that the non-voting member will increase from 2 to 3. In my opinion, this will have no impact in terms of the work of the group, but make it even better. I think if we have to really succeed in addressing the relationship between communities of color, particularly Black communities, and law enforcement, then that must be inclusive. And so that is my motion. My motion is to add the African Center for Community Development to be able to nominate, or at least 3 go through the same process that others will go through to get somebody added to the board. That person may not be a voting member. So if I get a second person, I will elaborate some more.
Right.
Second.
Alder, just to be clear on what your motion is, you are moving, and please do copy the clerk on a written version. You're moving an amendment to the effect of adding an additional alternate position,
yes,
to the board.
Yes.
Adding the African Center for Community Development to the list of community groups, but specifying that they would nominate for that alternate position.
Yes, that is exactly what the amendment is.
Okay.
And I'll email it now.
And President Carter will second that.
Okay.
Yep. I second it.
Okay. So the amendment is now before us. The amendment to the substitute is before us. Is there discussion on the amendment? Alder Skidmore on the amendment?
There's 3 people in queue too.
Alder Vice President Abbas on the amendment. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alder Balde. I will go a little back because I'm also immigrant, first generation immigrant. 10 years ago, I in US and I had my own struggle. But having said that, I'm not African American, I'm Asian immigrant. And so some of immigrants share the similar obstacles and problems, either with law enforcement, either with the system, either with discrimination, racism, TSA discrimination on the airport, which is under the Department of Homeland Security, or in our system within a city. We at CCEC, National Association for Civil Oversight of Law Enforcement, one of the questions I ask about outreach, and in their experience, the 9 different oversight committees, they're reviewing at the moment and creating a file, and I ask about how what are the mechanisms they use about outreach, and they mention about several techniques through report, and also the idea is these associations, or I will say non-profit or organization, whatever you call them, they will create a bridge between community and the process of MPD. I think so. Immigrant communities sometimes get behind because they don't understand the process. And once they moved here as an immigrant, it's all about the race to make life better and feeding family and understanding the process take a while. And I do things like I was at River Food Pantry a year ago, and I met several African American immigrants, and there are substantial amount of, and as Madam Mayor, you're well aware about the district which I serve. You serve 6, 7, 8 years or 10 years before me. 4 years or 5 years before me. And, there's an area in Brentwood, and there's also substantial amount of immigrants live there as well, African American. I do think so. I like what Alder Baldy mentioned here. If we can create a connection by non-voting member, that could create a bridge among immigrant community, and especially bring, especially we know African American in United States are more likely to be stopped, arrested, including immigrants, and Black immigrants disproportionately vulnerable to deportation and negatively impacted by criminal justice system. So I totally support that. I think so. This is a good thing to create bridge and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Campbell.
Thank you. So in creating this recommendation, the Alder Work Group, in consultation with members of the ad hoc committee, compiled a list of 59 organizations that have been involved with police accountability work over the last 5 years. That was the list of organizations that Alder Moreland reached out to, had conversations with, and that we surveyed to determine the 9. The organization Alder Balde is talking about has not been involved in police accountability work through the ad hoc committee or through the council. So let me say that I think there could be a representative from that group as a voting member on this body through 2 ways. There's 2 different ways that could happen. One of the 9 organizations that have been named could nominate a member of that group as one of their nominees. And 2, the organization itself could nominate a member for consideration by the mayor or the council to choose. So there are 4 seats, that 2 that the mayor will choose and 2 that the council will choose. And that they could forward a nomination of a representative of that group for one of those at-large seats. And I think, we would take special note of that in that process. Thirdly, in 2 years, in the ordinance, should it pass, in 2 years, this whole list is up for, renewal, and more organizations can be added, can be switched in. So I just think at 1:30 in the morning, literally at the 11th hour and 59th minute of this process, to structurally change the ordinance and the process and add another alternate is not a great idea. But I would encourage Alder Balde that you speak with the 9 nominating organizations, see if they would nominate someone, and also have the organization nominate someone themselves for one of the at-large seats.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney on the amendment. You need to unmute yourself, Alder Higgins McKinney. I'm sorry, one more time. There you go.
I have a procedural question. Is that Alder Balde made an amendment? I'm just trying to track where we are. He made an amendment and it was seconded. Does that call for a vote, or what? Where are we in that process?
We're in discussion of the amendment, and as soon as discussion is, there's no other alders wishing to discuss the amendment, we'll vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
President Carter?
Yeah, I just have a couple things to say. I had another question, but I'm going to put that aside. This is what my hope is for this council membership. That at 7 o'clock in the morning, not that we're going to be meeting in council till 7, I hope not, but at 7 o'clock in the morning, I hope we all get up and have a new attitude, because I have seen eye rolling tonight. And tonight has been a very disturbing evening. I don't want to look at what we do and say we're reminiscent of the folks in Washington, D.C., because we're only 20. So I hope that at 7 o'clock in the morning that we get up with a new attitude where we're willing to talk to each other, call each other, explain to each other, and not on Facebook and TikTok and Instagram. I'm talking about talking to each other, because I do believe in discussion. And that's all I'm going to say. The question I had is not important, because we have a long ways to go. And I want to make sure that we are not at the same point we are today, and actually the same point we've been at since 2018. So let's try to work on being more cordial, more open, explaining, and being open to just plain discussion. Earlier, we had Alder Leamer asking questions about, I think it's Felon Road. And she had a lot of questions. Alder Furman jumped in. We had staff jump in. I'm just saying, let's keep the discussion going. Let's keep the eye rolling to our family members. They don't have a problem with it. But let's, at 7 o'clock this morning, let's have a new attitude when it comes to our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue on the question of the amendment. So on Alder Balde's amendment to add an alternate position, and that would be nominated by the African Center. Alder Balde, remind me of the name of the group. I'm sorry.
So it's African Center for Community Development. And I just want to add to what Alder Campbell said. This group has been working with the city. It's also been working with the African community with regards to law enforcement. As you may all know, just about a month or so ago, an African kid was killed at a hotel, shot and killed. They've been doing a lot of work in the community with regards to this. And so they have a track record around being part of this. And I also mentioned earlier that even before I thought of running for city council, this group was working with the Madison Police Department to talk to our immigrant community, particularly the African immigrant community, about policing and culture. And so I think this is, like I said, it will have no structural impact with your product, nothing at all. So I would ask my colleague, obviously, to support this. Again, like I said, the success of this will begin today and its failure will also begin today. And so I think being very inclusive to an extent that this has no impact at all on the structural formation of the body, I think it would send a good message to our community that in fact we can work together this way and make sure that everybody who needs to be at the table is given an opportunity to be at the table. So, but no, they are called the African Center for Community Development.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel on the amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted to, once I saw Alder Balday's email, this will also require a vote on item number 86 because there's two parts to this. Just wanting to put that on the table. What's before us now is the report and adding the language into part of the report, but your proposal really also counts for, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but number 86 will also require this to be added. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, I have no other alders wishing to speak on the amendment, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment? Alder Badar requests a roll call. All right, Alder Badar. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. On the amendment, we'll unmute you all and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Lemmer?
No.
No. Martin?
No.
No. Moreland?
No.
No. Prestigiacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
No.
No. Skidmore? Yes. Thank you. Tierney?
Aye.
Aye. Verveer?
No.
No. Vice President Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Alboris?
No.
No. Balday?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
No.
No. President Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers?
No.
No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
No.
No. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Campbell?
No.
No. Madam Mayor, it's 13 noes, 7 ayes.
Thank you, Jennifer. With 13 noes and 7 ayes, the amendment fails. We're back to the main motion, which is the substitute. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak and be recognized. First off, I'd like to thank the Alder Moreland for reconsideration to allow me the opportunity to speak. I was concerned there because I was not being recognized. I would also like to particularly thank Alder McKinney for her courage, as well as Alder Carter. I think they've realized in recent months the price of standing up and speaking your mind, and I really appreciate that. And I believed we'd be at this point, and believe it or not, I thought that we would come to this type of a decision back when we were discussing this. I said this at CCEC, unless you live under a rock, you know where I'm coming from and how I felt about this whole process. And I agree with Alder McKinney. It's about the process. It's not about the issues. I was very skeptical about the process in the beginning and the hiring of OIR, but once I got to know Steve Conley, I realized that they were straight shooters and that they were going to come up with a good report, and they did. And he was very, very candid the last time we talked about MPD is a very good department. They're very diverse. They do a lot of things right. But like all departments, they have a few issues they have to work on, and that's going to be the basis of the recommendations. And it was. Well, the ad hoc committee came up with something different, and I had problems with that, which is why I voted against it. However, through this whole process, we've come to a point now where I can't say I'm comfortable. I don't like the process, but I have a great comfort level. We have a situation right now that I clarified through my questions, and I actually got a comment saying, why did I wait to ask these questions? Well, I have been asking these questions. I got the answers, but I wanted to frame them this way. I do believe we have a very good police department. I do not believe they're systemically racist, as many would want us to believe. We're not Minneapolis. We're not like other cities. We don't have the type of behavior problems. Do we have problems? Yes. Is this a racist city? To an extent, yes, it is. There's racism everywhere. We're human beings. We're flawed, and we have to work on that as a society. But I think we have a good core of a department, and I stand by them. I think they're well run, they're well managed, and when they have problems, they correct them, and they're trying to correct them. I also believe that, I also firmly believe in the rule of law, and I've done a lot of research about the powers and the duties of the Police and Fire Commission, and I'm very, very comfortable with, even if this does pass tonight, I am very comfortable with the outcome that at the end of the day, I take great comfort in knowing that the oversight committee and monitor, whatever form they're in, is not going to have the last word. It's going to be the Police and Fire Commission and the rule of law, which has been with us for 135 years. And I'm very comfortable with that. And I'm confident that we will continue, and that hopefully some of the requests of Alder Carter and Alder McKinney that we get along will occur, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. Anyway, thank you very much. I will not be supporting this request, but I'm glad we got to this point.
Thank you, Alder. I have no additional alders in the queue to speak. I spoke too soon. Alder Evers.
Excuse me. I'm not going to give a big speech. I just want to apologize to my colleagues in voting against reconsideration. If that would have been me wanting to speak and folks had taken the mic away, I think I would have been upset. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, now I have no additional alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to adopt the substitute on item 84. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote? Alder Skidmore objects, so we'll move to a roll call. All those in favor of the substitute, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Aye. Martin.
Aye.
Aye. Moreland.
Aye.
Aye. Prestigiacomo.
Aye.
Aye. Rummel.
Aye.
Aye. Skidmore.
No.
No. Tierney.
Aye.
Aye. Verveer.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alboris. I can't see in my boxes.
A resounding aye.
Thank you. Aye. Alder Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
Aye.
Aye. President Carter?
I'm going to vote for this. I just want to say that we each have to vote the way we feel in our hearts and our mind. And I want to thank Alder Skidmore for being true to himself, because that's what is important. And I'll give you an aye.
Aye. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
Abstain.
Abstain. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Campbell?
Aye.
Aye. Madam Mayor, it's 18 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
Thank you, Jennifer. With 18 ayes, item 84 passes. And we will move on. President Carter had requested that we take up items 86 and 87 before going back to item 85, which is the budget. Is there objection to taking these items in that order? All right, seeing no objection, then we'll go on to item 86, President Carter. I'm sorry, Alder Moreland, is that an objection?
No, just a question. Is it possible for us to take those two together?
Is there any objection to taking items 86 and 87 together? Seeing no objection, Alder Hennick? Alder Hennick?
Yes, objection. I'd like to take them individually.
Okay, so we'll take them individually then, and move to item 86. President Carter, a motion on item 86.
Move adoption of Legistar 61593.
And Vice President Abbas.
Second, please.
Moved and seconded. Alder Bidar.
Just want to clarify again if we're moving the substitute.
President Carter?
Yes, I'll move the substitute, and then I have
Thank you.
an alternate. Thank you.
All right, so the substitute is before us. Let's try and take this in order then. Are there questions for staff on item 86? President Carter, do you have a question for staff?
Yeah, I would like for Attorney Haas to give the overview on the substitute.
Attorney Haas?
Is he still with us?
He is.
Do you mean just the change in the substitute or the entire?
Yes.
Okay. The only change is in the very last section, 5.20, subsection 10. And what it does is the original draft indicated that the board could conduct investigations, and that has been changed to say that the board, let me get the exact wording here. Apologize. The board may conduct formal public inquiries to fulfill the duties in subsection 9. So as I understand it, that removes the ability of the board to conduct independent investigations of police department employees, but does allow them to conduct inquiries, again, as I understand it, inquiries related to things like conducting community outreach, making policy recommendations, creating an annual report, conducting an annual review of the police chief. That's my understanding of it. If the co-sponsors have any other different understanding, they could also chime in.
Thank you. Alder Bidar, did you wish to answer the question more?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the intent always had been that they would not conduct investigations. So the clarification of language comes from the conversation at CCC that Alder Hennick brought forth to clarify the intent. So just want to make sure that it's not like we're changing that they did and now they don't. The intent was always that they didn't. And so we wanted to make sure that the language reflected that intent. Since it was clearly confusing.
Thank you, Alder Bidar. President Carter, any further questions?
No, but I do have an alternate. I thought I saw Alder Hennick's hand up, but if he does not have let's see, are there additional questions? Alder Hennick, do you have questions for staff?
I don't have a question for staff at this point. I do have an amendment, but I was looking to see if you want me to put that to the alternate or to the substitute.
Well, President Carter had announced her intention first.
Yep.
So we'll go there and we'll keep you in the queue, Alder Hennick. So President Carter.
Okay, thank you. So mine is on page 4, 5.19. It is subsection 3, minimum qualifications of the monitor. Instead of 10 years, 5 years, everything else stays the same. And then when you go down to, and everyone has received this, when you go down to individuals, parents, siblings, and child. The reason why I changed this is because I think that in today's society, it is very unusual to be as close to relatives by marriage and lineal descent and adoption. I think that it is you're more closer to your immediate family and more influenced by your immediate family. The second one is, I can barely see, it also is in page 6, subsection H. And then the other amendment that I had was adding 40 hours of training for the first year. This came from Brian Corr of NACO, who suggested training for the board, and their training is now virtual. So it'll be easy to do 40 hours in a year. And since this is their first time being an oversight board, I think is very important that they do have the training in addition to whatever training the city will provide them, but definitely from the governing body of all oversight boards, which is NACO.
All right, so President Carter moves an alternate. Is there a second to that alternate? Alder Tierney, is that a second?
Sure, I'll second, and I also wanted to speak to it as well.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. President Carter, did you wish to speak further to your alternate?
No, if anyone has any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you, President Carter. Alder Tierney?
Thank you, Mayor. I had actually prepared an amendment that dealt with the relative language, I guess you would say, but I decided not to take that up after reading President Carter's, because actually I like the language in hers better. I think it was better written, more concise. I have to say that some of the emails I've received and some of the commentary made earlier, for me, it really misses the point of why I think that this is important. I've been quite lucky in life. When I applied for the first jobs that I sought, I put my name in an application, and an employer in my small town would look at my last name and ask me who my parents were, and I'd get the job. I also had friends who were Native American, Southeast Asian, friends whose parents weren't as well known or well appreciated in the community, and they had a harder time getting jobs, even though my dad would sometimes offer up his own name as a reference. And then later in life, as I worked in the state legislature for 30 years, I would often take calls from people that really struggled with employment. They had either made one mistake in their life, or there was something else, and they'd call me and they'd say, well, doesn't Wisconsin have a fair employment law? I'd say, well, yeah, we do. And I'd pull up the information from the Department of Workforce Development, and I'd look at it with them, and I'd say, did they do anything that you could take to an attorney, and have as evidence that they were discriminating against you? And it would be really frustrating, because a lot of times they simply didn't have that. But the bottom line is, I'm really a strong believer in the Wisconsin Fair Employment Act. I think it's a solid foundation, but it's not a perfect law by any means. And I think that we have a responsibility to do what we can to make employment law in Wisconsin fair and make it more equitable for people. And the concern I have with this, I think that the likelihood of police officer families seeking to be the monitor staff or on the board probably are pretty slim. I think that as these positions are filled and appointed, there's the ability to do a vetting process and ask people if they are capable of being unbiased. But the concern I have with putting a provision in our ordinance that would preclude somebody from having the ability to gain employment or an appointment to a position is, what is that message going to be then to private employers? Are they going to be saying, well, the city of Madison says that it's okay to not consider an individual on their own merits, but you know what, you can look at the relatives. What's that person's father like? Do they have a brother that's been in legal trouble? I really personally feel very strongly about our employment laws and the need to focus on an individual's own merits. And then also, I think we do need to recognize the racism that has existed, continues to exist, and then, have positive laws, positive ordinances that help to overcome discrimination that has and does occur, and have positive steps. I'm really troubled by a provision that, in my opinion, is setting a precedent for a negative when it comes to employment. So that was my rationale for putting the amendment I had together, and it's my rationale for believing that President Carter's amendment in that respect is something that should be supported. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bidar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting either one of these amendments, and I will speak to both of them. Both of them are issues that we discussed thoroughly in the Alder work group. So I will start with the immediate family. I'd like to point out to my colleagues that the most important piece of the monitor is the word before it, which is independent. And I spoke to this at CCC, whether this is perception or reality, the independence and the trust of the community about the independence of the monitor, and also the lack of relationship between the oversight board members and MPD are really critical to building what we've been talking a lot, I guess, about tonight, which is trust and community building. As we looked at ordinances on civilian oversight and independent monitors from other cities that we use as ways that we would kind of mirror ours, and also as we discussed it in the other work group, many of them have immediate family, very much so also in them. The Syracuse one has language about immediate family. Denver has immediate family that they described as husband, wife, son, daughter, mother, father, stepson, stepdaughter, stepfather, grandmother, grandfather, brother, sister, domestic partners, and in-laws. So we actually spent quite a bit of time discussing whether it needs to be more than linear or not, and ended up with actually the narrower language, which is what you have before you in the proposed ordinance. So it is a critical part of the independence of the independent monitor, and also the trust relationship with the Civilian Oversight Board. So I would urge you to not change that language. And I appreciate what all the attorney is saying about employment laws, but again, this is a very specific and very important role in its independence. And then on the 40 hours of training, I hope that they will have more than 40 hours of training. Actually, that section of the ordinance outlines a whole set of different trainings that go hopefully way, in my opinion, beyond 40 hours. We actually made a specific, we specifically didn't add hours within ordinance because we did not feel ordinance should have the number of hours. That should be something that should be built as part of, again, the policy, the rules and guidelines of the Civilian Oversight Board as far as their kind of annual training and based on the ordinance language, which again kind of enumerates a whole lot of different trainings. And if you go into NACO and you look at what they suggest as training for civilian oversight boards, you will see very much so a very long outline of all the different training that they think is best practice for the civilian oversight board to go through. So I don't think it's appropriate to add number of hours. It becomes once it's in ordinance, that's what it is, and allowing for the Civilian Oversight Board to really come up with the entire series of training that would fall under every one of those categories that are enumerated in that section of the ordinance.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue, so on Alder Carter's amendments, I'm going to assume that a roll call vote is requested. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
4 and 5 swept away in the car by floodwater.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
No. Martin?
No.
No. Moreland?
No.
No. Prestigiacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
No.
No. Skidmore?
Aye.
Aye. Tierney? Aye. Thank you. Verveer?
No.
No. Vice President DeBoss?
No.
No. Alvarez?
No.
No. Balday?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
No.
No. President Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Evers?
No.
No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
No.
No. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Campbell?
No.
No. Madam Mayor, we have 6 ayes and 14 noes.
Thank you. With 14 noes, the amendments fail. And we are back to the main motion, which is the substitute. Is there further discussion? Alder Hennick, did you wish to offer amendments?
Yes, I do. I have one that I sent out to everyone, and it's clarifying language for me on the type of the process of which a request is submitted. So when it's stipulating the request is to be received from MPD by writing, and I was stipulating that the request is made and requested through writing. So in 5.197B1, fourth line, while doing so, the MPD monitor may submit requests to the MPD and Chief of Police. I have submit written requests to the MPD and Chief of Police. 10C, second line, monitor may submit written requests to MPD and the Chief. I put in written. And then 10D, sixth line, police shall ensure the monitor's written requests for such documents. So it's just 3 locations we're putting in stipulating the type of request because it was stipulated in other portions, but those 3, it wasn't stipulated.
Thank you, Alder Hennick. Is there a second for Alder Hennick's amendments? Alder Moreland?
I don't have a second, but I would like to ask Alder Hennick to go back through the sections. You went through it a little quickly.
Yep, no problem. Let me send it to you quick.
Okay.
I've got it written right here.
Okay.
And I did second it.
Okay, so we have moved and seconded, and Alder Hennick, will you make sure that you've emailed that to the clerk as well?
Yep, and I did send it out once, but I can send it in a different format.
All right, so on the amendment then, are there questions or discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Campbell? Alder Campbell objects, and so we'll have a roll call. So on Alder Hennick's amendment to clarify that requests would be in writing, all those in favor, aye, and those opposed, no. As your name is called, unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick's hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Hennick. Oh.
Friendly request of what the objection might be.
Alder Campbell, do you wish to speak to your request for a roll call?
Sure. The committee parsed this language really specifically and chose not to add those words written in those 3 places. And again, these last minute amendments that haven't been vetted by the community, the committee, the process we went through in depth in July, in the month of June and July. I just think it's wrong. I mean, we can go back and amend the ordinance later when we can do it in a process where others can weigh in on it, when we have time to actually think of maybe the unintended consequences of these words. But I just think it's ill-advised to do this at 2:12 in the morning.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so we're in a roll call vote on Alder Hennick's amendment. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. And the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
No. Martin.
No.
No. Moreland.
No.
No. Prestigiacomo.
No.
No. Rummel.
No.
No. Skidmore. Alder Skidmore. Thank you. Aye. Tierney.
Aye.
Aye. Verveer. No, thank you. Vice President Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alvarez.
I believe Alvarez
no,
is a
thank
no.
you. Thank you. No. Balde.
Aye.
Aye. Bidar.
No.
No. President Carter.
Aye.
Aye. Evers.
No.
No. Foster.
No.
No. Furman.
No.
No. Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Aye. Heck.
No.
No. Hennick.
Aye.
Aye. Campbell.
No.
Madam Mayor, we have 7 ayes, 13 noes.
Thank you. With 7 ayes and 13 noes, the amendment fails. Alder Hennick.
Yes, I'd like to make another amendment.
Go ahead.
Yep, I would like to switch item 5.213A5 compensation to read inclusion incentive. A $100 monthly stipend will be made available upon request to board members qualifying for Badger Care in order to lower barriers identified by the board member. I was asked by a number of constituents to come up with alternatives to issues that I had at CCEC. And so I did that and reached out to a number of alders. Some returned my call, some didn't. So this was what I came up with. And I feel very strongly that, for one, we haven't addressed stipends across the broader boards, commissions, and committees. I don't think that it's something that we should be doing across our boards, commissions, and committees. The reasoning that I've heard for the stipend is to create inclusion and to be able to recruit and sustain the members of low income and communities that don't have the resources necessary to be able to participate. And so I feel like doing an across the board stipend and providing those funds to everyone isn't addressing the need that is being presented. And so I feel like if we want to do that, I would be happy to put this forward, but I can't support stipends.
All right, so there's a motion. Is there a second on the amendment? Alder Balde?
I'll second the amendment.
Thank you, Alder. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Foster.
Yeah, real briefly, I shared this with Alder Hennick. I do believe that we should be compensating for this, particularly because of the nature of this body. But also, for anyone that's worked in healthcare, they'll know that tying this to Badger Care eligibility is there are a lot of people in our community that might be on this board that would have issues with that, and it's just a bad idea. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Campbell.
Thank you. Yeah, the stipend was meant for everyone. The other supports for the committees, such as childcare, are meant for people who are in specific need, but the stipend is meant for everyone on the committee in consideration of the extremely important work they'll be doing. It was not meant to be for people, for low-income people or people who qualify for Badger Care. It would be stigmatizing to link this to financial need, and specifically, as Alder Foster said, that specific measure of need. And it's completely against the intent of the Alder Work Group and I would say the ad hoc committee to make those, put those conditions on it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick on the amendment.
Yes, can I ask a question of someone who presented comment?
Alder, we're well into discussion now. It's not generally what we do to go backwards.
I'm okay with that.
And ask registrants.
Yep, this I did speak with a member of the ad hoc committee, but I understand if there isn't consensus, and that was not I did not get the response of the ad hoc committee as a whole, but I did reach out to an ad hoc committee member.
Thank you, Alder. I see no further alders wishing to discuss Alder Hennick's amendment. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
No. Martin.
No.
No. Moreland.
No.
No. Prestigiacomo.
No.
No. Rummel.
No.
No. Skidmore. Aye. Thank you. Tierney.
No.
No. Verveer.
No.
No. Vice President Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alvarez. No. Thank you. Balde.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Bidar.
No.
No. President Carter.
Aye.
Aye. Evers.
No.
No. Foster.
Nope.
No. Furman.
No.
No. Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Aye. Heck.
No.
No. Hennick.
Aye.
Aye. Campbell.
No.
No. Madam Mayor, there are 6 ayes and 14 noes.
Thank you. With 14 noes, that amendment fails. And we are back to the main motion, which is the substitute. Is there any further discussion on item 86? Alder Balde?
So I would like to move an amendment to remove the whole stipend thing. Because no other committee, if I get a second, I can elaborate a little bit.
Is there a second to remove stipends? Alder Hennick? Is that a second? All right. Alder Hennick will second. Alder Balde, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, so I do think that the city has close to 80 something committees, whether you call them board or however you describe them, where citizens are taking part in participating, citizens with kids, citizens who are poor, citizens who in some cases are not employed. And so if we have to give stipend to this body, I think it is just fair that we give stipend to all the city committees, citizen participants. Else, we should remove it. And so that's my reasoning behind removing, making the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Alder Bidar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to point out, just for information, that Board of Public Works members get a stipend right now. So this whole idea that there is no such thing, one, is factually incorrect. So we already have one committee where they do get reimbursement. And as I said again at CCC, and I will say again, we have to start somewhere. This particular civilian oversight board will have many, many responsibility, a huge lift. You have all seen the attention and the importance that this particular board has for our community. This is a board that is going to make history. And I think $100, it's really actually not much for the amount of time that we're going to be asking for people, again, with lived experiences, who oftentimes are people who are not in capacity to be able to have a lot of free time or afford being on boards without being reimbursed for it. So I hope that we will continue to support the stipend.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder Balde, and also thank you, Alder Bidar. I understand both of you. And I also think so. I understand the idea behind it, and also about equity, and especially disconnected community and community members who have a really hard time, leaving their jobs and being a city process. It could take a lot. So I really appreciate that creativeness. At the same time, I think so as a council, we should all, as a policymaker, think about, might be we can propose some budget amendment, might be next we can have some budget for other committees too, where people can, we should, several committees I noticed where I think so we really need to bring more, there's a lot of white people on the committees, and how we can have equal representation. So as a council, I think so beside, public works and this committee, next year, we should think about put some amount of money in a budget to allocate for committees and try to create some structure around it. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, it's my understanding that the Board of Public Works receives the stipend through is required by state statute. Is that correct? So we don't have any boards, commissions, and committees that we provide stipends to that are not required by state statute. Is that correct?
Alder, I believe that's correct.
Thank you. So I would argue that there's a significant difference.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde on the amendment.
Yeah. So I basically was just going to say what Alder Heck said. But I also want to add to that. I think the whole night we've been talking about respect. So for Alder Siva Bidar to say that's a lie, I think is one way to really show disrespect. And in fact, I was correct that it is not true that there is no other committee that the city has agreed to pay stipends to. So this is a state requirement. If we have to go through this process, I think we should go through it with respect. And so the language that we use, particularly to each other, I think is important.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bidar.
Alder Balde, I may have been my accent, but I did not say it's a lie. So if I did say that, I apologize, but that's not what I intended to say. That's not what I said. I said it's not the way it is currently. So.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue. On Alder Balde's amendment to remove the stipends. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
No. Martin?
No.
No. Moreland?
No.
No. Prestigiacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
No.
No. Skidmore? No. Tierney?
Oh,
I apologize.
no.
No, thank you. Verveer?
No.
No. Vice President Abbas?
No.
No. Alburis? I will come back. Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
No.
No. President Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Evers?
No.
No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
No.
No. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Campbell?
No.
No. And then coming back around, Alder Alburis. I don't know if you were back in my squares.
No, Alder Alburis is
Not there. Okay.
temporarily absent.
With Alder Alburis out, that gives us a total, Madam Mayor, of...
He's back.
Oh, he's back. Alder Abbas, or Alburis, I'm sorry.
I can vote twice.
Alder
I know, sorry.
Alburis, the question is Alder Balde's amendment to remove the stipend. You're muted on your end. Alder, you're unmuted on our side.
No.
That's a no.
Thank you.
Alder Alburis.
Okay. The total, Madam Mayor, is 4 ayes and 16 noes.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Madam Mayor,
Sorry, Joe.
sorry, we're having some unusual behavior with the unmute all for a few of the alders. So for future roll calls, I'll just go ahead and unmute them all individually.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
All right, so that amendment fails. We're back to the main motion, which is the substitute on item 86. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the substitute on item 86? Alder Harrington McKinney requesting a roll call.
Abstain.
Alder Harrington McKinney will abstain from this item. Is there objection to otherwise recording a unanimous vote in favor? I am not seeing any objection. So we will record a unanimous, an all but unanimous vote in favor with Alder Harrington McKinney abstaining. on item 86, which will take us to item 87. President Carter. Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Hennick, did you have something?
I was just going to let you know, it looks like Alder Skidmore can't unmute, and I'm not sure he can hear us either.
Oh, Alder Skidmore? Are you, did you wish to object to that last vote?
No, but I just confirming that I've been unable to unmute for quite a while.
All right, Joe, I think is going to take control of the muting and unmuting. So,
Alder, are you able to raise your hand still? Can you raise your hand right now? I just want to see if it works.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Alder Skidmore, please do just raise your hand when you wish to speak, and we'll get you unmuted. Thank you, Alder Hennick. So we are back, President Carter, to item 87 for a motion.
Register 61595, move adoption.
Vice President Abbas.
Second.
All right, item 87 has been moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing none.
No, there's a hand up.
Alder Hennick.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment.
All right, Alder.
Say it again.
Go ahead.
On the first, be it further resolved, fourth paragraph from the bottom, moving it to be further resolved that the members of the Police Civilian Oversight Board who qualify for Badger Care shall have the opportunity to request a monthly $100 stipend to help foster diversity of board membership and participation. In addition to the stipend opportunity, childcare shall be provided. So the rest of it is the same. It's just that portion of the stipends, basically the same thing I was trying to do in the ordinance in the budgetary aspect. And I can send that out to all alders as well.
Alder, this is on item 87.
Oh, sorry. This is not the budgetary, sorry.
No.
I apologize.
That's all right. We'll come back to you. So is there discussion on item 87, which is adding the position of independent police monitor as a Comp Group 21 level employee? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 87? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote in favor of item 87, and we will come back to item 85, which is now the budget amendment. And President Carter, a motion.
Register 615. Oh, you said 85.
Correct.
Hold on. Register 60617, move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 85, which is amending the 2020 operating budget. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Vice President Abbas.
Yeah, I think so. My might be questions for Alder Bethard or Alder Campbell, if they can give a little clarity. I understand this budget was already approved, and I do not have a lot of concern about that. My question is about the amount of training we mentioned in the ordinance. Who will pay for that training and how we can accommodate money for that? I think so there's some IT related training. Either we are also providing some hardware too. I can see here language about providing some hardware. So I believe there's some laptop we are providing. I don't know, I'm just assuming. So if you can provide some clarity about training and where that money will come from.
Thank you, Alder. Is there anyone on the Alder work group that wishes to address Vice President Abbas's question? Alder Campbell.
Sure, and maybe if the finance director is still awake, I see he's still here, he can actually address it because he addressed it pretty well at a committee meeting.
All right. Mr. Schmidtke. Are you with us?
Thank you, Mayor. I am still with you. I give you all great kudos this evening. So the question, Vice President Abbas, was on the training. There is funding in the budget that was put together. Now, again, this would have to be annualized in the 2021 budget, but there is funding for both training and conferences and training for the board. And that's based on attendance at NACOL conferences, as well as having trainers come in and provide training. And that was based on some of the costs per hour for the OIR group. And they do provide this type of training. So yes, the numbers that are before you in the budget amendments do include funding for training of the board as envisioned in the ordinance.
Vice President Abbas, does that address your question? All right, thank you. Are there other questions for staff? Or is there any discussion? Alder Hennick, did you wish to offer your amendment now?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to offer the same amendment. I read it and it's been sent out to everyone. I still feel the same way that stipends aren't the way that we should be going as a city. Thank you.
All right, so Alder Hennick moves. Is there a second for Alder Hennick's amendment? President Carter will second. So on the amendment to remove stipends, remove funding for stipends, is there discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment? Alder Furman objects. Alder Furman, a roll call?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Alder. So all those in favor of the amendment, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
No. Martin?
No.
No. Moreland?
No.
No. Prestigiacomo?
No.
No. Thank you. Rummel?
No.
No. Skidmore?
Yes.
Aye. Tierney?
No.
No. Verveer?
No.
No. Vice President Abbas? No. Alburis? No. Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
No.
No. President Carter?
No.
No. Evers?
No.
No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
No.
No. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Campbell?
No.
No. Madam Mayor, that's 4 ayes and 16 noes.
Thank you, Jennifer. With 16 noes, that amendment fails. Is there further discussion on this item? Seeing none, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Vice President Abbas?
I do not have any objection. Before we finish this, I just want to say thanks to all the community member ad hoc committee, also Alder Work Group, and largely all the community member patiently waiting for this process. It's almost, we are going to complete this now, and it will be a part of the history. So thanks all, the alders too.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney. Objection to a unanimous vote?
Register an abstention, please.
Alder Harrington McKinney will be noted as abstaining. All right. Is there any other objection to recording a vote of 19 ayes and 1 abstention? Alder Skidmore.
I'd like to be recorded as abstaining as well.
Alders Harrington McKinney and Skidmore will be recorded as abstaining. Is there any objection to recording a vote of 18 ayes and 2 abstentions? Seeing no objection, we will record a vote of 18 ayes and 2 abstentions on item 85, which is a 15-vote item and thus passes. And that will take us to item 88. I suppose it is possible that there are still members of the public with us that would like to comment on this. So we'll go through those who had registered as wishing to speak to see if they're here. Starting with Shadira Kilfoy Flores. Sorry, I will.
Sorry. Hello?
Yes.
I'm still here, guys. I'm with you. I love you. I appreciate you all. Seriously. This remind me, 88 was about spending money in ways.
88 is amending the facade improvement grant fund to add a stated purpose of downtown recovery.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm opposed to this. Sorry, not sorry. We need to invest in people, not property. It's pretty clear what Madisonians want. We want for there to be programming for our children, safe things for our teens. And yeah, nice buildings are nice, but we need to be spending money on people, not property. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Allison Bell Byrne of Mifflin Street, in opposition, to be followed by Alejandra Perez.
Neither of those names are on the list.
All right, so Alejandra Perez was also in opposition. Sam Eberly of Spate Street is in opposition, as is Christopher S. Patterson. Do we have either of those?
Sam is not here, but Christopher Patterson is.
All right, so Christopher S. Patterson of East Dayton Street in opposition, to be followed by Jenny Gao.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I am representing myself in opposition of item 61060. I'd like to begin by thanking you all for listening to the public comments about this item over the weeks and for your continued engagement as part of this long Common Council meeting. It has been a long road for item 61060, and with just a few small changes, I think we can put the item to rest tonight. My opposition to item 61060, version 5, is simple and consists of 2 points. My first point of opposition is the inclusion of the word downtown. The word downtown is not defined in the document, nor is it defined by reference. There was much ado a few weeks ago with an older version of 61060 removed all references of downtown. And it seems fitting to carry on the intent of that much improved document and strike the word downtown from this document. Additionally, including the word downtown without definition could result in businesses feeling like they don't technically qualify, even if they meet the intent of this item. My second point of opposition is against the requirement of matching funds. I believe that including a requirement that the funds be matched only serves to act as a hurdle for businesses trying to get relief. To say more clearly, requiring matching funds is an equity issue and makes applying for this grant more difficult for businesses who may not be well connected with local donors. It is cleaner and would better meet the intent of this item to remove the matching funds requirement. Thank you again for your patience and attention during these past few weeks. I really believe that striking all instances of the word downtown and also removing the requirement of matching funds will improve item 61060 and will make its wording align with its intent to help small businesses. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jenny Gao of East Dayton Street in opposition, to be followed by Laura Christina Valderrama.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I am writing in opposition to 61060 because here we are again talking about downtown property when we obviously have more important things to pass, as evidenced by items 84 through 87. We just had a debate about police accountability that took years of expertise to craft and overwhelming community support. Over 1,000 public registrants in support and 50 plus public speakers. And it was held up for almost 3 hours before the vote. And we are following that debate by recentering predominantly white businesses. This is what white privilege looks like. Please understand that as a small business owner myself, I support the recovery of small businesses, but I do not support the equity issues inherent in this program. I do not support the continued centering of suffering businesses that are predominantly white-owned, which puts Black Lives Matter in the backdrop of crying white people. Finally, I do not support the tokenism and weaponizing of model minority business owners who look like me throughout the entirety of the downtown recovery program's evolution. First, a requirement for a private match is inequitable. The intentions of the required match are good, but requiring a match is an equity barrier because it means the grant applicant must have the connections, the resources, and the time to coordinate multiple pieces of funding. Requiring a private match also encourages the maintenance of an ongoing private fund, as evidenced by the creation of the new Downtown Madison Fund in just the last month. The Downtown Madison Fund has a goal of raising $300,000 to help downtown businesses. This $300,000 would be in addition to the $200,000 that downtown already raised via GoFundMe. Tell me, how many funds does downtown need to recover broken windows? Besides short-term recovery from recent events, does downtown really need an ongoing institutionalized funding source? How does this help solve diversity and equity issues downtown if the same people and same organizations control the flow of money? It is also misleading that downtown Madison representatives keep touting that State Street businesses are 62% minority and women owned. 63 of the 152 businesses on State Street are minority and women owned. That comes to 41%, not 62%. Only 25 of those businesses are minority owned, 16%, 1/6 of State Street, and 6% of all of downtown. There are 0 Black owned businesses downtown, a result of historic redlining and land grabbing. In sum, it is misrepresentative and deceitful to cite diversity statistics to lay claim to city money. Finally, we've heard downtown leaders use the words that it's time to reimagine downtown Madison. So here's my challenge to you. What if reimagining also means redistribution of resources? What if reimagining means no longer seeing downtown as the heart of Madison in one individual's body, but as one part of a greater ecosystem made up of many diverse people with many diverse hearts? It's easy to say Black Lives Matter, but much harder to let go of the privileges that keep us unequal. That is my challenge to you in how we reimagine this city. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Laura Christina Valderrama of Marshall Court in opposition, to be followed by Nico Magayan.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Laura Valderrama, and I'm representing myself, but I also serve the Village of Shorewood Hills as a trustee. I would like to echo what Jenny just said. I would also like to add that today my husband and I and some of our friends had the opportunity to spend the day with the family of Jacob Blake and the people of Kenosha at their community celebration which aimed to heal and unite. The event was a direct response to President Trump's unwelcome visit to Wisconsin. He prioritized visiting buildings instead of addressing the needs of the people who have been repeatedly traumatized by abhorrent police brutality and institutional racism. And this is exactly what is being done here by politicians who want to believe they're nothing like Trump. But the sad reality of many elected officials all over the nation, including here in Madison, is that some of you seem to care more about broken glass and metal than broken Black and brown lives. At a time when Wisconsinites are losing their jobs and many have not received their unemployment checks, the city of Madison should be investing in the physical and mental health of its residents by providing direct relief funds to the most vulnerable of our society, not just those who own property or businesses. The people of Madison need and deserve the resources to buy their groceries, pay their bills, and just live without having to sacrifice their own health and safety during these pandemics. These pandemics are COVID-19 and the systemic racism that is so rampant in this quote-unquote progressive city. The reason why these businesses are in need of repair in the first place is because our entire community is in need of repair. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, the riot is the language of the unheard. Are you listening to those whose basic needs are not being met? Are you listening to your residents asking for community oversight of the police? Are you doing everything you can to serve the justice that is owed to the victims of police brutality? Are you doing everything you can to make sure that Black and brown lives are prioritized and all can thrive and not live in fear? When there is no justice, there is no peace. You all have the power to create a more just and peaceful Madison. So please do it. Please oppose Agenda Item 88 and use your resources to fund the people, not property. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nico Magayan of Jennifer Street in opposition, to be followed by Larissa.
Nico, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to unmute.
Nico, are you there?
Should have a prompt asking to unmute on your end.
All right, so let's keep trying for Nico and go on to Larissa, to be followed by Valerie Arendt.
There is no Larissa in the list.
All right, and I misspoke. Valerie is available to answer questions. So let's try again for Nico.
Doesn't look like he's responding.
All right, Nico, if you can hear us, you'll need to unmute on your end. Otherwise, we'll move on and see if there are any questions for any of our registrants. Seeing none, on item 88, we'll need a motion. President Carter?
Move adoption on item at Legistar 61060.
And I believe that there is an amended version, Alder Lemmer, is that correct?
Yes, there is just some additional clarifying language added. Let me click.
Then I move the amended version.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. So moved and seconded for the amended version. Alder Lemmer, did you wish to speak to it?
Sure. I'll just read the language out loud. It was sent to everyone earlier. And this doesn't really change what the resolution does. It just makes it clearer so people understand, better what they're voting on. There are 3 be it further resolves that were added. Be it further resolved that this language does not alter the standard facade grant program objectives, criteria, and requirements. Business and property owners may still apply for a facade grant using the objectives, criteria, and requirements for the program that are already in place. And be it further resolved that this resolution creates an alternative set of objectives, criteria, and requirements for use of the facade grant program by damaged downtown businesses. And be it further resolved that the alternative set of objectives, criteria, and requirements approved by this resolution will sunset on June 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got an email from resident Julia Matthews, who said that she was registered for this item but wasn't called on. Like her to be called on if possible.
All right, let's refresh. Alder, I don't have a Julia Matthews registered as wishing to speak on item 88. Is there any objection from the body to allow her to speak? Alders Furman, Moreland, or Rummel, is there any objection? No. All right. Do we have her in the queue, Joe?
Yes. Julia, you're unmuted.
Julia, if you would just share with us your street address, not just the street that you're on, and then whether you're opposed or supporting.
Yeah, I'm on Hayes. Wait, sorry. Brody Drive. It's very late. And I am opposed.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's been a long day. I am a lifelong Madison resident, and I'm also a daughter of a former small business owner in Madison whose business was not part of downtown, who did not own their building, and whose business closed. And I just want to say, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I was in attendance for the July 21st Common Council meeting until about midnight when I had to go to sleep. But I did finish that meeting at a later time, thinking that there would be more to do with this original item. And so to then see how much additional time and effort has gone into this debate when we've had multiple crises in our community that seem to be getting worse and going unheard is disappointing and hard. At this point, the money proposed is little more than a gesture. In fact, Short Stack Eatery just raised a similar amount in 3 days with the money coming from community members who can afford to do so instead of public funds that could be reallocated for public good. And I just want to say, having been in this meeting for the full, over 8 hours, I've listened to every word. All of you are obviously, doing a lot of really, really important work. And at the same time, to see that the objections that have to do with process, but then at 2:30 in the morning, brand new amendments are getting thrown out and things like this are getting pushed until 3 a.m. when most registrants are asleep. It honestly seems like a slap in the face, especially for the people who have been calling for transparency and for a process that has been so transparent and given so many opportunities to be in the public eye with comments. And I did just also want to say one more thing, as residents, our job when it comes to public government is to hold our council members accountable. And the only way that we can do that is by watching these meetings, attending them when they're in person, and and paying attention to the votes. And the votes are the only thing that that's the only way that we can build our view to hold our council members accountable. And I just wanted to get that out there. I just have one more thing. It'll just take like 3 seconds.
If you could just wrap up, Julia, please.
Yep, sorry. And I'm sorry that this is super corny, but I did want to just point out the irony that this is called the the facade program, and point out the alternate definition of facade, which is a false, superficial, or artificial appearance or effect, or an outward appearance that is maintained to conceal a less pleasant or credible reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Julia? Right, seeing none. Alder Moreland. We're now in discussion of the amended item 88.
I had a question for Alder Lemmer. How much money are we talking about that's in this particular budget?
So there's about 60,000 left, and facade grant requests can still come in. So this money can be used for the facade grant requests to come in, or can be used, if this is approved, can be used for the downtown recovery grant requests.
So basically be on a first come, first serve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel the need to speak because of all the people who stayed up past the other item, and it's 3 a.m, and to speak on this. I just want to make sure everyone knows how this thing evolved, whether you agree with it, how it evolved or not, but it did evolve. It is now inserting some of the criteria to allow businesses that were the victims of damage into an existing program that has been around since 2004. It's a program that annually gets funded. It's a first come, first served thing. And if you read the program and criteria, which is in Legistar, it talks about all the areas that are covered, which include the Central Business District, Willie Street, Regent Street, and it's, some of the older historic business district, neighborhood business streets that are included as ways to preserve and enhance these older facades, which have nice things behind them sometimes. And so I just want to make sure everyone knows that, and that this, and I appreciate the version that were the alternate, whatever, because that was kind of me pushing, because it's really kind of putting a thing that we took from another thing into an existing thing, and it's kind of contradictory, honestly, but it's just for this year's only, and first come, first served to that $60,000. And I think it doesn't really, the private match was there. It's been there for over a decade. It's always a private match. So, it's not going to be everybody's best solution when they come and try to figure out how to fix this. Maybe their best solution is to do fundraising and work with DMI and all those other options. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that it's just putting this into an existing program and using the last money for, potentially for these businesses. And even tonight, on tonight's agenda, there was a thing we adopted in the consent agenda to approve a facade grant. So it's already been every, few months. Usually every year it gets used up and we start over again. And I don't know if this is a usual year, so we'll see how that works. But I felt compelled, since several of you have come every time, and I always am interested in what you have to say, that to make sure that you kind of see what's going on here. So, I mean, you might not agree, but at least so you understand, at least from my opinion. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on the amended item 88, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Foster, request for a roll call?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so all those in favor, aye. Alder Balde, can you use the hand raise function, please?
So I try to use that, but sometimes you will go before I get there. So just wanted to make sure whilst I do that, you see my hand also.
Come on.
Alder, did you wish to speak?
Yes. So I have a question for finance. I mean, is that still in order?
Absolutely, Alder.
All right. So my question is, can somebody from finance really explain the budget, the amount of money that we are allocating for this area? I mean, from what I see on the thing, I just want further explanation from finance, where the money is coming from and the total amount of money that we are talking about.
Mr. Schmidtke?
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Balde, the funding is coming from reserves in the Capital Revolving Loan Fund. There's approximately $60,000 left in the appropriation. And that money, as was described by Alder Lemmer, would be available on a first come, first served basis for either downtown recovery grants or for facade grants. I think Matt Miklajewski may still be in the meeting if you want further details on how the program itself works.
Matt, can you go in detail? But also, just to clarify, so the whole amount is just 60,000? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Alder. The 2020 started with $125,000 in the facade grant budget. We've awarded facade grant funds to several projects. We have kind of another project that's in the queue. So what would be left after that is $60,000.
Okay. All right, thank you. So Mayor, are we now on the deliberations or?
Yes, Alder, we are.
Okay. All right. So obviously I supported this item when it came the first time to council. So I'm going to vote against it this time. The reason I'm voting against it, I do think it is our responsibility, obviously, as a city, as a council, to help our business revitalize. We can control, in many cases, what happened with some of the demonstrations that happened. But I also do think we need to do significantly much better if we are really wanting to help the businesses that were, vandalized, or at least have their, merchandise stolen or something. $60,000, in my opinion, cannot even take care of one business in that area. So I am therefore not going to support this. If we really want to help these businesses, I think we should sit and come up with something that can help them, as opposed to just voting on something that, in my opinion, cannot even support one business to rebuild. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue, but based on what we just heard, I imagine we would like a roll call vote. So all those in favor of the amended item 88, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll and Joe to unmute people as appropriate. Starting with Jennifer.
Sorry. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Aye. Martin?
No.
No. Moreland?
Aye.
Aye. Prestigiacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. Skidmore?
Aye.
Aye. Tierney?
Aye.
Aye. Verveer?
Aye.
I. Vice President Abbas?
Aye.
I. Alburris?
Alder Alburris is excused.
Okay. Balde?
No.
No. Bidar, excused. President Carter?
Aye, although I think the amount is too small.
Aye. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Campbell?
No.
No. Madam Mayor, the votes come out to 13 ayes, 5 noes, and 2 excused.
Thank you, Jennifer. With 13 ayes, that item passes. And we will move on to item number 93, which is Legistar 61605, amending the 2020 adopted capital budget of the Economic Development Division to appropriate $750,000 for a small business equity and recovery program. And we may have registrants on this item, starting with Jenny Gao of East Dayton Street in support, to be followed by Christopher S. Patterson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm registering in support of 61605. But first I'll say that, this is significantly better than the slapdash version of the downtown equity program that was previously pork barreled into the downtown recovery program to make giving money to downtown businesses seem more palatable following civil unrest. The previous version of the equity program was fake equity and tokenism at their finest. So what I do like about the new equity recovery program is that it focuses on helping existing minority business owners that are suffering during this time. While I am registering in support, there are a couple things that I want to call out that we need to pay attention to. First, the equity program is copying the work of the already successful Market Ready program, which was designed to prepare new entrepreneurs of color to move into the Madison public market. While we are still waiting for the mayor to reveal her 2021 budget later this morning, there have been many discussions about how Madison public market could be first on the chopping block. Madison Public Market is supposed to have $7 million earmarked in the city budget. Madison Public Market and the Market Ready program are the result of a great deal of sweat equity from predominantly women of color. It would be extremely short-sighted and cruel of the city to cut $7 million designated for entrepreneurs of color, only to then offer $750,000, 10% of that other money, to entrepreneurs of color as if this was some sort of great charity. It would be cruel of the city to copy the work of the Market Ready program, to literally copy the homework of women of color, then defund the market while creating another smaller program in the name of equity. So while I do support the goal of 61605, I implore you, do not create this fund at the cost of the one that exists for Madison Public Market. The second thing I want to call out is that for all the recovery discussions surrounding small businesses, not one has addressed the issues of commercial rent. Rent is insanely expensive in this city. At the July 21st Common Council meeting, we had one State Street business owner share that it costs him $600 a day to stay open. That's $18,000 a month. How is it okay for landlords to continue reaping high rental costs when their tenants are incapacitated? If you truly care about equity, then you must address the real estate issue in this city. Addressing the real estate issue will cut across so many of the problems we're seeing in housing and gentrification, displacement, and the businesses that you all love so dearly. And so that that is what I have to say about the support for this program and also the caveats that I have with that support. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Christopher S. Patterson of East Dayton Street in support, to be followed by William Dye.
Hello, my name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I am representing myself in support of item 61605, which is the $750,000 for Small Business Equity Recovery Program. I'd like to note that this proposal is built on the hard work that was put in the Market Ready program. And as Jenny described, the Market Ready program was intended to prepare entrepreneurs of color for their move to the Madison public market. While I support item 61605 and the Small Business Equity Recovery Program, I'm concerned that we're going to lose the $7 million in funding for the Madison public market. If we lose the Madison public market, then this Small Business Equity Recovery Program is not a sufficient substitution because it is significantly less of a boon. That is to say, my support for item 61605 is based on the assumption that the Madison public market will still receive its $7 million of funding. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And I misspoke. William Dye of State Street is in opposition and available to answer questions. There's also a number of other registrants, but I believe you have the list. Are there questions for any of our registrants? All right, seeing none. President Carter, let's get a motion on item number 93.
Yes, I move adoption of Legistar 61605.
Vice President Abbas.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 93. Are there questions for staff?
I have a question for staff.
President Carter.
And this is to Matt. Matt, can you tell me why this can not be part of the Market Ready, since we already have success in that program with different phases of completion?
So as the speakers mentioned a couple minutes ago, the Market Ready program was a program that was targeted towards the public market project, of which was included in the mayor's budget. The $7 million that was in the mayor's budget issued, I guess that's yesterday now, was there. So what we're proposing through SBER is creating a business ready program that is very similar to the Market Ready program, but it's not just focused on the public market. It would be focused on helping entrepreneurs of color move into any type of business, with admittedly a kind of a focus on more retail and food related business, but more broadly speaking. So it's not that we're replacing or getting rid of the Market Ready program. We're simply kind of reformatting that program to be more broadly applicable to entrepreneurs beyond just the public market.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad you mentioned food and retail, because with living with a pandemic and having a small percentage of who can either come into your restaurant or come into your shop, how wise is it of us to either encourage people to start their own businesses at this point, or supporting current existing businesses? Can you address that?
Yes, there's two very different parts of the SBER program. The first is to really assist existing entrepreneurs that have been negatively impacted by COVID. And so those are some of the items related to reimbursing for PPE and other physical improvements that businesses need to make in order to accommodate COVID, to working with helping businesses that have had revenue loss. So those aspects of SBER are really focused on the here and now, on those businesses that have been directly impacted by the pandemic. The Business Ready program is more forward-looking. So it begins to look to the future to entrepreneurs that may be interested in starting a business as the pandemic leaves. The Market Ready program took a couple of years. So we spent a couple of years working with those businesses. Realistically, the Business Ready program isn't going to be up and running until early 21, just given that it takes time as a new program. So those businesses that go through that program really may not be in a position to open their business until, let's say, 2022 or even a little later. And hopefully by that time, the pandemic will be not with us any longer, and we can start looking to the future to help new entrepreneurs open up in the city.
And how is this different from the commercial program that we just did?
Sure.
The commercial business opportunity?
The Commercial Ownership Assistance Program is targeted towards existing business owners of color who have more established businesses and are now looking to purchase their own commercial property. And that's more of a wealth building initiative, again, for those existing businesses that are looking to take that next step.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item number 93? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 93. And we will move on to item number 102. We had two registrants, both in support, not wishing to speak: Cecilia Ackerman of Oak Creek Trail and Benjamin Davenport of Geneva Circle. And so on item 102, President Carter, a motion.
Registrar 61562, move adoption.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 102. Are there questions for staff? Alder Prestigiacomo.
Thank you. I'm not sure. Sorry, it's so late. I'm not sure who's still up and who can answer this question. But I'd really be interested to know specifically what the 30K strategic planning, specifically what that is. I look obviously through like what this grant program, supports, and then also if you could provide any details on what the radio base station is for, and I guess any details, just because we're voting on this, and I know it's a grant application, but I still think it's important to know.
Thank you, Alder. I believe that Chief Wall can answer that question.
Well, the strategic planning money is not any better defined at this point than just that. Actually, we have money in a prior JAG grant. This grant is an annual formula grant. I think going back probably 4 years ago that we had allocated to a strategic planning process, because it's been probably 10 plus years since we've done a comprehensive strategic plan. And at the time when that money was allocated, actually, that was right about the time the ad hoc committee was getting started. And so some alders at that point asked Chief Cobalt to hold off on the strategic planning process so as not to sort of run concurrently with the ad hoc process. And so as we sort of looked at things with a new chief coming down the road here, we wanted to set some additional money aside to go with that prior money to have something available for the new chief to do a comprehensive strategic plan that would involve, have community involvement and be pretty comprehensive. But in terms of nuts and bolts of it, there's nothing planned other than just a placeholder for some point in the near future, or probably 1 to 2 years, I would guess. And then the base station really is nothing more than it's the same kind of radio that goes in a squad car, but it's just in a case, and we typically use it in our district stations or in fixed locations where we're going to have a command post or something like that, and that allows for better transmission power than a portable radio. And so we have a number of base stations, but having we have some radio shortages that we'd identified, so we're just going to allocate part of the grant funds for that as well.
Alder, does that answer your questions?
Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Are there other questions for staff? All right, seeing none, it's been moved and seconded to adopt item 102. Is there any objection? Excuse me, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 102? Alder Prestigiacomo?
Yep.
Are you requesting a roll call?
Yes.
All right. Roll call has been requested. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll and Joe to unmute folks. Starting with Jennifer.
Thank you. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Aye. Martin.
Aye.
Aye. Moreland.
Aye.
Aye. Prestigiacomo. No. Thank you. Rummel.
No.
No. Skidmore.
Aye.
Aye. Tierney.
Aye.
Aye. Verveer.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alvarez excused. Balde. Aye. Bidar excused. President Carter.
Aye.
Aye. Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Foster.
Aye.
Aye. Furman.
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Aye. Heck.
Aye.
Aye. Hennick.
Aye.
Aye. Campbell.
No.
No. Madam Mayor, the final tally comes to 15 ayes, 3 noes, and 2 excused.
Thank you, Jennifer. With 15 ayes, that item passes. And we will move to item 110. Which is Register 61431, creating sections of the MGO to prohibit MPD employees from intentionally using carotid or neck restraints, and did have a number of registrants on item 110, starting with Christopher S. Patterson of East Dayton Street in support, to be followed by Jenny Gao.
Hello, my name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I'm here representing myself in support of item 61431, prohibit Madison Police Department from using neck restraints. I'll be brief. Thank you for discussing this issue, and I urge you to pass this item in the hopes that this Common Council body can act as a good example for our state senators on how elected officials should be responding to police brutality. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jenny Gao of East Dayton Street in support, to be followed by Elias Zachary Sarkovsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jenny Gao. I am registering in support of 61431, which would prohibit Madison police from using carotid or neck restraints, and to say it's about time. Again, I want to draw attention to the heavy militarization of the police. In my earlier public comment, I mentioned that police can carry up to 4 firearms. They carry 2 handguns with extra loaded magazines at all times while on duty. They can carry a patrol rifle and also a semi-automatic rifle that they personally own. They are armed like they are going into a combat zone, not like they are going to interact with civilians whom they are sworn to protect. I want to cite some stats that further emphasize how ludicrous it is that we rely on excessive force in policing tactics. In Q2, the police spent 4,300 hours or 47 hours per day on cases involving the mentally ill. That's the equivalent of 6 full-time staff hours on people who need help, not criminalization. According to the 2019 annual police report last year, 4.6% of criminal offenses were drugs and narcotics related. 36% were crimes related to property damage or some type of theft. For the most part, we're talking about crimes of poverty, which the police are designed to react to, but not to prevent or solve the root causes of. Finally, according to the Q2 police report, police used force 315 times during the 3 days of unrest following George Floyd's murder, compared to 80 times for all 3 months of Q2. It begets the question, if we did not send riot police into a protest, perhaps a protest would not become a full-blown riot. What you repeatedly practice becomes who you are. We are at a pivotal moment in this country, and the eyes of this community and the nation are upon you. This is your chance to demonstrate that you are listening to the community. This is your chance to demonstrate that your mission is community safety and not community control. In conclusion, I support 61431 and the elimination of police tactics that utilize excessive and potentially lethal force. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Elias Zachary Tsarkovsky of Marlage Street in Fitchburg in support. To be followed by Nick, I know I'm going to say it wrong, Pajevac.
Mayor, there's no one here by that name, and it looks like Nick did not want to speak.
Oh, thank you. All right, so then there's a number of other registrants not wishing to speak on item 110. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, President Carter, a motion on item 110.
Register 61431, move adoption.
Vice President Abbas.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 110. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Vice President Abbas.
Yes, I will going to be really brief. It's 3:35. We'll take only 1 minute. We all know about police brutality and excessive use of force, and we have examples all around the country. We have a horrible incident across the state. We remember Eric Garner murdered by New York Police Department, and what happened with the George Floyd is in front of us, and there are several other names. I can say all of those names with a lot of pain and feel really sorry. I think so. This is an opportunity for us to show the state what cities can do, and I hope state will follow the same pattern and also send a strong message to state and other cities. Thanks. So I will request everyone to please pass this unanimously.
Thank you, Vice President Abbas. Is there further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to have a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of item 110, aye. Those opposed, no. as your name is called, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll and Joe to unmute folks.
Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
I. Martin.
Aye.
I. Moreland.
Aye.
I. Prestigiacomo.
Aye.
I. Rummel.
Aye.
I. Skidmore.
Aye.
I. Tierney.
Aye.
I. Verveer.
Aye.
I. Vice President DeBoss.
Aye.
I. Alboris excused. Balday.
Aye.
I. Bidar excused. President Carter.
Aye.
I. Evers.
Aye.
I. Foster.
Aye.
I. Furman.
Aye.
I. Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
I. Heck.
Aye.
I. Hennick.
Aye.
I. Campbell.
Aye.
Thank you. With that count, Madam Mayor, it is 18 ayes and 2 excused.
Thank you. With 18 ayes, item 110 passes. And that brings us to the end of our agenda, unless there are any additional introductions from the floor or any concluding comments, President Carter.
I just want to thank everyone for participating in the democratic process. This is what it should look like, and we should be committed to the process and having everyone be able to speak their mind and not be ridiculed for their position, because in the end, it takes all of us to make this process work. Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. I'd also like to thank everyone from the public who stayed up late with us.
Oh, definitely.
Big round of applause for your commitment. And with that, Alder Moreland.
I'd like to once again wish Alder Balday a happy birthday. And I move to adjourn. Good night, everybody. Or good morning, everybody.
Moved and President Carter seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Good morning. Hope you get some rest.